Welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the Pro Chess League season. Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me, as was yesterday, Grandmaster Eric Hansen. Eric, we saw two fascinating battles in the semifinals. Today, we're going to have the third place match and the championship match. How excited are you for today's action?
Pretty excited. I'm happy that we're seeing a couple substitutions, seeing some fresh lineups. Ready for the games to get going. Also, I guess for me, every year as a player in another team, I do want to see St. Louis, take some hits. That would be good for the rest of us. So that's going to be a storyline. See if they can go be under pressure from this younger Russian team.
Very true. I mean, the format is familiar to most by now. It is a rapid time control of 10 minutes plus 2-second increment. Each player from the opposing teams play everyone else on the other team, and it's typical scoring. If we are tied 8-8 after all 16 games are played, then we go to a tiebreak, ladder knockout if needed. But the bracket, the stage is set. It is St. Louis. It is the Russian Wizards in the championship match, and the India Yogis and the California Unicorns first face off in the third place match. So let's start there with the third place matchup, Eric. India versus California. These are two very powerful teams. And if you look across their four boards, it's hard for me to say that India is not a pretty sizable favorite. They have Vidit on board 1 and all the way down to board 4. Raunak Sadhwani. Seems like they must be the favorites.
Yeah, looking at their lineup, I don't really see any weaknesses, and they're all just like, strong classical players, strong blitz players. California is a little more imbalanced, so I definitely think things are favored a little bit towards the Yogis. And I mean, we should probably talk about California. I see two new players there, Robert.
Yeah, they took out Georg Meyer, and they also took out Alexander Bortnik. And in comes Zviad Azoria, Badur Jabawa. So they have a Georgian influence to their lineup today. And Badur Jabawa, that's the X factor, I would say, in this match, because at his best, he's won Olympiad medals. He beats the best players in the world, but then sometimes he goes on a bit of a tilt and can lose all 4 games. So which Badur do you think we'll see today, Eric?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's playing a tournament at the time. Like some players are multitasking. I think this should be a bit of a tougher test for Badur. Playing some of these like younger players, well prepared, maybe not as phased by some of his games. Maybe they weren't born when he had that really nice. He's had a few nice games. I think about one against Bereyev in like 2003. Yeah, some of these guys weren't born, so they don't know about some of those games that made him pretty renowned in the world of chess. But I totally agree that he has the potential to score the lowest and the highest points on that Unicorns team.
That's true. And Zviad Azoria, he is no stranger to success. He won the HB Global Tournament way back in, what was that, 2005?
Also, yeah, maybe that's when one of those players was born. Yeah.
And he won the huge prize fund. He also has played in U.S. championships and beaten the big players. So he has a wealth of experience. And speaking about wealth, there's much at stake here. 4th place gets $5,000, 3rd gets $10,000. So the players, they'll be fighting for a $5,000 difference in the cash prize. But we also want to mention the Speed Chess Championship Grand Prix. It started September 18th, and it's every Saturday where title players will battle out for weekly prizes. But the overall points, they're getting a berth into the Speed Chess Championship main event. Catch all the action starting 10 a.m. Pacific on Saturdays on Chess TV. So Eric, of course, in those Speed Chess Championship Grand Prix, we have a lot of the players that are taking part here in the Pro Chess League. It's kind of a who's who. And we are going to take a quick break because when we return, we will be live with the action from this third place matchup in the Pro Chess League.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on Chess.com. Try one out today.
Coming up next month, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss, normally held at the Isle of Man. This year's event will be played in Riga, Latvia. 2 spots in the 2022 Candidates Tournament and 1 spot in the Women's Candidates Tournament are up for grabs, as well as $550,000 in total prizes. It's going to be the best players in the world taking part. You will not want to miss that action. It is going to be a blast. But speaking of blast, we are in the Pro Chess League. It's always fun to cover. Eric, the games are coming up shortly, but as you and I were talking about, you're a player in this league. I played this time around. It is so fun to be a part of it. It kind of feels like I'm itching to get into one of these finals sometime. I know the chess bros really want to get there.
Yeah, made some semifinals, never made a finals, and I'm already looking at bolstering my lineup for 2022. It's a goal. I got to get that done.
Yeah, and these teams here, India and California, they were this close to playing the championship match. It just wasn't meant to be. And for the Indian team, led by Vidya Gujarati, they always have so many fans tuning into their games. It's really a pleasure to see. And for California, led by Daniel Naroditsky, they might not be playing for a championship, but I think they're kind of fortunate to even be here. They probably are sort of playing with house money because they were almost eliminated before even making it to the playoffs because the Chicago Wind had Danya's back against the wall before he went on a winning streak to send them into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, both teams have played a ladder match. The Yogis against us, and then you mentioned the Chicago match. So I'm hoping we do get to see a tiebreak in one of these lineups, because we saw some earlier, and I think it's a really exciting format for the viewers. Like, just knockout is still uncommon in chess, but the idea that a single player can take out a whole team, that's pretty cool, and we've seen that happen, and it's just, yeah, I would be down to see that again today.
Yeah, when we had the India Yogis on stream, I don't think that they're afraid of any ladder knockout because that team from top to bottom is super strong. You have Raunak Sadhwani as the 4th board. I mean, that's just crazy. He can knock out every player on an opposing team. So from top to bottom, the India Yogis are a force. And of course, California with Christopher Yu on 4th board. He's young, he's improving, he's trying to make a name for himself in this Pro Chess League. And then you have Daniel Naroditsky at the top, and we know what Danya can do, obviously.
Yeah, we know what Danya can do. Yesterday's match against Russia, I think every player probably missed a half point or more. I mean, California had a couple of chances in the first half of the match, and I think Danya's looking to rebound, because I think, like, he beat Nepo, converted that, which was kind of a disaster for Jan in the opening. But outside of that, I think Danya could take a look at his games, and maybe he wanted more from his positions, his other 3 games. Sarana, Tomaszewski, I think he can put up some more points today.
Yeah, one of the big storylines, you mentioned the Tomaszewski game. Danya accepted a draw there. He was at the black pieces against the professor. And that was a theme with the California Unicorns. They accepted several draws throughout the match, which they probably would have taken back if you showed them what the outlook would be. So today we'll see how the India Yogis and the California Unicorns match up. I don't think it's going to be the sort of same vibe as yesterday's matches, but we are starting here. Raunak Sadhwani has the white pieces against Daniel Naroditsky. And I'm sure, Eric, they've played hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of times online.
Definitely. I think, like, yesterday when we're taking a look at this lineup, I was mentioning that Bortnik would be a player that opposing teams would try to target in the opening. When I look at today's matchup, Jobava, he's pretty solid, pretty reliable with some of his Caro-Kann and some of his openings. Azoria, another, solid, strong grandmaster, doesn't play a lot of classical these days, so I'm curious how that plays out. But I know he's streaming more and getting more familiar with the online universe when it comes to chess, because the Indian team is one that it's very hard to find weaknesses. These kids, these adults, it doesn't matter who they're playing tournaments all the time, working on chess, improving, and there's no question marks there. It's usually about how underrated they are as opposed to like rusty or whatnot. So I am curious how Azoria is going to do, and Jabov, as you pointed out earlier, because I do think California is going to have to bring their A game once again against this like full professional lineup.
And I like what you said there, especially about Azoria, because you and I know Zviad for a long time in his chess. Many players may not be so familiar, but he is extremely solid. He has that professional style where he's not going to take unnecessary risk. He has his opening repertoire and he knows it well. And this opening here is really an odd one. And where look at the pawn chain here. You have B7 to E4. But this pawn chain can collapse at any minute because white is trying to take those pawns. And for black, if you take on C4, just to show this position, this E4 pawn, it may be overextended and a pawn that might be lost because white's already targeting once. The knight comes out to C3 and that pawn can easily be attacked. And then you have to use your forces to defend it.
Yeah, and I think we were mentioning before the broadcast, Sadwani's coming off a big win today, right,
Yes.
Robert?
Yeah, he won with black over Jules Moussard in the Sharjah Masters.
Yeah, it's playing 2600s in classical, turning the computer on and playing Pro Chess League. I mean, that's a serious appetite for high level chess, and that's going to bode well for these players.
Yes, and well, Danya does trade on C4, but it's queen on E7. He can play this move E3 at some point. I'm sure that's why Raonic is sitting and thinking, because that's a pawn sacrifice that just shatters white's pawn structure. So if you castle and then E3 is played, maybe at the end of it, it's good for white. But when I see a position like this, I always note that black has short compensation because it's not the cleanest extra pawn. Those are doubled and isolated and can be attacked.
Yeah, I think there's a good case to be made for that kind of move. The flip side, I guess, is maybe it trades off quite a few pieces and it reduces the winning chances. And depends what kind of mood Daniel's in today. If he feels like he's got to keep positions, dynamic and the possibilities open. Because on one hand, a draw with black, I think is totally fine. Sadwani is very strong, but we will have to see how some other boards play out. Because as you mentioned yesterday, I think California took a few too many draws, maybe misevaluated some positions, or just things didn't go their way. But none of them were forced draws, like pretty much. And I think they might come up with a little more of a refined approach to those draw offers today.
Well, let's check it out. In this game, the E4 pawn, that's the central one, no pun intended. And black is using all of the forces to protect it. The queen on E3 stopped the pawn's push and is going after it. But let's go over to the game between Azoria and Arvind here, because that game started. And guess what? We have a player of Georgian origin, that's the country, Georgia, playing the Caro-Kann. I am absolutely shocked, Eric.
Yeah, I've lost plenty of games as white against one of the many Georgian grandmasters out there. I mean, and we might see a lot more of that today because Jabava also plays the Caro-Kann. So if you're a Caro-Kann player, I would say pay attention. These are players who've been doing it for 15, 20 years at the highest levels of chess. So there's a wealth of experience coming in, and it's going to be a bit of a clash because even though they're Caro-Kann players, both Jabava and Azoria, I think they play sometimes more solid lines within it. So within the Caro-Kann, they're not necessarily playing crazy variations, but if they're pushed to doing so, they'll have no problem entering it. But they tend towards the more positional, calm, strategical lines of the opening. And I think for the Indian players, they're looking to take. I mean, they see Azoria, they see his. He's not playing as much. He was really strong before, but now he's less active. I imagine they really want to test him in some of the sharper lines.
That's right. And this line, I mean, I look at the board here, all 8 pawns remain the only piece of trade with these light square bishops. So it's kind of a French gone right for black. You don't have a bishop sitting on C8 behind your pawn structure. It's been traded off. So here black can castle, but it's always nerve-wracking to castle when your pawn's on H5 because there could be some attack. And the center, not clarified. If white ever takes on D5, black is very happy. to take back with the pawn and get the knight out. So I think the tension will remain. And now the big question is, do you castle, or do you play knight d7, leaving the opportunity to castle queenside, but perhaps putting your knight in a square that it doesn't truly want to be on?
Yeah, I think it's looking like a very decent opening from black. The question is if you can castle without losing h5. I don't see an easy way for white to target h5. So my first impression is that black is solid and doing the right things, and we're gonna have a middle game, but without any sort of like crazy initiative for white or serious pressure.
Yeah, and I do like that Zviad is just making himself feel as comfortable, opening up some tactical possibilities with this rook against the queen here. So, for example, if white ignores things for too long and you take back with this pawn, just for argument's sake, you see the evaluation dip because there's a rook, there's a queen, so knight takes e5, and if you take with knight, queen can still take on e5. The queen is loose on d3, so that's why the rook came to d8, just to ask white the question: are you going to take on c4 with a piece? Because if you do take on c4 with a piece, then the d5 square is black's to occupy. So just a very interesting positional battle in the early stages here.
Absolutely, that's going to open up at some point, but the players are calculating all of the pawn exchanges that might happen. I was going to say one point about yesterday moving into today that people might be curious about. Christopher Yu still in the lineup, Robert. He had some good games yesterday, but he is lower rated than most members of the Unicorns, most members of the semifinalist teams. And do you think that the logic behind that is, hey, if he can get rid of some of his time trouble issues, he could have put some more points on the board, or just developing, the younger players on the roster? What do you think contributed to that decision, Robert?
I think part of it could be just availability. Christopher Yu is a kid, and some of the other players have jobs. Like Georg Meyer has a full-time job. Some of the other players may be professional coaches. I think Zoria coaches a lot, for example. So maybe he's just the most available. But to answer your question directly, if he can get rid of those time trouble issues, he is so strong. So he has great experience online. I'm going to bring up his game right now because he's playing against Vidit Gujrati here. And he can fight with the best of them over the board. But I don't know. Bortnik didn't have the most impressive showing yesterday either. So perhaps it just said Christopher may have lost that game to Yesipenko, but he was better. And Christopher may have struggled on the results, but his play was pretty inspiring. And right now with the white pieces, black has these double pawns here, both kings in the center. I look at this and I think black is doing totally fine, but then I see the eval bar off to the side saying, oh, it's slightly better here. And that probably has to do with the pawn structure, right?
Yeah, has to do with the pawn structure. It's also going to be a thing where, do I think white's going to try to play this like they're a little bit better? I don't think so. I think kind of like yesterday, like a draw for you. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to be a draw, but it's already slightly drawish. If queens are off, there's already positions resulting in games that would be very solid and probably lead towards a draw, just at least by evaluation. But yeah, I think he'll probably be okay with, he's not expecting to win every game. So he's just going to play normal moves, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's totally okay with a draw and we see some more liquidation soon.
And very quick play by Christopher. So that was his struggle yesterday. Today, it seems like he's a new player, instantly making many of his moves. He's up what's going to be a minute soon against Vidit Gujrati, who had a great day yesterday himself. India may have lost and convincingly lost to St. Louis, but Vidit went 2.5 out of 4. Now, he was completely dead in the water against Fabio Caruana in the fourth and final game, but he did beat Wesley So. He did fend off the other super GMs on the St. Louis team. So Vidit is in good form. And in this particular game, I think he's just struggling to come up with active play, because when you're playing the lowest rated player on the opposing team, I'm pretty sure that Vidit's thinking, hey, where can I try to outplay him? Can I try to get an initiative? And I don't see how you do that as black in this position.
No, and we discussed yesterday, Vidit's got a pretty solid, like he's not necessarily a solid player, but he's professional. He plays main lines, and it's not always like in his style to like play for a win as black for move one, especially when he's usually playing like really strong players where it's a fine result. I think this position offers a little bit in the form of like those doubled F pawns can be a little deceptive. Like as a couple more pieces get traded off, I don't think they're an issue for black at all. Like structurally, it depends on how it plays out, but sometimes that just might be more pawns towards the center. And then on top of that, he might be thinking if I can just hang in there long enough, and we get like, maybe you will get in time trouble like yesterday where we saw some like situations of like he had 5 seconds for the rest of the game.
Right.
But yeah, Black's gonna have to keep probably at least one rook on the board and avoid any further exchanges from that. But I agree that it's not much to play from. But also depends, I guess, on how ambitious white is, because a lot of players, they see those double F pawns and they want to bring that queen to h6 or towards the king and start targeting it. But sometimes that can backfire. It's a little more reliable than it might appear as a defensive formation.
It's an excellent point. I mean, the pawn f6 right now takes away this knight e5 jump, which would be great for white to open up the bishop. It takes away knight g5 as well. So it's not a problem, especially if the queens come off. Those pawns can actually be very useful. And even in this stage of the game with the queens on the board, it takes away key squares. So we'll come back to this game. I want to go back to the game between Daniel Naroditsky and Raonic Sadwani, because at the corner of my eye, I saw the position has changed quite a lot. So let's go here. Look at this position where Danya's knight is on h2. That's what caught my attention, but I didn't quite see the queens were off the board. And with queens off the board, there's no attack for black. And that pawn on e3 looks like it may have gone a little too far, Eric.
I completely agree. I was gonna say like Danya's fine at endgames, no issue there. He's a great calculator. But when he's got the queens on the board and he's attacking, he's a pain to deal with. Like, he puts out some great combinations. This kind of position, I'm not a fan of. I think e3 is a serious liability in endgames, and I think Sadwani's playing this pretty well. Just his paces might be a little slow. He's down a couple minutes, but I do think white is better and has that long-term pull where if you trade too many pieces off, that e3 pawn will just get picked off and it'll transition to a winning endgame for white.
He just took a pawn for free and the evaluation bar started dipping. And I didn't like that decision by Sadwani, because this is what Danya wants. He wants complexity, right? He wants it to get complicated. Here it comes. Here comes rook h8, and this pawn, the e2 pawn, is a little loose. So if we just go back very quickly here, I thought he would go knight e4. And after the trade, which is forced, there's a threat of rook takes d7. Rook c3 takes this pawn e3. The knight hits the g5 pawn. It just seems so easy to play white's position here because all your pieces are on good squares, and this knight on h3, it's not threatening. It actually can be captured at any moment. So the decision to take what seems like a free pawn, I believe, is going to backfire, because look at black's pieces now. The knight is on f4, very strong. Rook h8 coming, as mentioned. The bishop on g2 is useless, and there's no knight to capture on h3 anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely with that. And I thought, if you're planning game plan against Danya, you should know the kind of moves he's looking for, and you don't need to give him those complications. It just energizes him. But Robert, let's review the format once again for people tuning in.
Yeah, it was the 10-minute plus 2-second increment. So the time control is such where Raonic is getting down on time, but he can gain back on the clock with quick moves. Those 2 seconds added are very important for a speed demon like Raonic Sadwani. And just because Raonic is starting against Danya doesn't mean he's not going to face everyone else. He will, and Danya will do the same against the opposing team. So let's get back to the game here. The move h4 was played, and Danya says, I don't care. You can have my g5 pawn, because after pawn takes g5, he has to go knight to h5 to protect his other knight, but in comes the knight to g3. The e2 pawn that we keep talking about is weak. The rook can come to e5 later, snag this pawn on g5, and I really think that white might be toast here. This is the most Danya type of position you could ask for if you're the California Unicorns and their fans.
Yeah, and the clock's a big issue here. You got 2.5 minutes as white. You're trying to consolidate. You're up a pawn or two. There's no trades. The knight is offside on a5. It's going to take a couple of moves, but there's some mating threats coming at your king, and it's very hard to play quickly when that's the case. You can't just tell somebody to play fast when Danya's got a knight on f4 and moves coming in, and I think right here actually rook e5, knight e4. Oh no, you can't go knight e4 because of knight e2. That's a big move, and Danya played it right away. Now, he didn't calculate, what happens if white takes on d7, the hanging bishop? It doesn't take long to see. When you take on g5, there's no way to defend g2, and mate should follow.
Okay, so Rana, you mentioned the knight on a5 offside comes back into the action because it wants to take that e3 pawn. And the way I see it here, rook g5, knight takes e3. It seems like there must be some kind of tactic with bishop h3. So maybe just take here first and then play bishop to h3. That looks like a problem for white regardless.
Definitely does. I'm not sure if white would go rook g4 there and sack the exchange or go down a piece. It's probably, but yeah, I agree. The one thing I like about that what's happened is Raonic played that pretty quickly. I think he knows he's in trouble. And instead of tanking, he's just trying to get the best out of that. If he has to give up a piece for a pawn or two, he's doing that without, you just can't go down to 20 seconds in this kind of position as Daniel. And so at least I think he's recognized that he's made mistakes, which is already, not easy to do. And he's trying to get the best out of that resulting position. But he's admitted Daniel's attack is working.
Yeah, and right now Daniel's up a piece. The knight can take on g2, but we mentioned bishop h3. So maybe king f2 here.
King f2. King
or knight
f2
e4 he played.
Yeah, he's trying to get a better version. So rook g6, maybe king f2 anyways.
Makes sense to me to bring the king out here.
And there are 2 pawns for the piece. Unfortunately, though, it's not just an endgame yet. Black still has the initiative. Daniel's got 2 knights on the board. Daniel and his knights are going to be really tough to deal with, because that king is still exposed on f2. So I'm expecting knight d5, bring the other knight to f4, and play rook h8, rook h2 check.
Yeah, and yeah, knight d5 hits b4. Next knight comes in, and this just the attack continues.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you show knight d6, so knight d5 in this current position, this is what Daniel would play. He'd happily sack. Black goes knight d5, white goes knight d6, and knight h to f4. That's the kind of stuff I would expect from Daniel, where it's like, okay, rook takes a f7 check. I put my king on g8. No more checks for you. And how are you going to stop rook h2?
This is just crushing. I mean, it's going to happen.
It is, yeah.
Knight d6 played, which means that knight f4, and it's just done. These rooks are crushing.
No, Daniel's in his element. I know these Indian players are all very strong themselves and don't mind complications. But for Daniel, this was really the type of position he wanted. And you don't have to give him that. It wasn't forced. And the nature of his moves changed immediately. As soon as it got complicated, but Daniel had the initiative, he started playing faster, found all the right moves without expending much time, clearly in his element once he got that knight on f4, and that just seems so unnecessary.
Yeah, Don is in great form yesterday and today. He did lose that one game, but he has been playing very well, and he went into a King's Indian. It seemed like Raonic had the upper hand, and then he made that critical mistake. You do not let Danya have his pieces go at your king. That's what's happening here, and it looks like game over in just a few moves. So rook h2 can still be played. There's no way to defend this e2 pawn as this rook comes to g1. It's over. It's completely over. There might be tactics, like knight d3 check might also work.
Yeah. Daniel's winning this one. You're playing without that rook on c1 as well. It's going to be kind of tough to bring any pieces towards that helpless king on e1. But the viewers are in for a pretty finish here. When you got a couple knights circling around the king, there's lots of mating nets.
And there's nothing at all that white can do. I guess you can bring your knight back and he's going to bring it to d4, but then knight d3 check works because
exactly.
You're going for the checkmate, and knight d3 is just, it hurts. You don't even need that. It's just fancy, but knight d3, everybody, if you take rook h1 as mate, you clear the path for your rook along the second rank to stop the king from leaving. What a game. What a game. So let's see the finish of this one. It's going to be done very shortly, and then we can check out how the teammates are doing, because they should be later into their battles as well. But I think that after knight d3 check, taking a rook here, Raonic is just throwing in a few last checks, and the king comes to g4. That's a nice move, Eric, because if you went backwards, your king could get in trouble.
Avoiding any future knight checks.
And Okay, Raoning's gonna play this out. Maybe it's somehow not quite as easy as I anticipated, but it's an extra rook, so I'm not too worried
Yeah.
about Donna's chances here. And all right, so still in the first round of action, Danya brings his rook in. Are the other games heating up?
I would say, yeah. Azoria against
Okay.
Chitambaram
Let's go
is
there.
about to open up.
It's about to open up.
I think F5 is White's idea in giving up this D4 pawn. I could be wrong. And now Black's up a pawn, but the king's a little less safe. Knight F2. Azoria's been playing a good solid game and equalized and built the position up from that, but he's down to 40 seconds and White is committed to the attack because now White is down a pawn and can't really afford to go to endgames without serious concerns. So I expect this game to be a test of Azoria's technique and see if he can handle White's knight and the softer king on F7. I mean, that's definitely going to be a target for White. There's going to be some checks coming in soon.
Yeah, this F5 move forcing E5. The light squares are White's for the taking. That's a dark squared bishop. This knight can go back to E4 at some moment. So I'm looking at rook D3 because that also hits the H5 pawn. That's a loose pawn, and the king is going to be in trouble no matter which direction, whether it's from C4 or H5.
Yeah, the bishop on E7 right now is kind of a bystander in the position, and White's knight is only one square away from going back to E4 and being centralized, causing issues. So this is anybody's game, but Azoria's clock is a concern. I mean, you can be up a pawn, but if you got 10 seconds, king's loose, there's a knight circling in, don't have good feelings about that.
And queen E6 check. In comes the queen, and then this knight can also go to F4 and into G6. That's not out of the question. The knight's just going to be better than the bishop.
I like that. I like the knight H2, knight F4, absolutely. Because I mean, in Azoria's spot, you just don't want to see those kind of moves because you don't really have the time to like necessarily plan it out and stop a knight 3 moves away. So knight D3 maybe first, just to blockade the pawn, and then knight F4.
I guess he can also play queen C8 and just take this pawn as well if he wants it. But I'm not in the greedy phase.
So king F7 after queen C8, just because F5 is hanging. Then maybe you move your knight or something.
Yeah, maybe the king.
You don't want to lose F5. That's the one pawn.
Right. So Black needs to get this queen active. So some kind of get this queen to G4. Queen G. I love it. I love it. You're offering the queen trade because Black's up a pawn right now, and if the queen gets to G4 and into E2. And if queen E6 check, the king goes to F8 and the queen trade's offered once more. That's clever.
Yeah, I think that was a clutch move. I think that had to have been played.
And if queen G4?
Knight F4.
Oh, yeah, covered all the squares. No, there's no way Black can hold this with no time on the clock. Queen E6 check, knight G6 is happening. 5 seconds. Zviad's got to move. And you can even just take this pawn on D4.
You should take it. I think and just give Black a move. Like, what's Black going to do? Like, their king is in the line of fire. So give the move back to the player with no time instead of giving them an easy exchange or something they can react to, like a check even.
Right. I like the idea. So queen takes D4 played. C5, and now you could even consider queen D5 check. A lot of these endgames will be winning for White because the bishop is bad against a knight that can go to the light square. So queen D5 is tempting, but I would probably keep the queens on just because that king's on F7. Okay. So queen E1, I imagine, is idea to get to E6.
Yeah, E6 looks like a good square. Contain that bishop on E7. Don't ever let it get to D6.
White's now under 10 seconds too. This is a bullet scramble. And he trades queens because the H5
king
pawn.
F3.
Yeah, the
H5 is hanging.
King's in the box. That's the box here. And the king is inside of it. And now he just wins a pawn, and king can come to E4, pawn and G4. White's just winning. What a game here.
Yeah, I think White's going to go king there, C3, king D3, and then knight F4. Okay, well, knight up. That works.
Yeah, he's going to just push it, I guess. We need to make sure
Azoria
that
played fine this game, but I mean, the time situation, it was just an unpleasant position, and White got some pretty unpleasant pressure that wouldn't fault anybody for going astray with that little time on the clock.
Yeah, I honestly just credit to Arvin with that F5 move that we tuned in right at that moment. It's a win for the India Yogis, a big win, in fact. And just to go show that moment once more, because it's easy to lose sight of the fact that this position looked incredibly solid for Black. And you see the evaluation bar says, hey, Black should be doing fine. But then you see F5 happen and the king on F7 never found safety. I think this was brilliant play by Arvid.
Definitely. He seized the moment as soon as he got that. I mean, he didn't let it go, and that was that was a very, very good way of playing and putting pressure on Azuria. So key win, because like we haven't seen in any of the semifinals a team lead and then lose. Once the team has gained the lead, they've kept it and won the match. Right? Russia, St. Louis, like, so we're back to 1.5 with one game remaining. But these teams are very, very competitive, very close on paper, and whoever takes that early lead is going to be the big favorite.
Yeah, so this is a big moment here for the Indian fans, because you look at this position, Black seems to be the one who's trying to press here, but it doesn't look like you can really win. The bishop on E1 holds everything together. It's just 3 pawns per side, and look at Badur's clock. He's the one ahead. So I think that Black should be pretty happy to make a draw, even if you have the slightly better position. But actually, I love that move, because now you have to think, his bishop takes F4 a threat at some point. King up. Wait a second. This is actually, I would definitely take this knight at some point.
Well, Karthikeyan, we've seen him play yesterday. Aggressive player, plays for the win. He's not going to let white off the hook here. I mean, he's going to play till there's kings, or till he loses any sort of initiative that he has, despite having less time than Jobava. He's the one pushing here with the pawns on dark squares.
Yeah, and he is a great blitz player himself. So sometimes you see these players who are super strong, but not quite good in these bullet scrambles. I think that Karthikeyan is somebody who can handle it. And well, it's a trade of pawns. That's good news for Jabal and his defensive task, because the fewer pawns that remain, the more likely it is that he'll draw.
The knight's getting to C4. That's a little bit, it can be a little bit frustrating.
I did not like that move.
He didn't want to give the king the F5 square, and then knight C4 just maybe felt like he's giving up too much ground, even if it is a draw. But this is an extra pawn on the board. That makes a big difference in some lines. Knight C4, that's an ideal square for the knight. Hits B2. That's shocking to me. But
yeah, I know. It's not, you were right. Knight C4 was the perfect place. White's pieces were frozen. The Black king could then venture forward. And Jabal, 2 seconds. What are you doing? Badur.
Got to move. He's got to move.
Oh my gosh, he had 0.4 seconds when he made that move. But it's because he was nervous about this trade. And if knight G5, the king is going to have to come this way.
Yes, he's going to sack the bishop for the F pawn and go for these queenside pawns. So I think
knight E1 to D3. Good idea. And you take B2.
You can put the bishop on D4. That was nicely done by Jobava, and probably one of the flaws with putting the knight on E4 was, even when you win a pawn like this, the king can come in. This is a good practical choice.
Oh, and look, speaking of practical choices, look at this. King C6, trying to push that A pawn. It's not going to work. It's not quick enough, and Black can throw in this check on B4. But you have to be careful when you have 5 seconds left not to make some kind of fatal mistake.
Knight
3 seconds.
E6.
I love it. Okay. Going into the corner. This is a draw. I always talk about this. It's a wrong color bishop for the corner. So good understanding by Karthikeyan to avoid any issues.
Definitely.
Wow. Well, this match, the first leg here, 2-2, Eric, we were not deprived of fight in this one. It seems that Christopher Yu did his job by drawing Vida Gujrathi. We saw some real fighting chess. Danya Naroditsky wins with the black pieces. Chitambram beats Azuria with an F5 thrust that was critical. And then this draw we just saw, which came down to the wire. So, Eric, what are we in for here? 2-2 start.
We're in for a really close matchup. It's a really good sign for California that Christopher Yu starting off with a draw, just like yesterday, against the top seed of the opposing team. That's usually very good. I remember if our board fours are drawing board ones, that's just a good result. It doesn't matter if they're playing white or not. That's still a good result. Danya, that's like a very, very good game for him, and that's going to really give him some momentum for the next round when he is white. So that swing, Danya in his element, you holding, doing fine there. I mean, it's anybody's match. That's how I'm interpreting this first round.
It certainly is. We'll see if Vida Gujrathi with the white pieces can stir up some trouble for California. But right now it's 2-2, all on the line. We'll be back shortly for the second leg of this match between India and California. After a 2-2 start to the match, we are about to have the second round of action. The pairings are juicy this round, Eric. I'm really looking forward to it. Which of these four matchups is your favorite?
Oof, I think board 4, Christopher Yu versus Karthikeyan Morali. Both players aggressive, like to fight. Karthikeyan didn't matter when he was playing 2700s. He's going for the win with black and with white. So I expect that one to be a barn burner. And I definitely think India is looking, they need to score against somebody. And even though Christopher Yu is still playing well, it's only natural. Look, he's not a GM yet. There's a bunch of GMs and one IM. People are going to want to gang up on him, even if he's holding steady. So that, I think that game though is really going to be exciting.
I agree. And the other matchup I'm sure that most people are looking at is Daniel Naroditsky gets the white pieces this game, and he gets Arvind Chidambaram. That should be a fun one. Danya in good form based on that first game, and we'll see if he can continue that into the second round. But don't count out Vidit Gujarati with the white piece against Badur Jabawa, because Vidit may like calm positions. Jabawa not always looking to keep things so quiet.
Nope.
So that should be a fun bit of pairings. The games are about to start. I'm definitely looking forward to this second round here. The match so far been level, and as soon as I mentioned Danya's game, we get an Alapin variation of the Sicilian, which I love. Grew up playing this, but it doesn't always lead to the most adventurous chess.
No, we saw Danya play this successfully against Nepo, but I would say that's more as a result of a couple terrible moves in the middle game by Yan. The players from India, I don't know how much prep or if they are preparing, but this shouldn't be a surprise when faced against Danya. He has this in his repertoire. He's been playing it in Rapid and Blitz Online for quite some time now, and it does give white opportunities to attack, go for the king, get quick development. So Danya's signaling his intentions pretty early with this opening choice.
And interesting that Arvind is thinking at this moment, because you would expect this not to be a surprise. You said Danya plays this, and very quickly now he was choosing his variation. He knows his opening. He just was picking which exact line he wanted to go for, because after about spending a minute there, he then made the next 4 moves instantly.
Yeah, I think this is one of the main lines where white gets in queen g4 and tries to harass the king a little bit. You might not keep that bishop pair. There's some sort of bishop takes c6 coming in, but this is one of the more theoretical lines in all of the c3 Sicilian, and Danya's definitely knows, I'm sure he knows that line. So if Arvind can recall his theory, I am curious where the pressure is going to come from. But one other player in California who plays this line actually is Bortnik. From what I remember, I've had some games against him, maybe in Arena Kings or something. Plays the exact variation where you go bishop h6 and then try to bring a knight to e4 when you have the opportunity. And some double-edged play. Both sides will have weakened pawns.
And right now, Arvind thinking here, it's kind of scary when you're not entirely familiar with the ins and outs of an opening, and your opponent, especially somebody like Danya, is playing instantly. You're like, wait, there's a queen on g4. I know bishop h6 is coming. Can I actually hold off the attack? So if you take on, let's say, try not to ruin your pawn structure, take this way, bishop h6, bishop f6. Wait, does knight e4 work? You have to calculate that. Okay, my bishop can maybe take on d4, but it's easier to say this when you don't have the repercussions of your moves. But Arvind's saying there's like, I can't let my team down. I don't want to blunder on the next 3 turns. So even the recapture on c6, this could be an absolute game changer depending on how you capture there.
Yeah, he remembered accurately, because if you do take with the queen, that's a mistake. I remember that much. You spoke about a feeling when you don't know an opening fully. That's the feeling every day, Robert. When you're playing these guys, that's how I felt my whole PCL experience. Is everybody was more booked up.
I know that feeling for sure. And one of the keys to this position is the queen can come to e7 in the event of an eventual knight e4. So we saw it in some of the games yesterday. For example, Raunak Sedwani, when he was playing against Leonard Dominguez, that queen was on a7. It was all the way on the other side of the board, not helping the king. So keeping the queen closer so that it can help protect the bishop will be important. This knight can go to d5, and oftentimes having a pawn here, even though it's isolated, is a good thing because it can take on d5 if white says, I don't want your piece to stay there. So let's go away from this game for the moment. It looks interesting. We'll keep our eye on it, but the other games have started. I see that Vidit and Jabawa have begun their game, and this was a Slav where black takes on c4. This is one of those tried and true openings, and they can be really, really fun if the board state heats up. There's some piece sacrifice lines, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll be curious to see how this one goes.
I was gonna say in the game Azori against Sadwani, something looks like it's gone wrong for black.
Okay.
Looks like a good accelerated version for white in terms of development and putting pressure on, and that would be very nice. Zviad's coming off of a loss, tough loss. He didn't play poorly, just the way rapid chess goes with the initiative sometimes. And you know, when you get substituted in for a match like this, there is a bit of, you know, your team's relying on you. They're putting their faith behind you, but like, you know, you do want to contribute and put some points on the board. And in this game, I think he's got a good position to work with. I think you can scope pawn hunting.
What was this move? Queen e8. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And that's why the position looks bad for black, is Queen e8 locks in your rook. So what Azori is like, let me just push my pawns forward, keep doing that. Now bishop a3 is a threat, and you went Queen e8 to e7. You lost precious time here, and white just well ahead in development. So all four minor pieces developed for white. Black's queenside not participating. And we have a few more moves here. But then there's the d5 square for the knight. There's the b5 square for the knight, heading into squares like c7, d6. Or you can just try to trade here, because if black takes, you're very happy to take back with this pawn. That's a protected pass pawn. This looks amazing for white.
Definitely. I'm curious if queen b7 or knight d5 is played. Both of them are tempting. Knight d5 is just to like correct the structure, maybe get a pass d pawn. It looks pretty annoying to deal with. But Azoria is definitely in the driver's seat, despite Raonic has 10 minutes on the clock. And he often does that, and it's practical, but his position is not good, even though he's playing like it is good.
Wow.
So that might be fooling Azoria a little bit.
I didn't even notice that, but he has more time than he started with. The b7 pawn is hanging. I wouldn't take that. I didn't even realize it was on pre at first, but there's some kind of knight d4 worries me. So I'm looking just straightforward, move knight d5, but that's why Azoria is sitting and thinking is perhaps he can get away with stealing this pawn, and if he can, might as well start eating. Yeah, this is I don't like the look of this for black, but then again, I don't study this King's Indian from the black side, and Raonic does.
You can't give a couple moves away usually, so this would be a very special case to play queen e8, queen e7, queen e8, and 3 of your first dozen moves. That seems like it's asking to be punished. I think knight d5 is a fantastic move, and some of these positions look terrible to me. Like if black takes on d5, they're already busted pretty much strategically. For sure. After cd5. One thing like to note is like some situation like bishop takes f3 here, bishop takes f3, knight d4, and now just queen b7. These kind of positions, white's not afraid of the doubled f pawns because that actually solidifies that pawn structure. There aren't many pieces left for black to use to actually attack white's king. And yeah, d6 and d7 is just going to be pushed.
Yeah, easy plan. And as you're saying, the king is very safe on g1. You don't have any attacking pieces. So one of the reasons why queen takes b7 could potentially be risky is, in addition to rook b8, knight d4, if you get some sort of position like this, it's getting really sharp and tactical because this bishop is staring down the line here. There's already tension between these bishops. 4 is a bit loose. So that's what I wouldn't want to see if I were white. Whereas after knight d5, you can't get away with knight d4 because you lose a piece. After knight takes, bishop takes, knight takes d4, now our bishops stare at each other, and my knight is protecting the bishop. So if you take my knight, I win your bishop for free. Take my bishop, my knight saves itself by taking your bishop anyway. So that's what you're doing here, is restricting black's options. And now Raonic is thinking, but Eric, it might be a little too late to start thinking at this point. Not that he's lost, but his position is not good.
Yeah, you don't want to take on d5 as black, but in order to avoid that, moves like rook b8 or queen c8 or something that is very tough to stomach is going to be required. And I think that's what he's figuring out right now, because if you take on d5, you're conceding that the opening was a mistake and that you're going to have to grovel. It's already inevitable, but pick your poison. Take on d5 or play a passive move like queen c8, rook b8, or queen b8, actually, even queen b8. Some moves that
it pains me.
But the benefit is if you don't take d5, black does have a decent pawn structure. So there is a justification to play some very passive looking move. It's still up to white to prove this knight on d5 is worth it. And we are seeing rook b8 on the board. So he's asking for Zori to show it.
Yeah, and bishop d6 looks very tempting just to kick that rook out of b8 so you can win the b7 pawn. But you are correct that the c4a2 split, if somehow black can keep the material and get a few moves, just let's say white has to spend some time doing something less aggressive, then black structure is better. I agree with that. So we'll see how Rana continues. He's going to start thinking. We have all 4 games in motion here. I just want to pull up the game between Christopher Yu and Karthikeyan, because you mentioned that as a potential battle. And after the move queen a4, the queens may come off, but there's that Catalan bishop. There's still plenty of life even once the queens go.
Yep. Well, looks like Christopher's playing some pretty mainline stuff in most of his games, and even in this one. I don't play this line, this queen d6, queen a6 maneuver, but in case people are watching at home, they're like, it's a lot of queen moves in the opening, or kind of neglecting some development on the queen side. This line's been trending recently with some decent results for black. So it's playable. It's playable. That's these days there's a lot of maneuvers like this that have become popularized and justified through even some of the engines out there and modern trends.
Yeah, I don't think queen a4 is the move I've seen. I think a4 instead, just to try to get your knight to b5 is an option, but I don't know the ins and outs here. I think there's like some queen sacrifice games where Hikaru, maybe against Nisapianu.
Yeah, like he lost to the World Cup there. I'm curious here after knight d5. They just traded queens, and when I see an opening when somebody does queen a6, queen a4 is not my natural reaction. It might be his preparation, because there's something that tells you, let's punish that queen on the side, let's target it. And offering queen trade's not targeting a queen. There's other pieces that can harass a queen much more effectively. So this is a bit of a more tame way of playing it as white, but maybe white's just saying, hey, like, black's going to have issues developing any further pieces now. You can't go knight c6, bishop d7, b6, can't touch almost anything. But knight d5, what do you think about that, Robert? It looks like my idea is, hey, if you take on c4, I play pawn to b5 and fork the 2 knights.
That's not a tactic you see all the time here, but that is pretty funny and it can take advantage. So I like the move knight d5. I think after knight d5, white probably should retreat the knight from the rim to c3. And even if white doesn't regain the pawn right away, there's always going to be this pressure down the diagonal, and the c4 pawn can be captured. But I'm with you. I mean, knight b6 is a possibility. You can try to keep that pawn. I've seen people do this before, saying you're just not getting the pawn back. You have to use all your forces to come after that pawn. If you play a4, I'll play a5. I'll be able to handle that.
Yeah. Well, I think it's one of the only moves left, because let's say you don't do it, and let's say you, I don't know, play c6 or something.
Yeah.
After c6, knight back to c3.
Mm-hmm.
If white can take c4, they're just going to be better. This is exactly what white wants when they play this opening. Good bishop, rook e4 is going to come, nice center. White's going to be significantly better.
I agree. I'm completely with you here.
So there is white's threat is to go knight c3 and take c4 and just collect with better development and a better center.
Christopher, you're proving time after time to be such a good player, but I look at the 5 minutes and 8 seconds. That's the biggest problem. That's what's been holding him back in these matches. 5 minutes is plenty of time, I would say, but it's only moved 10. And with Karthikeyan, it's 7.5 minutes. The position is still quite rich. So the game will continue. Christopher will fight. I'm just worried about his time management. But let's go to a different game for now. We have all 4 games going on here. So let's see which one. Oh, I will have to refresh real quick as Things just
The
pause.
game between Danya and Arvind. Danya sacked a piece there, Robert.
Yeah, what is
And
this position?
I was hoping you would tell me.
Um,
Well, you got
rook
two
G6.
pawns. I don't mind the sacrifice. It looks like there's rook G6, which doesn't necessarily do everything, or does it? King F8. Probably we shouldn't allow it. Bishop F6. If I'm playing black and I'm playing Danya, got a minute. This is the correct move to play, regardless.
Yeah.
Like, you have to trade pieces immediately. I would love to get a knight to d5 to block the d pawn from pushing and bring the knight towards the king's side, because there's still not that much material on the board for white. So I don't believe Danya's necessarily done this because he thinks he has a winning attack or even like full compensation. But there are two rooks on the board, some open lines, and seeing the clock situation, there's ways to provoke blunders from black. But I don't believe it at first glance.
No, it should not be sufficient for even equality here. The time situation is what's keeping Danya in this one. I'm going back to that moment because I was curious how it happened. Just F6, and I wonder if this was an idea that Danya overlooked. F6 and G5. It looks very strange, but the king is tucked away in the corner. So after F5, you get what looks like a big attack, but he took on C6 first rather than taking on E6, which would have netted you the 3 pawns pretty much immediately. And now it is 3 pawns for the piece, Eric, but black is coordinated. The king doesn't feel unsafe here anymore. It's not like white has that many pieces left. So I like black's position. I like white's time.
I think Danya has, I agree. I think Danya has to find something right away, because if black gets in the move, knight d5, pawn to h6, like, white is in serious trouble. Very serious trouble. That knight coming to f4 and just like stabilizing everything. I think Danya's like, he might be looking at pawn and d5 to jettison the pawn, to open up lines for the rook. Because the knight going to d5, that's going to be big problems.
That's a good call. I actually really like this move d5. It's, you often see people do this when the knight's going to get an outpost, but without defense of a pawn. You give up a pawn to open up lines for your rook, so you can kick that knight when it tries to go to d5. So now the knight is getting to d5. White has 4 pawns for the piece, Eric. That's a lot. But unfortunately, knight d5, knight trying to come to f4. This queen's trying to come in the attack. Make queen f5 right now. Just bringing pieces over to the king side. White doesn't have attack, but black might.
Yes. This is black sacrificed the pawn to get the initiative back, and it is interesting. 4 pawns for the knight should normally be good, but I have a bad feeling about this. I know that if Danya was playing black, he would love the position with the potential of all those open lines against white's king. There's something's a bit off here. Like, again, the knight on d5, it's going to be the winning piece if black wins this game. That's going to be the X factor for Danya. I mean, I would feel a little more comfortable if he could trade off maybe 1 pair of rooks. Because yeah, if you get towards an end game, 4 pawns should be enough to have like good compensation, or even more. The way the pawns are, it's not really like you have connected pass pawns, which are worth a lot more than, you know, a pawn here and a pawn there. But I like the way Arvind is playing this, Robert. He provoked g3. Now f2 is soft, and there's ideas of knight f4 coming in.
Right, this pin.
So tactically, this is very tricky.
Yeah, you would like to play f4 to shut down the f file, but then this knight can just take you on f4, I believe, because this g3 pawn is pinned. So you have to be really careful in these positions. He plays rook e2.
I'm concerned about white's queen being boxed out. Let's say move like queen f5 right now.
I like
Queen
it.
f5 and their knight f4, etc. is a threat, but you can't move your rook. Well, it just depends where you go, but like, I'm just trying to take away all the squares from white's queen.
Yeah, that's a good idea, but 29 seconds for black, so this is getting tricky. He does attack this rook. This piece is not hanging. Reminder to everybody, that is a pin on the g3 pawn. You have 1-2 defenders, only 2 attackers, so that's why you can get away with knight to f4. And where's this rook going? I think you want to stay on the e file, but I don't know where. I guess, can you go rook up to e3? I'm worried about the f2 pawn. That looks scary.
Rook FT3, there's knight G2 with queen F2 and queen F1 mate.
Oh
I
my
think you got to go rook
gosh.
E1.
That is so beautiful. Queen F2 and the king, no matter where it goes. I mean, that is just such a sick tactic. So your point is that you need to avoid that and play rook E1 because in knight G2 now you can make a draw, but my king can just escape and you don't have queen F1 check. That's really, really important. So, wow, knight G2. Daniel will see that.
He will see that. After rook E1, I'm curious what black's gonna do. The knight on D5 is really good, and you only play moves like knight F4 to like follow it up with like another attacking move. Oh my, wait. That move doesn't look right.
yeah,
And he's immediately played queen F5. The rooks are disconnected. That spells trouble.
No,
That's the, I mean, it was very dangerous as soon as the knight got to F4. We called that a mile away, but here queen F5 and he played that immediately. There's knight H3 threats. It's not just queen takes E4, knight H3. If you go rook C7, threatening queen H7 mate, I think knight H3 is the finishing touch.
Same mate you just showed before, king G2, queen takes, you take the knight, and then this queen F1 is made. So this looks like it's just over on the spot. Danya started with a smashing victory with the black pieces, but he's going down in this game. And Arvin is not here to mess around. He's playing some great chess in this game. He fended off the initial wave of attack from Danya. He then won a piece for several pawns. And even in his own time trouble, he's found great move after great move. This is over.
This is over. And I'll pretty much say, like, at first it looks like White was attacking, but a couple moves later, and this is a position I'm sure Daniel would much rather be on the other side, where Black played a couple accurate moves and had a long-lasting initiative with these rooks on the F and G files, the queen, knight, all coming in. It was more fun for Black, and the real issue with that is Daniel's time advantage dissipated because the initiative flipped, and you couldn't really leverage that into any sort of blunders or anything like that, which was the initial plan. You sacrifice, you're not gonna get full compensation, you get an attack, and hopefully you make your opponent's life harder.
Yeah, I do love
That's
this
been
queen
happening.
E7 move, by the way, because the game is continuing. It's not over just yet. And
But
if you
look at these moves from Black. He's finding them with less than 10 seconds per move, and they're all very accurate.
yeah, the
They're
queen
all
now,
extremely precise.
it's just checks everywhere. The F2 pawn is still hanging. I think Daniel wanted him to take on F2 because then Daniel would have sacked his queen and just made the life difficult for Black. Just show that really quickly here is that knight takes F2. I think you have to play queen takes F8, and then at least you get this knight on F2 and you can fight on, because sometimes queen versus rook is not winning for the queen. So good.
We might see a queen F8.
You
The
have
problem
to.
with okay.
Oh, this queen H1, queen D1. Oh gosh, queen D3. It's mate. Then the rook comes to B6 when the king comes out to. It's just mate.
Yes.
Queen there.
I thought that was a really
Wow.
really good second half of the game by Arvin. I can't fault his moves one bit.
Wow, and just such a nice finish there. Unfortunately for California, that is a loss for Daniel Naroditsky. They will hope that Badur Jabawa can hold off Vida Gujarati. But when I see this position, Eric, look at this bishop on H7. That is not a good piece. You have to watch out if you're white for sacrifices on E4 with either piece at some moment. And this D4 pawn is also loose, but so is C6. This is kind of messy, but it looks good for white at first glance.
Yeah, well, if there's some end games with the bishop on H7 is the reason why Black will be losing. Like there's a serious threat long term that Jobava's bishop could be a poor piece in the end game, and that's probably getting him to take a little more time than usual when contemplating a queen trade, because that's going to be a bad bishop, and White's bishop will be active. There's going to be long-term pressure on C6. It's one of the drawbacks of this line that it can happen, and you sometimes even just sacrifice just to get out of that situation. I was looking at what you suggested, which is interesting and critical. Queen D2 and bishop takes C4. I think that's totally critical, because I think Black would be happy if White if the line just ended there. But there might be some in-between moves. Here, there seems to be some compensation, like knight E5. It's a funny looking move. Well, just because you're not taking the bishop, but like, I'm just not sure if White should go for the rook for two pieces. So I'm trying to find an alternative.
Yeah,
Knight E5 here.
I was just going to show it's hard for us to evaluate this type of position where white has the rook, the 2 minor pieces and for a rook and 2 pawns. So it's an imbalance. It's hard to exactly judge. That's why Eric was looking, and we might see this. Rook takes d4, traded here. So he traded on g5, but this looks worse for black than before. Right? This is.
Yeah, there's something, you lose a move here. What is it? If you go rook e to d7, white can throw in rook c8 check and like knight f2. Well, it forces a piece to go to g8. And this is a worse. This is big troubles for black.
And one more thing is that if you ever play g6, white will play h6. Whereas when the pawn was on h6, you could play g6 to try to open your bishop. A piece sacrifice. So what's he going for here? Because if you
I think he did that out of necessity. I don't think bishop g8 is a move you can play and expect to hold against Vidit. He's doing this out of desperation, out of necessity, and he's hoping that he can collect g4, e4, a bunch of pawns, and not be forced to play these passive retreating moves like bishop g8. So after f, let's see what's happened.
King f3 you have to play, I think.
King f3 you have to play. Unfortunately, it's also the most natural move. And then you might be able to play a follow-up of like knight f6, knight e5. Even here, yeah, this bishop on b3 is actually quite useful defending d1 because I want to trade pieces off. So knight f2.
Yeah, knight f2 looks great. The bishop covers d1. You're offering a rook trade. You're offering a trade of knights. So it seems like Vidit should be handling this. It just looks scary because the king is on f3. So even after knight f2, there could be like a rook b4, and maybe the attack continues if this knight gets over to e5. So it's not over just yet, but Vidit clearly better. Oh, 95 check first. Okay. And where does this king go?
Just a side development while we watch this game is
Yeah.
Christopher Yu is winning against Karthikeyan. By winning, I just mean up 2 full pawns with no compensation, but they're in an earlier stage than this game between Vidit and Jobava.
And Vidit has 12 seconds, and he tried to go for a checkmate. Jobava stopped the checkmate and brought the knight to attack the rook at the same time.
I like the counterplay Badur is coming up with. He's definitely making life difficult for Vidit to consolidate, but I find it hard to believe there's enough here.
I'm pushing these pawns. I'm going g4. There is step 1, and the king can actually come up to g5. I could see black winning this game. I know people don't want to hear
I'm talking about white's king going to g5.
Oh,
king g3, king. That's
no, here comes the black king. And knight f3. No, I mean,
I get what you're saying. I probably would lose this as white because you're
2
up a
seconds.
piece and you're, yeah.
He takes on h5, and then this pawn can come to g5. King g5. There it is.
That's a nice move. That's a nice find. Because the knight's going to get to f4, and that's a pretty good square.
That's
so
actually
now this is going to cause. Now the structure gets. Yeah, we wanted to keep those pieces on the board. That was a good sequence by Vidit.
I really think if he didn't play knight h3 check there, he's going to lose. That was a great move by him. His king is still a little caught, but he can trade rooks, as he just did. He is up a piece for just 2 pawns. And if he can establish his bishop on c4, the game is probably just over. But that's why Butter put the rook down.
And I don't think he will get that easily. That's a good move.
Don't play g5 because you lose b6. King f6 back. Wow, this bishop's just bad. Oh, check. Ooh, he missed check. He could have taken the pawn directly.
But yeah, as you said, get the bishop on c4. It's still, people can still mess it up a little bit, like, because at some point black is going to stop defending b6 in order to push their 2 passed pawns and king and rook. So at some point black's going to go here, king g5, king f4. You can't hold on, like, well, Vidit's converting this very nicely.
King e5.
This is actually just,
it's over.
Yeah. That was a very nice conversion.
It's just, and the thing is, sometimes you can sacrifice the rook for the bishop and hope your pawns can outduel this rook, but the king is too close if you take here. And if you don't take there, you lose f5. And if you lose f5, you have no chance. So it looks like Badur is just going to flail a little bit here, but it's lost.
All eyes are going to be on Christopher.
Yeah, Badur is just trying his last few things here. A5 falling, all the pawns are going to roll. Bishop f3. 3 seconds. Okay, don't lose on time. These players scare me when they get down to 1 second.
It's fun to do that though.
King e3 and rook h5, rook h1 would
There's
be
some
mate.
adrenaline.
Bishop f5. Okay, this also should work just fine. See, I thought he was going for some kind of triangulation. I just wants the pawn mate.
Oh, yeah. I was expecting the mate as well, but this works.
Don't let g2 happen because the bishop was pinned for a second. Yeah, this is 2 extra pawns and going. So the other game is still going on here with Christopher Yu.
He's about to win, and that would be his biggest win that we've seen.
Okay, let's. Oh wow, he's just completely.
Like this, it's a completely winning indeed.
I feel like there are some possibilities to mess up positions like this, but oh my gosh, nice move, giving up the knight so that the pawn can go, and now just push it, and then put your knight on f5. That's. A king e2 should also do the trick. Nice. f5, you take it, and now yeah, when you can't take it, that would be a draw. So you have to go back, and then
king, yeah.
Wow.
Oof, just as Vidit wins a tough game against Jobava, the lowest rated player in the field takes down Karthikeyan. And was that 4 decisive results, Robert?
It was, and unfortunately for California, only Christopher Yu could win a game for them. The other 3 boards were in favor of India. That means that India goes out for a 2-game lead here, thanks to Arvind, Raunak, Vidit. They all win their games, and Christopher Yu keeps California in the match, because if they lost on that board, Eric, it would be all but over.
Definitely, and I'm just. That was some good chess that round. That was we weren't able to catch some games. Simply that, like Azoria against Adwani, for example. We'll have to maybe take a look after the break.
Yes, but for now, we're going to take a quick breather. When we return, the second half of this match between India and California begins. You will not want to miss that. The India Yogis took that round 3-1 against the California Unicorns. And it was this game in particular that we were focused on early. Eric, it seemed like Zviad Azoria, he had the upper hand. The opening didn't really go Raonic's way, but he played quickly. And I guess the complications were not met accurately by Azoria. So why don't you take us through this moment here where it seems like Azoria won some material, but it wasn't that clean.
Yeah, it ended up being pretty messy, and I guess Sadwani was counting on that when he was playing quickly. So knight takes c4, black doesn't move the rook, would rather take a pawn and a minor piece for the rook. So we move forward a couple of moves. This isn't easy to convert, but objectively, white is up in exchange. And I think one of the issues here for Azoria was just trying to contain the knights for black and the pieces pushing. Like, he tried to trade pieces off. That's what you're supposed to do. He managed to get the bishops off, the light square bishops off, but afterwards those knights ended up being too much to handle.
And look at Raonic. He understands that when you're down material, you don't want to trade. He keeps bringing his knights away from the trade. And here the bishop retreated. He goes back. It's like, let's make a draw. We can repeat moves. And then f5 happens. So when I see this position, Eric, I'm looking, is e4, the d4 square will still be under black's control. The rook isn't making its presence felt like it should, because that's white's extra material, whereas black has a knight and a pawn, which seem much more relevant in the current setup.
Yeah, and he was still doing okay, but it was definitely a tough conversion. And Azoria did decline a repetition midway through that game, and in the end cut his queen tangled up. But that, and we'll, if we move forward a couple moves, we'll see what happened. But it's already, as you mentioned, that rook on d1, what not effective yet, and black is using the rest of the pieces and putting serious pressure on white's position.
And he resigned after you said the queen is tangled up here, can't move. He goes knight c2, but after knight c2, he just resigned because you lose this pawn c4 with check, which means you lose the knight on c2. It would just be a lost situation. So that's an unfortunate turn of events for the California Unicorns. The next round is beginning. So we'll pull up the game here that I see between Karthikeyan and Naroditsky. Very early stages. If you're a Danya fan, you know exactly what you're seeing. This is a King's Indian defense. And Danya won the first game with black against Raonic Sadwani. He looks to do the same, but Karthikeyan is such a strong player. And I think he'll take a more solid approach than Raonic did.
Maybe, I'm not sure that bodes well for Karthikeyan. So he just came off a loss with white against Christopher Yu. And part of that is I don't like his opening choice, trading queens off against Christopher. When Karthikeyan's a sharp player and likes the aggressive chess, the last round didn't go well for him at all. He lost the initiative and actually got ground down by Christopher Yu. I think here he's going to be a little bit out for blood. Not saying he's going to take unnecessary risks. He's playing white, but he might be regretting his choice from last game to offer an early exchange of queens, because it did backfire and he ended up suffering the entire game in an end game.
And Danya is coming off a loss himself, so I'm sure he has some aggressive intentions, excuse me. And he was knight a6. He can play c5. He can play e5. So both players just waiting to see how the game will continue before striking. And white has what you could ask for in a position like this. You have the typical setup, 3 pawns in the center, and then black is the one who chooses when and where to strike back, whether it's e5, whether it's c5, whether you toss and move like h6. Danya is well versed in these openings, so we'll see how he continues. I just saw that another game has begun. It is the game between Azoria and Vidit. So let's head over there just to catch the start of the game, where this opening is one where white takes on c5. Black's queen came out early. I'm not very familiar with this, but Vidit clearly is, considering he has all 10 minutes of the clock. What is this?
I think it's going to be some sort of Maroczy structure, and Vidit has something prepared there. I want to discuss more like California's down by 2, and this is the round they have to make something happen. And when you're looking at their team and their lineup, and I'm looking at Azoria, who's 0 for 2, but playing decent games, he's got to be incredibly frustrated. And I think this is a moment where India is going to try to take advantage of that, because he's 0 for 2, and he just lost the game where his opponent was playing suboptimal moves in the opening, blatantly, but getting ahead on the clock and posing tactical issues. But that last game was almost like a blitz game where Sadwani just played for complications, practical play, got himself in opening trouble, but got away with it. And that's incredibly frustrating when you know how much each game counts. And that Azoria, yeah, he lost his first round game when he played totally pretty okay until the very end when he was low on time. We'll see, can stabilizing after that, it's very hard. So I'm curious how he manages to handle this game, even though he is a veteran and experienced. 4 games goes by really quickly, and you're 0 for 2, teams in the hole. It can go from bad to worse very fast.
It's a good point, because one of the most annoying things as a chess player is when you're playing well and then you're still having bad results, because like, I need to change something. If you blunder a bishop on move 15, like, okay, let's just not blunder that piece next game. It's easy to get over that. But when you're like, I had the best position possible, my opponent handed me all the space I won in exchange, and yet from there everything kind of went wrong and I collapsed, then you start questioning yourself. You're not sure if your judgment calls are correct. And right here in this game, Vidit played an opening that just says to Azoria, you're not going to control most of the space in this board. I am in this Meraxi bind structure, and bishop can come to G2, you can castle, you can put your pawn on B3 at the right moment. It's just not fun, in my opinion, to play these positions as black. And I think that Azoria is not thrilled to be here down 2 minutes in the clock.
No, Vidit can like hold the space advantage and just put slow pressure on. That's definitely yeah, not what Azoria would like. And I think that's already happening. White's going to get in B3 castles. Maybe this is some prep or a structure he knows, but I like the choice a lot. India is in the driver's seat. They do not need to take any risks whatsoever. And yeah, the last round, it would have been a 4-0 sweep, but Christopher Yu scored an upset. So they must be feeling very good. We do have all 4 games live now. The final one, Yu against Chithambaram, has just started. Chris Yu might be one of those guys for California that does play for a win this game. When he looks around, he's like, I gotta do more than just impress people. I gotta win again.
And he's being invited to play for a win here, because look at this knight c6, the knight's tango, where you say, I'm going to develop my knights, but that allows white to push pawns. So this is a risky opening choice by Arvind here. He may be feeling it. He's liking the team score. He's feeling good about the position. But this knight on c6, Eric, that's not really where it wants to go, because you typically want to strike in the center, and your knight blocks that pawn's progress from c7.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to throw white off here, checking how much they know about this variation. Although it's not that uncommon that players would be unfamiliar with it. So we'll see. But his last game against Danya, really key game here. So I I think he's feeling very good, and he's is that 2 blacks in a row, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he's feeling good, and he doesn't mind playing this less common opening. Maybe he just wants to play a chill position and let you dictate the pace.
Yeah, it's relatively non-theoretical, at least not so much as other lines. So we'll see how this one develops. I'm gonna go to the game between Jabawa and Raonic. You said chill. I'm expecting this game not to be chill. So here we are. No, it's pretty calm for now. But both these players, they love a good clash. And for Jabawa from the white side, you need to score it in a game like this, where Raonic Sadhwani is a great player, but Badur has white. He has the experience, and right now he has his queen and bishop lined up on a long diagonal here, and it feels like black struggles to come up with a plan, whereas white can throw an e4 at some moment. White can throw an a4 at some moment, whereas I'm not entirely sure how black is going to make progress here.
That's fair. One of the strongest attributes for Sadhwani, though, is in a position where he can't make clear progress. He doesn't take a lot of time. He'll still find a playable move. He's rarely ever in time trouble. He's just a very practical online player, which last game just typical, like won a worse position, played it like he was better. And so in this position, as long as he like doesn't tank too much, eventually the pressure is going to be on Jabava to make something happen, and that's when he will start the counterplay and the difficult moves. So I think he's going to wait around. He's a very practical player. He's going to just make sure he's not hanging anything or giving Jabava any sort of initiative that you'll like. And when Jabava needs to take that extra step in the position and play e4 that you mentioned, well, that gives black targets, particularly the d3 pawn. So it's a wait and see game, but I think he's playing it as good as possible.
And look at the last moves from white is queen a1, knight moved, queen back to b1, and bishop f6. So I don't really understand what Badur just did there. Yeah, he moved his queen back and forth. It wasn't very useful. It kind of reminds me of what Jan Nepomniachtchi did yesterday against Danya, although that had much worse consequences when he went rook c7 and then back to c8. So the position is fine for white. I'm just not impressed with those last couple of moves. Let's see how the other games are going. Danya against Karthikeyan here. It's deeper into the game, farther along, and I see the eval bar is going up and up for white.
He's just down a pawn here, right? Knight g4 and g3. You can go g3 right away as well, because if black plays g5, you still have knight g4. Something's gone wrong here for Danya, because even if Danya wins the pawn back, like Danya's down a pawn, but if he somehow wins it back, look at the pieces on the board, look at the structure. You know, he needs to play for a win, and there's very limited material on the board, and white has a very compact, safe position to work from. So it's a very uphill battle here, from what I can tell.
And it happened right around here where the knight came to d5. This knight is pinned here. If you move it, you lose your rook. So the rook came to d6 to defend the knight. That was attacked twice. Takes, and just knight takes e5. So this might be some kind of theoretical sequence, but Danya wasn't able to get his pawn back. He went knight c5, castles queenside, which threatens this rook d8. And after rook e8, now he's just down a pawn. So something here did not go right for Danya. He'll need to study his theory. And for Karthikeyan, it clearly was smart to challenge Danya, challenge his knowledge of this particular line, because he's escaped a pawn.
Yes, that's definitely not what Daniel was hoping for, playing the King's Indian to be in an endgame, a pawn down. And I think we're going to have to look at some other boards for California to put up points for this round.
Yeah, let's see this one here.
There's just very little to do there.
I saw there's a knight on b2, and I was wondering how exactly this happened. We left off right around here where white was developing, and another queen a4. So something about the India Yogis team, they make these queen a4 moves to trade queens at unexpected times, right? Queen a4 is not necessary here at all. I would have probably castled.
And they were both times they were bad moves.
Yeah, it doesn't seem necessary at all. I understand you don't necessarily want to see b5, but this allowed b5, and the knight hopped in here. And
yeah, when your opponent plays b5 and your goal is to stop b5, then you know you messed up.
Exactly.
They still do it anyways, and it works, which it does in this case. Zoria is playing a very energetic game. It looks like all of his moves, like they meet the eye test. Like black is, that knight is causing troubles in white's position. White's not castled yet, and black's about to open up some more lines that he takes b5. It looks fun for black here. If you can get in d5, you'll be super happy, because you can want to activate a couple more pieces.
Right. And Zoria, as you said, he's 0 for 2. So this is a very important game for him. We just look at the boards for each side, just quickly to remind everybody that Vidit doing well, Chittambaram doing well, Badur Jabbawa, does he really have 2 points? I didn't even notice that he is. That can't be right.
No, because we watched him draw against Karthikeyan.
Yeah, those are not right. So we'll get clarity on the points per side here, because that looked like California was in the lead based on that. So we'll get our numbers correct, but either way, Christopher, you right now, Arvind played a questionable opening, and it still looks pretty nice for white. Look at this pawn chain, connect 4, and the bishop pair. The bishop on c1, Eric, not the best piece right now, but later you can castle, play f3 once your knight goes out the way, and you can slither this bishop around. So I really like white's chances.
Yeah, I guess it's a race. Black's going to try to activate their light squared bishop to d7, e8, h5. White wants to get pawn to f3, kick that knight out, and then start gaining a space advantage with the bishop pair.
I guess you can just play rook b1, b4. You can just start pushing. The e5 square will be white.
Arvind is feeling confident. Look at the time. This, even though white has a good position coming, these can look scary when you start calculating as wide and rook h6 or rook g6 and g5. Chris has to make sure he doesn't get in time trouble because that's the easiest way to spoil this. Um, and he might be a little concerned about this kingside initiative. I don't know.
All right, so we'll see if Arvin's extra time will do him wonders. Christopher, you struggled yesterday on the clock. Today, he's doing quite well, and he makes this move knight e5, which at first glance looks impatient to me, because if you double the pawns here, in the long run, this could be very good for black, and the knight on e4 still strong. There could be an attack. So I'm not the biggest fan of this, but there are times where you just plant your bishop on d4 and enjoy your bishop pair.
Well, let's look at the line knight takes e5 and rook h6, because I think black was going to go rook h6 and g5, and that's what prompted Chris to immediately act in the center. He was worried about, maybe because if he was playing black, he knows how he would attack. Like, he's an aggressive player. I think he can relate to what black's doing here. And a lot of attacking players don't like to defend as much, or they like to come up with active counterplay. And so yeah, right here, take on e5 and play rook h6 with queen h4 as a follow-up. Simple as that, because I'm not sure if white has time to play f3.
And he plays rook h6 first, not minding that he may have to take on c6 with his pawn. And the queen, oh, that move was not approved of by the evaluation bar. I think it's just take here and queen h4. Don't mind if I do. I'll sacrifice a piece on e4. You can have that knight. I'm going to go and take your h2 pawn. Your king has to go here. Then I take your e4 pawn. I move my bishop. In comes my rook. Now, this is terrible for white.
Oof. Yeah. Well, we know exactly what black's trying to do, and I think he does as well. This is scary and rapid. This is like a case like, yeah, maybe objectively white, they play all the right moves in the right order, they will consolidate the bishop pair, but you don't have the luxury to take all that time to figure it out. And in the meantime, you know your opponent's going to play rook h6, queen h4. It's intimidating, and he probably has already slipped up here. And it's up to Arvin to find the key move, knight e5 first. I think one thing about black is they didn't take on e5 because maybe they're okay with knight takes c6, b takes e6, because they maybe would think then they can develop their bishop to a6 quickly, which I get that logic. Whether it's good or not, I'll have to take some time, but I think that's why he didn't take on e5 yet, because he wanted white to initiate.
And I don't criticize castling very often, but as soon as Christopher castled, he got in trouble. So perhaps not castling was the way to go. And if you are new to chess, or if you're just somebody who likes to attack but neglects their king safety, do not listen to this moment here. But castling actually allowed black's plan of f5, rook f6, rook lift, sliding over to g6 or h6, and that was what got him in trouble. So maybe he could have delayed his castle for a turn, so he wouldn't have had to be so concerned about the impending attack.
I think we're about to see queen h4. It's hard to believe that won't be played. And then h3, knight g5. It's,
yeah, g3, just sack, of course, and then you have queen.
well, just the way Arvin played that last game, I'm buying his stock. Like, he's finding the moves, he's feeling good. Beating Daniel with black is going to give anybody a big confidence boost. And here he knows exactly what he's going to be doing. He's going to play queen h4, knight's going to move to g5, and then it's starting to maybe sack on h3. So the initiative hasn't stopped, and surely it's not what white and Christopher Yu's aiming for when you're playing this opening, is to give black an initiative.
Just everything seems easy for black. And queen g3 will hit the e5 pawn as well, and for good measure, in addition to sacrifice on h3. So I just don't even know if Christopher has a move right now, and he's going to think. Let's check out on some of the other games to see what's happening. We'll come right back here.
Yeah, I was going to say which one you want to do. Daniel's game, still down a pawn, but his opponent's getting into serious time trouble.
Oh, wow. Wait, this doesn't look that bad for black, because if you think about the extra pawn here, it's an isolated h pawn where you can put a rook on h8, and 28 seconds. Karthikeyan has to move.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
It's a weird kind of time trouble. I can relate to it, where you just shouldn't be in it and there's no excuse. And that looks like it to me here, where white is probably spending too much time looking into end games and figuring out if they're winning or not. Like, there's no like tactical pressure on this position whatsoever. You shouldn't be in time trouble, but he's probably overthinking it and figuring out, look, I'm up a pawn, but how good are these rook end games? Is that h pawn worth a full pawn? He's probably just thinking about things he shouldn't be thinking about based on the amount of time he has.
I suffer the same thing and I get in time trouble all the time needlessly, but you have 12 seconds and Danya is one of the absolute best blitz and bullet players on the planet. So I wouldn't be surprised if Danya wins this game because let's say we trade rooks here and then rook to h8. I move my bishop, which attacks h2. Then I put my rook on h3, attack a pawn in the light square. This could get out of hand quickly and white could lose their pawn advantage. And rook 8, I like that move. Just trying to bring your rook away. This rook can now come, he brings his rooks to the starting squares, but there's problems on both sides here for white.
Yeah, I think you trade on the A file as they've done, and you don't mind. Rook A2 is not as dangerous because there's knight C2, and your rook gets trapped actually. Oh, potentially, but like it gets covered for the meantime. So
Right.
C5, I like. There's this idea you could go knight C2, knight D4 in certain positions, centralize here.
Great move, rook A5.
It is. So king B4,
And rook B5 and
rook
bishop
B5
E6.
check and bishop E6. Yeah.
Now rook A2, you have no knight C2. So he invited the king up, which sounds good in endgame, but it's going to be difficult for white to defend all these pawns. The bishop comes to E6.
I think it's key for white to give up that H2 pawn and then play rook A1 and get their own counterplay. Because if they play passively, Daniel's going to punish that. But if you just release your extra pawn and just play it like a normal position, white has some good aspects. The king is centralized. The knight has some deep squares. And this is good. This is a good choice by Karthikeyan because he was about to get punished for being too passive.
I'm not one to criticize Danya's speeches very often, but this move, rook takes h2, for all the reasons we're talking about, it was not necessary. What's white's next move? This pawn is weak, you can capture it next. So allowing the rook to a1, which is what Karthikeyan wanted, that seems like a mistake. And so Danya...
Oh, definitely. This is now swung back in white's favor because rook a7 is so easy and so natural, and you can't really stop it. If you play a move like, and the knight on c4 is tremendous at covering key squares, d2, b2, e3, e5, d6. It's not, this is once again looking good for white. If you go rook f2, I'll still go rook a7 and take on b7 and play knight e5 in the end, and c6 and f7 are both under pressure. The problem is this is giving white easy moves to play. Your opponent's in time trouble, but these moves are too easy to play. He's gonna not be under as much pressure as he would have been with the a file shut off.
And what can black even do here? Because rook a7 is happening, you're losing this pawn, and knight coming in d6 to help out. So it feels like all of white's next moves are easy. So with a 2-second increment, you're going to see that Karthikeyan will build up to 10 seconds, maybe 12 seconds eventually. And that's trouble for Danya, who's in the think tank right now. And I'm keeping an eye on the other boards.
Jobava is winning against Sadwani, clearly winning.
Yes, indeed. Queen to e4.
Izoria is much better against Vidit. So this is a huge game for the standings.
Oh my gosh, it looks like Izoria's crushing Vidit.
Yes, there could be 2 points for California up there, but Christopher Yu's under serious pressure and Danya's under serious pressure. And they can't split this match. This has to be a win.
I do like Christopher Yu's last couple moves though, because after queen here, if bishop b2 and you try to take this pawn here, all of a sudden queen c3, rook e1, look at this bishop on the diagonal here. This could be big trouble for black. So I like that Christopher Yu's fighting. He still has a minute 30. He's doing well enough in the clock, but we're going to go back to Danya's game because the pieces have been traded. Just to show how that happened, we saw bishop e6 take on c4, and Danya's hoping here that he can hold this, but I don't believe he can.
No, I think this is a lost rook endgame, just straight up lost. And the problem is it's not hard to play for white. You know you have to push your pawns. Black's going to push their pawns, but white's pawns reach there first.
Okay, so that's scary. So king f6, go rook e8, and then his rook. Okay,
now the c pawn is only 2 squares away from really queening.
Right, and his rook's in the perfect spot. So rook f1, he'll play. Don't play c7 because there's check here. It's winning for white.
Absolutely.
There it is. Game over. And it was because Danya took that pawn on h2. That's the reason he lost this game.
It is. I mean, he was playing from behind the whole game, which probably was difficult to deal with. But yeah, the take on h2, white looked like a nervous wreck. Got down to 10 seconds, didn't know what to do. Once he stopped defending the pawn and got rook a1, new life into the position and has converted this pretty effortlessly.
Yeah, now it resigns because you're getting a queen and black will have to sacrifice the rook for it. Vidit somehow survived.
That's another missed opportunity by Azor. He's got to be kicking himself.
he's playing so well in terms of his moves. He just can't win.
Yeah.
Something's happening. So that's 2 bad results for California here. We'll see if Jabawa can convert. Well, he's getting a queen, so can't stop the queen now.
Yeah, you're gonna go like queen e5 and then e8 mate or something.
Yeah. So Badur at least strikes. And how's Christopher Yu doing? He has 34 seconds remaining.
I don't think he's doing well because it's such an annoying position to play with so many pieces on the board. Like the position needs to clarify because there's 2 bishops, but it's a close position. And you know what move is going to come at some point? 94 is going to like, at some point, the queen's going to go to like c3 or something. And there's going to be like there's some nasty 94 at some point to open up everything, or knight takes h3. It's just like white doesn't have easy moves to find because your bishops are blocked by your own pawns. Whereas black has sacrifices at any moment that could rip open the position. And so it's just much easier to play for black. So I'm a little.
Now that you say that, Eric, I think you should take it on a4 because then you can bring your bishop here and at least attack something by bringing your rook to b1. Because by keeping the position so closed, black's pieces can keep moving. This bishop can slide to h5. Maybe there's a sack on f3. You mentioned 94, which looks pretty good. The rook on h4 here is active. Queen h2 at some moment might end up in the checkmate. So I just, yeah, it's hard to play.
F4 was a threat. Black might play f4. I liked queen e1 last move to try to run the king or trade off the queens. F4 makes a lot of sense because then you can take with the h rook and then knight e4. So that specific line, f4 and then knight e4, it's easy to miss.
Oh, that looks brutal. And he plays it, of course, Arvin. Oh, and somehow the evaluation bar is not sure, but now it's going back down. It clearly loves black's position. If you take with this rook, your knight e4 move, or even a sack on f3, bishop d4. Okay, there has to be a sack, right? Take
8 seconds. I wouldn't take on e3 because white's going to pre-move that. I would move something that keeps attention. So
bishop e8.
Although there's a move rook takes h3 and knight takes h3, that's scary. Bishop e8. Bishop e8. I agree.
Just like pass the turn and then threaten bishop h5, bring more and more pieces into the attack.
100%. Yeah, I agree. Bishop h2 should be played. Bishop e8, sorry.
Rook h2 is really interesting, though. I like your sacrificial ideas because that might just win.
It might. It's easy to say from here to just suggest throwing pieces. So
bishop
I didn't
e8.
calculate it, but it might work.
He went bishop e8, which is just, I mean, you know, you can't move as white. So rook takes f4, knight e4 coming, or sack on
Yeah,
f3.
so is bishop e3 what he's planning on after rook h takes f4? Because you can just
1
take
second.
on f3. Oof.
Okay, play bishop e2 to defend, but not queen h2, queen h1. It's mate, right?
Well, the bishop can go to g. Queen h2, king of. Yeah, I'm sure it loses.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen h2 is really annoying. Knight e4, and then yeah, knight e4. Yeah.
Oh, queen h2 now.
Oh,
You
the
boss.
king is put it. Oh, you're in a. Oh, queen h2, knight g3, and queen h1. That is nasty, Robert. He doesn't play it.
Wait, but this actually gives white chances.
It does, and that knight was worth everything.
Bishop e3. Oh my gosh! Somehow white is still in this game. So
White's
black
still in this game.
is up a pawn. It looks like.
Black, yeah, the bishop on e8 is going to come into g6. This should still be pretty bad, but
there's no checkmate.
Surprised. I agree.
No.
I agree.
And the queen can come to a5. Like, all of a sudden, white's pieces are free, and under 10 seconds, push one of these pawns to the queen
This
side.
might decide everything.
8 seconds
If you're
for
playing
black.
black, trade the queens. If you're playing white, keep the queens on. Try to get some counterplay on the queen side.
Oh, I do not like that move c6.
Well, now the pawn's on the wrong color. Things are locked up, and that
Yeah.
makes the task much easier.
Yeah, I really did not like the move c6 there. You needed the opportunity to move your queen out over this direction. All right, sliding his queen forward. 6 seconds for black, 8 seconds for white. Both
The
probably
nerves.
nervous.
Yes.
I think you have e5 with bishop c4
Bishop
and then bishop
f7.
f7. Okay. Gotta go. Queen c3. If d4 is queen c4 check takes a4. So you want to go after that a4 pawn somehow. Oh, he made that move with 0.8 seconds left. Both sides in immense time trouble. What do you?
So in terms of material, black's up a full pawn and has the right structure.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
Oh, bishop e3 check. Bishop e3 check.
It's you
And the
win a
rook-
pawn back.
oh,
Yeah.
Rook
but then
D1
move the
as
king,
well. Okay.
Queen check and then E4.
Oh, that's really nice. E4 looks good. That's a problem.
You should be able to get your pieces in.
Queen E1 is coming and you can't stop it. Oh, Queen C3. And the Queen F1 check. That's so nice.
So if Queen C2, Queen E1 check, King
Mhm.
H2,
And then Rook F1 would be
Yeah. that's
Mate.
it. There's no
Wow.
perpetual ideas anyways. The pawn on E4 would block some sort of like long range checks.
Rook H1.
Okay. You're familiar with that.
hey now, buddy. Oh gosh, wow, that was a wild game. Arvind is coming up huge for the Indian team. I mean, that's a game that California couldn't afford to lose, and it's not quite the match, right? They're at 7.5, 4.5. But if we look at the standings, or the results, I should say, from just this game, here we see that Christopher Yu loses, which means that India takes it 2.5, 1.5. California needed Azora to pull that one off.
They needed that. They need pretty much everything to go their way, and one win's not enough. So, I mean, pretty impressive, this Indian team from top to bottom. They're all contributing.
They really are. So we're going to take a break. When we return, we'll see if California can just stir up all the necessary firepower they need to win 3.5 points out of 4 games in the last leg here. This is the 3rd place match of the Pro Chess League. Jumping straight into the games of this fourth and final match of the third place match between India and California. It is Daniel Naroditsky. It is Vidit Gujrathi, everyone's favorite duo. Eric, in the start of this game, we saw a Petrov declined, and instead we get a 4 knights. So you don't see this every day at this high level.
No, you definitely don't. But the match situation calls for experimenting a bit. Even when somebody's at their A game, Vidit is very well prepared, and you enter some of those lines and you just might not get anything. So I like Daniel's decision here to mix things up. I do expect Vidit will know what he's doing. He's not taking too much time yet, but I think you got to score 3.5 points. And looking at the team, Daniel's got to be one of the guys.
They need him in this position. He's deliberating. Do I block with the bishop? Do I block with the queen? Because you think if I trade queens, I'm going to have a harder time winning. But I think queen e2 is an objectively better move, because if we get queen e2, we get our bishop trade. The king can take here, and the queens are going to be traded, so the king is not unsafe. And if we trade queens, d4 is falling. White has more space. White is better developed. The black queen side has a hard time getting out here. So I actually like White's position.
Completely agree. And that would be, queens can be off, but you can still have a very good position to work with. And that almost looks forced right now, looking at the positions. Like the idea that White's going to recapture on d4, have a centralized king in endgame. That looks like it's almost, you can't move your knight if you're black right now. You have to take on d2 or trade queens.
Right. And you trade on e2, and you're going to have to trade on d2 next. You don't have a choice because the knight is under attack. So bishop d2, king d2, like we were looking at, and you can allow White to take on e7. I don't know if that makes too much of a difference, or actually if that's even better for black. I think it's worse, because if we get into this position, you get rook e1 with check, and the king is not going out to d6. If that works, I'm shocked, because the king on d6, I'm looking at knight g5, I'm looking at knight e5, even knight takes d4. There's a king on d6. Just because there are no queens on the board doesn't mean you're not going to get mated and attacked. So I love White's position in this game.
Yeah, and the amount of time that it's taking to find moves, he's definitely not too familiar with what's happening. Right here, very interesting. Do you think Daniel's going to play pawn at d6, or something like rook to e1, or because there are a few attractive options? I like White's position.
I think I'll play rook e1, because when you're playing someone like Vidit, do you really want to give the pawn and then prove that it's going to work out? It's just an objectively good-looking move. But rook e1,
well, he's sacking a pawn with rook e1 anyways, but I get exactly what you mean.
Yeah, like if you take here, there's bishop c4, and then you can't castle. So your king, rook e2, rook e1. This just feels like it's too easy to play for White.
Daniel's gone d6.
Okay. He proved me wrong, as he does time and time again. And this pawn's not going anywhere. This bishop stinks. I love White's position. I can only say it so many times. Oh, a6, just to stop knight b5.
Bishop f3, rook on d1, rook on e1. Great position for White. That's all you can ask for.
I wish when I played against super GMs, I could get positions like this after 12 moves.
It's true. It's true. It's a good opening choice by Daniel. It's when you look, it's like California needs 3.5 to half, but these are very evenly matched teams. It really shouldn't be out of question that any team is capable of scoring 3.5 half on a given round. It wouldn't be a huge upset. It shouldn't happen every round, but all it is similarly matched players on paper, just one team winning that round's matchups. But it's not outside of the question. The one team where it's really hard to do that against is St. Louis. That's because you really are an underdog on every board. But here it's Christopher Yu has won a game with black. Danya is pushing here, and then it's Jobava or Izoria. Both have had good positions. Badur's coming off a win. It can happen. We've seen far more crazy things.
Yeah, in Badur's position, he's playing against Arvind, who is a perfect 3 out of 3 thus far. So he has his hands full in this matchup. Arvind Chittambaram has been the best player for India, and would love to make it a perfect 4-for-4 to win his team the match. But as these games continue, I think Badur should be in his comfort zone. It's a French defense. It isn't quite the Caro-Kann that we're used to, but very solid position for black in the early going after the move h5. Is he just going to start pushing his pawns, Eric? He needs to win.
It's a good G5. Is that what we're talking about?
Is
Yeah.
black's next move? It's white's turn, but is black going to play g5 next?
I think if white allows it, yes. Yes, you will go G5, G4, but that then white's move is very critical. Do you play bishop D3 so that you can meet G5 with some sort of bishop takes F5? But G5 is definitely asking to be played because you want to undermine the knight on F3, then D4 gets very soft. Plus black can actually just play G5 or G8. And when you get in G5, G4 as black, you also take away white's ability to harass that knight on F5. And that's a really, really good knight on F5.
That's true. And my attention was just caught by the Azoria game because look at this. Bishop takes h6 was the last move by Zviad. And looked like black was playing normal moves. And then bishop takes h6 is uncorked. And we've seen tactics like this and that Leonard Dominguez, Radek Sidwani game yesterday. If you take on h6, well, the queen's coming f3 and two pieces in a row. They're not protected, so white would win back the sacrifice piece. Black's king side is so open here. So I don't think you can take back on h6, which means this is a great start to the game for Azoria.
Yeah, I think taking on b2, you definitely don't want to weaken your king with all your pieces, like your queen offside there. I was looking at the move before he played, and I didn't think he would go for it just because you don't always look at that move. But I think what he was looking at was queen f3, and he realized queen f3 you can do maybe some d4 hangs in some variations.
Right.
And he wanted to improve the move order, and this is a bit more forcing.
Exactly. He also just doesn't allow black to escape and keep this h6 pawn. So just for the fact that this is a rapid game, this is really good news for Azoria and California. It's a tough position to play for black. White's a bit ahead on time and seems to have the easier position. So let's go back to Danya's game, just because I want to see how he's doing against Vidit. Still looks so good. Black is up a pawn, but the pieces have no squares. So Danya can just try to inch forward, make move after move that improves the position. And I just don't see what black's going to do here.
No, there's a line in the anti-Berlin that is kind of similar. I've played it before and actually overpressed as white, but usually it's just white playing for a win or a draw. This is definitely a push for Danya. And he has to be very happy with it, but there's still a bit of work to be done. Like it's getting to that point. He's played G3, Danya, that is. You can maybe play A3 or B3. A few moves from now, you do have to come up with an actual plan. How do I get rid of that knight on D5? Like it has to lead to something, because even if you win your pawn back, at what cost? You usually want to win more than your pawn back when you play this position. And he's got to be scanning the position for resources, and it still needs some work needs to be done.
Yeah, it's a good point there that you can make all these waitings A3, G3, bishop G2, but you need to actually do something after that. Black is pretty solid. The extra pawn may be lost at some point. For example, knight C6, it might be time to part with that extra pawn, and white will have a little advantage, but not the most convincing. So this is a position where perhaps Vidit with good play will be able to hold. Let's keep going around the boards, just because every game is of the utmost importance. And well, Jabal went for G5, G4, and it looks like Arvin just developed with a bishop on D3 and said, your pawns are overextended, your king's in the center. This helped me, didn't help you.
You said Arvin's 3 out of 3?
Yeah.
He's playing this great, and I strongly dislike black's position. I think the way Arvin has played it perfectly exploits what's happening, where the bishop can't go to G7 because of maybe knight C5, but like white is just letting black create weaknesses, and usually there's an advantage. Black plays G4, you gain space. But white's configuration is really, really nice, where as soon as black takes on E5, the D4 square is going to be available, and the knight on B3 is ready to jump in, and the knight on C2 is ready to go to D4 or to E3. I think he's just developing normally and saying black is going to be left with too many weaknesses. Like you can't actually play this aggressively on the king side without being punished. I think that's the argument here. I mean, right now Joao would just sacrifice the pawn.
Yeah, and let's point out bishop takes A6, free pawn. You can then put your bishop right back on D3, and that just shows how bad black's position is. That you don't even need to take that pawn if you don't want it. Black's king is in the center. There's no attack. And this is bad news for California. And the other games looking very interesting. I see that Ronak Sedwani and Christopher Yu. This is the type position for Christopher Yu. People need to win games. From the black side of things, castle on opposite sides of the board, open C file. This knight could come to E5 at some point. You have to watch out. Just don't fall for this checkmate. That's the one thing to look out for, is the queen and bishop in a line. And even if you win a piece, you lose the game.
Yeah, this is definitely a game where Chris is going to have to come up with the initiative, because the end games are not going to be good for black with the pawn on d4 that is isolated and blockaded. I do like white's position. The knight on e4 is probably going to stay there for quite some time. It's not easy to really kick it out, because f5 would be weakening the king significantly, and white can still like go knight g5 or something. So he's walking a fine line here, but it is a double-edged position, and for the match situation, that's what you want. But it's easier to conduct white's attack. I see h5 coming as a next move to pry things open. So black's going to have to play knight e5 or something pretty quickly, because Raunek is a very sharp player and loves playing with initiative.
Yeah, it's like h5. You'll have to play g5, and that frees up the f5 square again. Not now, because there's checkmate on c2, but it's just the position is being opened, and whose king is going to be worse. It does look like black is in more danger. So I think that it's the type of position that Christopher wants, even if, queen f4 check.
Queen f4 check. I was going to say h5 I like, because you can't play g4. He plays g4 anyways. But now after h takes g4, I mean, black's up a pawn and forces the queen to awkward squares, and the knight can go to e5. I don't believe this attack.
I don't either.
Now we know though Sadwani often plays slightly dubious moves and still gets with it, because he's fast. He backs it up with counterplay. So this isn't surprising to see from him.
No, it's not. And we'll come back to this board. Have to hop around. It looks like Vidit, the super GM that he is, gave back the pawn to isolate white's pawn, then hopped the knight out to f5, offering a trade of rooks. The rook on e3 is under attack, the pawn d4. I think that Vidit has seen the worst behind him. Still plenty of life left in the position. It's going to be a blitz scramble, but we'll keep on going around the games, because Jabawa's position is looking worse and worse. Instead of taking a6, Arvin took on f5, and there's a pawn on e6. That's a passer. There's a rook behind it. Black's king is still going to be in danger. No, this ain't it, Eric.
No, Arvin is playing very classy chess. I'm very impressed. Strategically sharp, converting well, and just feeling it like this. Jabava's a lifelong Caro-Kann player, has wins against the best players in the world, and he's looking bad. He's looking in rough shape here. He just straddled with weaknesses, and white didn't give black any counterplay. Like it's nice. I mean, what can black do here? The king side is frozen. You want to blockade the e-pawn. But like, there's no king to attack. Like, if you're gonna play g4, h5, just to not push it any further, there's probably some moves in the center that you could have done that would have been more helpful. I mean, it's because white's pieces don't need those squares. They're centralized. They don't need to be on the king side to guarantee any sort of advantage. So this looks really, really dreadful. Queen d2 probably coming.
I think you have to play a move like knight e7, but queen d2 just puts pressure on the bishop. White would prefer that black took on f4 versus white taking on g5, because if you take on g5 now, even though the attack isn't that scary, this pawn comes to f4 and you have an army of pawns. So the blockade on f4 is important. I'm with you. This is just really bad news for Jabawa. The game between Danya and Vidit, I just saw the d4 pawn is gone, but there's a knight on f6 threatening the bishop. This b7 pawn's under attack. So at least it's not just a symmetrical pawn structure. I'm just not sure if Danya can realistically.
Well, Danya's down a pawn right now, and he can win it back, but that rook goes to d3, knight goes to d4. I will say, like, if Danya was playing this middle game against any other player on that roster, Danya's offering a draw. That's how uncomfortable he is. Vidit handled that ugly position very well. And it's not an easy position to just like, he just like didn't force anything. got his pieces out. Like that he showed his class there, because Daniel's position looked very promising from the opening, but there was no panic from Black, no time trouble, and slowly but surely unraveled without feeling any sort of pressure, despite the position looking kind of ugly.
Well, if I was critical of Georg Meyer yesterday, I'm going to have to be the same today. I think that was a poorly timed draw. For I understand that the position, it's not going to be winning for white. Vid is playing super well, but now all your other three boards have to win. And to be fair, the position was probably just a draw over there with Vid and Danya, but now I don't know. It's too much pressure on the teammates. So it was just great defense by Vid. That's really the story. But I do think that offering the draw makes India's life a little bit easier, even if the remaining games are complicated, including the Jabawa game, by the way. I mean, that game, I'm going to pull that up here. Jabawa somehow has made it spicy.
Jabawa has made it spicy. Karthikeyan has offered a draw against Azoria, trying to clinch the match. I don't expect Azoria to accept that.
Offered a
draw
right, here?
Jabawa's bring the king out to h6.
Wait, Black offered a draw in this position?
Yes.
Just no way. There's no way you ever accept a draw here, right? Like Queen G4, you have to take on E5, I imagine, and take with the Queen on E5.
Do you take on D4? Okay, you take on E5. Yeah, sure.
That just don't blunder your rook in the corner. That's an important thing to note. But if I just play rook C1, I mean, isn't Black has all these problems everywhere?
Yeah.
So
Azoria's doing well there. Jabawa has to hold, and Chris Yu is pushing Sadwani. He's on the better side of this.
For sure. I mean, there's a rook on B8, A3 is hanging. This pawn can somehow California do this, and he wins in all three games. So even though Jabawa played what looked like a dubious line, he's fighting. He has a chance.
He's definitely fighting. White's position, if you the classical game, maybe you find some sort of breakthrough. But at first glance, looking at the king on h6, I don't know how to get to it. That is not, that's a pretty sturdy king. And Jabawa's playing quickly. So he might know he has a bad position, but he knows that he can't afford to get in time trouble, and he'll let his opponent figure out how to target this king on h6.
And I like rook h8, king g7, h4, something like that. I mean, the move g3 invites h4. What's the material count, by the way? Black has 6, so it's 6 on 6 here. I guess it's even
it's 6
material.
on 6, and the problem is you got two knights competing for the same square. Knight on d3, knight on c1 seems a little unnecessary. So there are ways for Jabawa to make a comeback in this position.
This is just wild.
Despite how ugly it might look to people, certain pawns, he's making it a mess, and there's chances where you can't count them out yet.
Yeah, we're going to keep hopping around from game to game, but I like what Badur is doing. He's also up 2.5 minutes on the clock. King G2 played clear. Let's double rooks in the H file. That's bad news for Black, because I don't really see a way to stop it. The bishop can't get back to E8 to help defend. If you play rook H8, I mean, the thing about this is rook H1 is pretty easy to play, and down goes H5. Still a fight, but that's not what Black wanted to see.
Yeah,
Rook
Arvind
G8.
is he's not phased by this.
Oh my gosh, he played rook G8 because of rook H1. He's gonna play H4. But Badur is just playing such complicated, tricky chess, and usually tricky is used as an insult. I mean, as the highest compliment.
So should you consider sacking an exchange here as white? Take on G5, take on H4, and then if King G7, Rook H5, if King G6, Knight E5 check.
Ooh, okay, so King G7, Rook H5, but then I don't. Then I have King G6 maybe, so I force your Rook up to a square where maybe I can just attack your Rook.
Yeah, I guess there's no G4. Like you might have to move the Rook back. So maybe King G6. I'm just trying to find a way for white to sacrifice back.
Oh my, okay, I'm going to quickly take us over to the Christopher Yu game against Raunak Sidwani, because that position has changed a lot and looks like favorably for Raunak. Pieces are coming off the board. F3 is about to be lost. And if that's the case, then it's going to be even material. And Azoria, he's still fighting. He's much better. He doesn't have that much time, but he's better on the attack here against Karthikeyan.
He's been better in almost every game today. So he doesn't convert this, he is gonna have a tough time sleeping.
Queen
Queen
takes
takes h5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jason, the knight d4 is coming,
Knight d4, queen e5,
and then I was
and
gonna
then
try
knight f5 anyways.
exactly. Yeah, you can have that one check on h2. I'm not so
So
concerned
queen
about that.
g6, queen g6. That's accurate.
Right, that's a good move, and yeah, I think that white is still decided to prefer, and I like that move given the f5 square. But black, at least the king is not getting checkmated. So
Black might be able to play bishop f4, e3, and
oh,
liquidate.
nice find.
Because
Nice
if you don't liquidate, knight f5 is going to hurt you, but might just be a little too slow.
Well, he's definitely a little too
E3.
slow on the clock. That's clear, and that's
E3,
been
E3 is a big move here. That takes away white's winning chances, because if you lose your f2 pawn, you're stuck with double g pawns and an a pawn. Yeah, that's just not much to work with.
great move though. G3 just to try to keep more pieces on the board. If e takes
Take on-
f2,
yeah.
don't take. Move your
No.
king up to g2, right? Like you can't give up that knight. That's your only hope at winning the game.
It's just the bishop can park itself on g5 now that there's no f pawn.
Oh, now I'm just taking it. It's just the draw on the spot. So it looks like California's chance. Oh, he decides to go back. All right, he figures he can't get in too much trouble this way either. But I'm looking at the various games here. Jabawa still trying his best. There's a king on h3, and his opponent's 9
What
seconds.
is? Can you go rook f2 and bishop h3? Bishop f1. Sorry.
Oh gosh, I think so.
But that's like, stuff is crazy here. I have no idea what's going on.
That looks pretty convincing. The king is actually safe on h7. Rook f2 is huge. Yeah, no, that's it. 5 seconds for white. So Jabawa, he tried to be a hero. Unfortunately, the rest of the players couldn't quite win their games, it seems. But he's winning. And
Wow.
he wins. Wow. There's Jabawa for you. And Christopher Yu's still fighting here. He's keeping as many pieces on the board as possible. He's just down on the clock, though.
Yeah, he's down on the clock. He has a more fun position to play. White's king is definitely a bit weaker, but hard to imagine. Maybe knight c5. Now you have knight d7 coming.
Oh,
And
gosh.
although I don't know if white should trade away the knight, still gonna be tricks. Chris can definitely push this position a little bit. Black's definitely better with the safe king.
Well, it doesn't matter in the end because Izoria has drawn his game just to flash the final position. Karthikeyan holds, and that means that India officially is the 3rd place team, thanks to these 2 draws in the final round. So this result changes nothing, but it does change a little bit for Christopher Yu. He'll want to win this final game against Raunak, and hey, Raunak wouldn't mind beating Christopher as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Chris can take a lot of positives from his 2 matches. He had some draws against the top guys, got a win, a signature win, and he was just in a lot of games, just competitive. Yeah, that's just like against these GMs, that's just a very positive sign. Don't be surprised to see next PCL, maybe a new title by his name.
Very true. And Christopher Yu, he really did play such good chess. And for California, it's Izoria's results, not his play. His results is that's what held the team back, because he had great positions game after game. He had Vidit on the ropes, up a clean pawn. His knight was hopping around. Vidit's pieces couldn't really move, and yet he only drew that game. And even this last game, right? He was much better.
Mm-hmm.
He was pressing, and yet sturdy defense by the Indian squad made sure that Izoria was the low scorer. What's happening here? 3 seconds for Christopher. Okay,
he's don't flag. The draw's not the end of the world if that happens, and I like that he's playing for the win, but it's always a sour note when you flag.
And that was a really brave move to play, because knight c5,
very gutsy.
There's bishop d4 check first. That's really important, because if you take knight d7 wins this piece, it's check. But if you play bishop d4 check first, you
bishop
save your
d4,
bishop.
king d3. It might be white's idea to trade anyways.
But then you take this. Okay, wow.
Just to trade more pieces. Yeah, I don't know.
It's tough to find this with 3 seconds of your clock. I would not have been able to play king e7. Wow, he just takes that pawn. He's really playing well with no time on the clock. Okay, so who's better here? One side had to win.
Black's king. Black's better because of the king,
King's going up.
but not really anything. Like if I had to pick a side, I think it's a dead draw. But
Right. And I'm trying to see if there's like any weird mating nets.
now that I see Chris's clock, if he doesn't figure out a way to trade pieces right away, now his king is in an awkward spot. So maybe there's some risk.
Yeah, it looks like you can just check back and forth though.
Can you go king f2 and then bring your king to g4, and then if rook g3, king
Oh.
h4? Since hey, you can. Okay, he went this way.
92, and now knight f3 check is pretty annoying, but there's no useful discovery. That's wild.
Knight d4 check, king g5, and then you got to go.
Oh, this is the rook's hanging on h2.
It is hanging.
Wait, but then this and this. Oh, this is so confusing.
They're making us work. No, I didn't want to do that.
Oh my gosh! Right, the rook can be captured, but then you take on f4 with check, and then you take this, and now black is pressing forward. So you went rook g6 check, and now took on
We'll
h2.
be here for a while.
Oh gosh, come on! No, don't make us commentate.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while.
Black
There was a
is-
way to avoid this. You could have gone rook g3 after king f5 check. I
True.
think.
True.
Yeah,
This
that
is-
works because there's no knight f1, and if knight e4, there's bishop d3. Boo.
Now they're gonna play this forever just because they can.
Yeah.
This is funny. I mean, there's some way for someone to blunder, but it's just Browning has too much time. King f6. There's no way to checkmate this king. Oh, well, the California Unicorns did have a good run.
Yep.
And the India Yogis, Vidit Gujarati, he played well throughout the playoffs. I mean, yesterday's match, he plus score against St. Louis. Today, he also looked pretty formidable, but it was Arvind. He was
Key factor for sure.
He was the hero, and he lost the last game against Jabawa, who played out of his mind in that game. It's just that the previous 3 rounds, he started with a perfect score and he led the charge.
Yeah, he definitely just stopped the momentum from some of the players from California as well. So by the time he lost, the match was already over, and you already made your impact when you give your team a big lead in the 4th quarter like that, and the other team just has to play for a win, play worse moves, just feel the pressure. So that was definitely a really bright spot for India. And then it's just California, it's a close match on paper, was a close match today, but they definitely left some points on the board, especially Zoria. It's got to be kicking himself a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those days where Zoria shouldn't be upset about how he played, just the results. That's the key thing.
Exactly, and that's really frustrating when that happens. You just want another day to play again, but this is the final day.
Especially because when people look at the results, that's all they're looking at is the cross table. Say, wait, you only scored how many points for your team?
1 out of 4?
point?
No.
You let your team down. It's like, well, actually, I played pretty great chess. And then in some scrambles, things went south. So Zoria deserves quite a lot of props. But in all seriousness, it's just the team from India. They came back today after an upsetting loss yesterday, and they were strong from top to bottom. Their lineup is very powerful. It was Arvind today who started 3-0, but if you told me that it was Raunak or if it was Karthikeyan or of course Vidit, I would believe you. That's just how good India is from top to bottom. They have no weak points on their squad.
Very true.
And we have this last game about to be a draw, which would level up for Christopher and Raunak in this final game. But
just for the people watching, the only way you lose this as white is if your bishop gets forked by the knight, and then it's bishop and knight versus king, which would be winning, but with that amount of time on the clock, it's very hard to just randomly blunder a fork. So that's the reason why they haven't signed the score sheets yet, is Black's hoping for a miracle fork, but very unlikely.
Yeah, keeping the bishop away from the king is smart. You can bring it back down to h1 and just don't walk into any forks, as Eric is saying. And how many more moves until this is a draw? I don't know where we started.
3 more, apparently, according to the Chess.com chat.
Oh, the trustworthy.
The very trustworthy people in the chat.
I'm guessing they're correct with this one. And
One more.
one more.
Yep,
There it
they
is.
were right. There
There
you
it
go.
They do not
Some
lie.
points for the chat. Go chat.
Eric, you know what the best part about this is? And I feel for California, have to give that credit to India. We're only halfway through. We have a whole nother match, and it's going to be Russia versus St. Louis.
Mhm.
And that's the match that everyone wants to see, because we know India gets third. We know that India lost to St. Louis, and wow, it's going to be fun. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to get set for St. Louis and the Russian Wizards facing off for first place in the Pro Chess League. And we return after an exciting third place match. We're pumped to have the final matchup between St. Louis and the Russian Wizards. The Archbishops from St. Louis on paper are the favorites, even against the super strong Wizards lineup. Let's look at the players participating today. Eric, we talked about this yesterday. There was a change, not from St. Louis's side, but from Russia.
That's right. Andrei Yasipenko has been subbed out for Maxim Chagayev. Hard to say what that means because everybody's really, really good. But we do know that Yasipenko was playing a tournament at the same time. Probably pretty taxing on the brain there. So they brought in some fresh legs for this final match.
And on paper, Chagayev is significantly lower rated in classical chess compared to Yasipenko, but rapid, especially online, a whole different animal, just the concentration, the mouse speed. So Chagayev is dangerous. That no player should take him for granted. And you look at St. Louis, I mean, come on, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Lenny Dominguez, and Jeffrey Zhang. You can't take anybody for granted because they're all superstars. But we have liftoff. The first game is underway. Fabiano Caruana on the black side of a Nimzo Indian here. Early bishop to b4 and queen c2, c5 played by black. So Eric, I mean, normal start to this game. But if we talk about the big picture here, someone like Alexei Sarana, he's dangerous. He had a good day yesterday. What do you think of his outlook? What is the captain telling him to do against St. Louis?
Well, he's definitely still going to have to elevate his game because he won't be able to get in some of those holes that he got in yesterday, like in round 1 against Meyer. But otherwise, what he's been doing has been working. He's managing the clock well, calculating well. He had a really nice finish against Bornik that we really enjoyed yesterday. I think they're going to try to put him, like even in this game, under some pressure in the opening because that is one of Fabiano's strengths. And they're going to try to get him to play from behind because once he gets going, he is a really good tactician and initiative based player. So I think St. Louis is going to try to contain him. Russia wants to unleash him, and it's going to be a battle to see if he can get the positions that he's really good at.
And Sarana has some deep knowledge of theory. I remember his game in the 2019 Grand Swiss at the Isle of Man. He played against Magnus Carlsen, and that was like 30 moves of theory in some lines. So Sarana, very dangerous. No player is looking at him as a free point. And I think that's a big difference between the Russia lineup and a lineup like St. Louis versus some of the other teams. You look at board 4 and they're like, let's try to pick on that person. Not happening in this matchup because even Alexei Sarana in a 4-game series here, he can take 2.5 points and it wouldn't be that big of a surprise.
That's true. That's true. With this Russian team, they're all capable of beating super GMs. They've all done it already. And on a good day, any of these Russian players is worth more than 2,700 plus in Rapid, like easily. So it could be a lot closer than the ratings indicate.
Yeah, I'm mainly curious as the second game between Chagayev and Wesley So is underway, if they'll try to neutralize, this is St. Louis, if I'm taking their mentality, if they'll try to neutralize Jan Nepomuk. He had a terrible day yesterday, and it wasn't even just the results. He survived some games where he was in big trouble. He played hundreds of rating points worse than his true strength. But I wonder if today, noticing that he is the strong point for Russia of St. Louis, like, let's just take out Jan, make some solid positions, some draws, and then we can beat the rest of the boards, because that's really where St. Louis has the edge.
Yeah, I think that's a viable strategy. You could be like, oh, let's just let Jan play because he was the weak point in his team yesterday, but I still find it hard to believe that could happen 2 days in a row. So I think that's a good plan for St. Louis and Russia to try to win without Jan. Let's say Jan's at 50%, they try to neutralize him. That would be a really uphill battle. I think that they need their board 1 to come in clutch today and score some big wins.
For sure. And we look at this game here, it's a long theoretical line, Chagayev with the white pieces. And as we see the game continue, at this stage here, the pawn e5 is loose, but notice there's a pin on the pawn in c4. So once the queens are traded, now that pawn is unpinned, you get the rook, but white has 2 minor pieces for a rook and a couple pawns. This has been played so many times by really strong players. There was a recent Kazanjanov game in this line. Who's who? You look at the opening database and you see this position, and white tries to claim that my minor pieces will outclass your rooks because your rooks don't have squares to go to, and they won't line up on the second rank. You can play rook to e8, then I'll play bishop f3. So you're not infiltrating in the way you want. But Eric, have you played this position before? I personally haven't, but I've seen a number of games in the line.
Hardly ever. I maybe tried it out once or twice from both sides just to get a feel for it. And I'm like, I don't really know what's going on. I think Wesley, like, Black's supposed to be okay, right? That's kind of I imagine the current status, but against Wesley, that might be an okay situation where Chagayev just wants to play a long, drawn-out game, and eventually, like, the thing about Black's position is you're not supposed to touch those pawns. The A pawn you can maybe touch. You don't want to touch D7. You don't want to touch C6. You don't want to touch the D5 pawn. As soon as they get pushed, those are gonna be targets for those minor pieces. But if you can keep the integrity of that structure, Black's normally good. Brings the king to D6, and I think I honestly like Wesley. I think is one of the scarier players to play. Chagayev is probably just going for a position where, hey, if Wesley somehow unexpectedly makes a mistake, he'll push, but otherwise he's okay with the draw.
Right. And I'm looking at rook d4, rook a4. You would like to trade this pawn for this pawn if you're thinking from White's perspective, because you want an a pawn, an outside pass pawn. It's not easy to make that work. The rooks are very well placed to deal with many of the threats, and Black does have two pawns and the rook from two minor pieces. So we'll see how this game continues. Chagayev probably feeling pretty comfortable. He's ahead of the clock. Let's see on board 3 here with Leonid Dominguez taking Evgeny Tomaszewski, the professor, and he puts his knight on h5.
Battle of two professors.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I mean, Dominguez, I've been saying this for years. He is probably the most underestimated, under talked about super grandmaster that has ever existed. He is so darn good, and I am partial to his style of play, where he just makes these like improving incremental progress and outplays you. You don't even know where you went wrong, and yet he's 27, 60 plus, and he's not talked about.
I agree. He's a really, really strong positional E4 player, has that Capablanca school of chess background, really, really good at pretty much every aspect of the game. And it's educational to just watch. I enjoy commentating on them or playing him, but he could be a nice X factor today, because like on paper, he kind of is like their version of a Tomaszewski, but higher rated, like stronger. And Tomaszewski is a really good player and did great yesterday in their match. So if he can contain Tomaszewski, like that neutralizes, like, in the Russian team, their most solid player, the most reliable player in some aspects.
That's right.
I think there's a good chance that'll happen.
Tomaszewski was something like 2760 at some point. Now he's in the high 2600 range. But these players, they don't forget. Like Fabiano played some very important games against Tomaszewski. So I think they end up giving them the benefit of the rating doubt, where they're like, okay, I don't care what his rating is right now. To me, he's still 2740 plus. So somebody like Tomaszewski, well respected. Leonid Dominguez, still one of the best players in the world. And in this position, Leonid is ahead on time. He's rook on a2. Protects his king side. He can play a bishop or a knight to e3. His king will eventually go to h2 to sidestep any pressure. So it's just going to be a long, drawn-out game. So let's go to some of the other boards. We'll go to board 4 eventually, but board 1, Eric, Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. I see that eval bar. It's going up and up. It says 1.7. I don't see why. So I assume the move has to be c5.
Has to be c5, and well, c5 wasn't played, but c5 and everything collapsing after knight takes e5. Something in the center must have been available for White to pick at.
Yeah.
But it wasn't played. And not that it would be, if you're playing the game, I don't think c5 is obvious, like, because it does lose a bit of the control in the position. But after this current move,
you know, Eric, I'm just going to go one move deeper, because I think what was probably missed is it looks good at first, but this move knight d7 is just nasty. As if you take with the queen, you're going to end up losing your queen after knight f6 check, or do I take an e4 first and then knight f6 check? It is all sorts of problems.
take on b6 with the,
everything is hopeless there. And so knight d7, maybe that's the move that,
well, that's easy to miss, because you don't even calculate further. Like there's so many moves to calculate outside of knight d7 that unless you see knight d7, you're just looking at some crazy open position and could easily miss that.
Yeah, so understandable. And here the position remains complex, about level based on the eval bar. So let's go to board 4 while we can. That's Jeffrey Jean with the white piece against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So it's board 1 for Russia, board 4 for St. Louis. And wait, is it really this bad for minus 2.4?
Yeah, well, when you take on d5, g5 and b5 are hanging. That's the obvious part, but you can't take on c7, and well, you just can't take.
Can I just take that? Oh wait, queen a5.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So wait, this is just losing for Jeffrey after 10 moves?
So there's a key move here. After queen d5, bishop f6,
Yeah.
it's e takes f6. That's the huge problem to allow rook e8 check in some lines. I mean, that can be really annoying. Like, how do you deal with that?
Well spotted. Because knight c3 just rook e8 check, and
Yeah.
bishop e2, down goes g2. You're just in trouble. And the big difference is bishop f6. Now knight c3, yes, you may take d4, but white happily trades on d4 and takes c4 and is certainly no worse. So that's a really important point. That e takes f6, it's a move that doubles your pawns, but it wins you the game because you're taking on g2. So this is
an opening disaster for Jeffrey, because this is like, Nepo's a great Grunfeld player. He probably knows that Jeffrey's made a mistake because he's not playing theory, and usually that's a sign there's a reason why he's not. So I don't think you'll have a hard time finding e takes f6, because that if you don't do that, you are losing a piece. So this is a pretty forcing line, and Jan shouldn't be missing it.
and b5, it must have caught Jeffrey off guard. He takes it, and after queen d5, he's just we see what's happening here. Jan is trying to reverse his fortunes from yesterday when he was unrecognizable. It just something was not right in his chess, and hey, he's about to win with black against a 2,700 plus player. This is really bad news for St. Louis. The last thing you want to do is give Jan Nepomniachtchi confidence, right? Especially after yesterday's debacle. So we'll come back here and see if Jeffrey makes some moves soon, but this is not good for the St. Louis squad. Wesley So is still fighting in this position. It seems like it's going to be difficult for Wesley to push the pawns, as you mentioned. He does play f5, but the C pawn and the 2D pawns, they seem a bit stuck in place. And if you're not careful and this rook gets kicked away from b5, then a5 can be a pretty big target.
Yeah, no, that's your guys' plan. Just play some normal moves, literally wait for Wesley to make a mistake. That's probably not going to happen, but it's going to eventually get harder and harder for Wesley to play a move besides shuffling the rooks. Whereas the minor pieces, as things get cleared out, they'll also get a little bit stronger. So at some point, maybe bishop e2, but I just like it that it's like kind of a 2-result situation. And even though white doesn't have much here, like, trying Wesley is not. Now you're looking at your other boards, you're seeing Nepo's winning. They would love to start off with a win in the first leg of this, like even a 2.5, 1.5 is fine. That's a great confidence booster. So I expect when the other players notice that Jan is potentially winning, that'll give them some energy and also the idea that they should probably not take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, that's a good point. And well, Chagaev's not taking any risks whatsoever. Puts his rook on f4. He can swing his rook back and forth if he wants. He can also play for h5. So trying to make some inroads on the king side. As you pointed out a long time ago, a move like c5, you'll see it immediately, right? The evaluation bar goes up a ton for white because you're creating loose pawns in your position, and the rook can always slide back. The knight can now come to f4. The d5 square is a problem, and then this rook will be kicked away from the a5 pawn. So you can't push for black. White is just swinging across the board. This looks pretty decent for Chagaev. Back on board 1 for St. Louis, Fabiano Caruana, I saw his knight. We went away when c5 was an opportunity. The knight came to h4, but look at black's knight in a moment here. Comes to f2 to hit the rook on d1 because the king left the diagonal where the bishop was staring at it. And then in comes the knight to d3, and this looks really nice for Fabiano.
Yeah, it makes white's position look overextended. I mean, and black's got a bishop on h7 on b6, just lined up and taking pot shots at those pawns. Fabi looks like he's doing really well here. because you're just not under pressure. There's this move G6 in the current position that's messy, but I think the point is knight on H4 is hanging. So I think the tactics work out favorably for black, and I just think white's pawns are quite a bit weaker, and that might be a deciding factor.
Yeah, just to show that the knight on H4 was loose at the end. White temporarily won a piece, had to give it back, and the bishop on B6 too strong. The king on H2 too weak. So Russia, he doesn't go G6. So Serrano pushes forward, but I think it was more out of like desperation than desire, because the position was on the verge of collapsing because of all the activity that Fabiano had, and he can just scoop the bishop off in C1. And I think he'll.
This is a really unpleasant endgame. This is that endgame. If we show it one more time, I think Caruana is really in the driver's seat there with no risk. One bishop's significantly better than another. King H8, take on H4, and whether they take on E5 or not, something about White's king and the bishop on B6 so much better than the bishop on G2. I have a bad feeling for White there that that's going to be very hard to hold.
And just to even show some of the tactics that are possible, I think you can even play Queen G5. Don't even take back. Hit E3, hit E5. You want your bishop to join in on the fun with bishop takes E3 and go against this king. This is really bad news for Serrano if this were indeed to happen. And we're getting to this exact position. Queen G5 was played. Okay.
Yeah, Fabi, he sees it. He senses it. This is just awful. Your king is weak. Your bishop is stuck behind your own pawn. Black's using this H7 pawn as a shield. Like, the king's very safe for black. It's a no risk, fun to play position where you can just use your dark squared bishop and queen, coordinate them, and take advantage of White's king with no risk.
And this was a really instructive moment that we kind of glossed over. King takes H7, gives White an extra opportunity to play Queen C2 check and take on C1 with the queen, which can be really important. And it may give this knight the F5 square with the tempo, and then the queen's protecting that square. So all these things really add up in a position, because the queen initially was under attack on B3. So that's why King H8 was played instead. And that's allowing Fabiano to just take control of this game. And speaking of take control, Wesley and Chagayev drew. That just happened right now. So they repeated moves. Chagayev understands that his duty is to make sure that Wesley does not win. And there was nothing going on, so the players shuffled around. But look at this, Eric. Oh my goodness, there's a king on C3.
There is. And that's because Nepo didn't want to win the exchange. Could have played bishop H6 and won the rook a couple moves ago, but he's going for just attacking that king in the middle. And I mean, I think everything should be winning with accurate play, and this was his choice, but it's still not totally over yet.
No, the one thing that could happen that you would not be happy about if you're Jan is if the queens get traded. Now you have opposite colored bishops. The king doesn't feel so unsafe on C3, but black also is up a pawn. So we can't lose sight of that fact. This one's going to F5. The bishop's open. I like the decision to keep the bishop on the board. The rook could have been captured and probably was great for black anyway, but this still has just a really amazing position for Jan.
Yep. No, I think there he's looking to play C5 and just open up those lines against that king on C3.
So I think St. Louis needs to rely on other players, at least for this round, because Jeffrey, I have a very hard time imagining him surviving this game. And Jan looks kind of bored. He's like playing with his food. He's like, oh, when's this game going to end? Easy win.
The award for the most solid game, once again, Tomaszewski Dominguez. All 8 pawns on the board, a lot of shuffling.
And we see Tomaszewski there, leaning in, got the glasses on. He's no stranger to top level chess here. And these positions, I think, can be trickier than meets the eye, because you see all 8 pawns, nothing really has happened of note. But then you think, what's the plan for each side? What is black's plan? I could put my other rook on F8, but I have F3 covered. I have F2 covered thanks to this other rook. And you have to be careful when white pushes forward with a move like B5. I think right now could be a moment you play B5, because where's this knight on C6 going?
Yeah, there's so many nuances here. This is one of those positions the players have surely studied a lot at home, because every single pawn move has such serious consequences, which is why nobody's touched a pawn in quite some time, because there's like with the double D pawns, you got to be careful. Dominguez is not the type of player to push a pawn unless it's like really good. Like he's not, he's a very patient, they're both very patient players. So I could see this maneuvering going on for quite some time before we even see the move G5.
Mhm. And that's, I think, a good point. And with the lead on the clock, I think Dominguez is smart to leave those options on the table for himself, but not give black additional choices. For example, if he had played b5 and say this knight comes to a5 and queen b4, this knight's trapped, then you play b6 and this knight comes to c5. And if you take on a6, the rook just goes to a8 and captures back. So you're giving black more opportunities for life for the rest of the pieces. And that's why I do like the restrained choices here. This knight can just go to g4 and you can just poke and prod on both sides and see what Tomaszewski has waiting for you. But wait. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Serrano just freaked out and he can't believe it. Look at him. He can't believe he's smiling. Fabiano just blundered a checkmate.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. That is unbelievable. Fabiano shaking his head in absolute disbelief.
Oh, how, whoa.
Oh my goodness, he can't believe it.
And Fabi spent a minute on that move. So he's just blindness, just did not see the queen on b3 bearing down on g8. And I was complimenting him by using that pawn on h7 as a shield, but in the end, he probably thought the same thing and totally forgot, hey, that pawn's guarding g8, queen on g8's mate. I mean, that is, you don't see that every day. Maybe that's a once in 100 or more thing as well.
I am in shock because
that's a huge swing.
It couldn't be any bigger. If you play queen e5 check first, the king has to go to h1, only legal move. Then you take with check. Maybe he just forgot to throw in queen e5 after thinking for a minute because you take on h7. Black is up, what, 2 pawns here in the driver's seat?
Oh, yeah, it's a yeah.
Oh, he just forgot. I mean, we could see him off screen. We won't put him back on. But Fabiano,
Wow.
he's very upset right now. He just didn't throw in queen e5 check, which obviously was his idea. It happens. It's a freak accident, but that's horrible news for St. Louis because Jeffrey Zhang remains in trouble as we have this game here. The queens are off the board, but so are more of White's pawns. Black up 2 full pawns in this position. The king on b3, not entirely safe. Eric, this is a disastrous round for St. Louis.
It is, and they're gonna have to count on their maybe most consistent, like the Mr. Consistent, Dominguez. He probably has recognized, because I've noticed he does follow his teammates' games, that disaster has struck Fabiano, and he's got White against Tomaszewski right now in a game with chances. Is he going to be taking a draw? Absolutely not. I think he realizes this guy's a veteran of many Olympiads, many team events, that he has to push here, because if they're down 2 games, even with their stacked team, that's a big deficit.
Right. We have the Dominguez game on screen here. It looks great for Lanier. I mean, he just pushed forward. Black's pieces are all restricted. The pawns are in their way. And e5, the last move. But please take me here. Open up the d file. I can play f4. I can play knight g4 and so on. I just feel like Black is struggling to come up with any idea that allows breathing room. So he does take, and then, a knight f8.
I think Black wants to go rook d7, put the rook on d5, so you put pressure on e5 and close off the diagonal of the e6, and then bring your knight to g6 or d7. But you need to plant the rook on d5 to stabilize everything.
And I think that White should fight for the d file, allow rook to d5, and then bring your knight over. So can I play knight g4 and then knight to e3, kick your rook off of its nice square here, and then play f4 and things of that nature. I feel like White's still with the better pieces.
Yeah, he didn't go knight g4, so now I think we're going to see that plan executed. But White has a better pawn structure, has a bit more space, so should be better for White. And Dominguez is no stranger to these. This is his wheelhouse, these grandy type games.
I love it.
Tomaszewski's doing what he has to do, but that rook will get kicked out. And
if we just go back after knight f8, he brought his knight from h2 to c5. That was his idea. He sees where that knight belongs. That's really smart chess by Dominguez.
Very classy player. I enjoy watching these games.
Me
Slowly
too.
but surely, always improving his position.
And now 2 separate pawns are hit by that knight in some outpost square because of the pawn structure. White's pawns control the dark squares. These pawns are kind of cemented in place. So it's essentially like Black isn't really up a pawn on the A through C files, even though the C6 pawn is unopposed by an enemy pawn. And then white has pawns that can start pushing on the king side. This is really nice play. Both sides in some time trouble. Tomaszewski under a minute. I'm keeping an eye out, by the way, on the game between Jeffrey and Jan. It looks like Jan's position still remains good. The Jeffrey with chances with these two outside pawns. The current position is bad, but if Jan isn't precise, then maybe white will have a chance. But rook c8 played. Oh, e5 and now knight b8. He can just start taking pieces, and I think that should be sufficient, I'd imagine. King up. King, if the quality here, right? The pawns. Black's have pawns here.
Down to 5 seconds.
I'm just trying to make that pawn go, right? So Jeffrey, the king b3.
I mean, I imagine when it's one pawn versus, you can sack the rook eventually, and those pawns will win.
Right, rook f6 now. Just don't blunder a pawn, and then start pushing them. G4. Yeah, this is over. So Jeffrey has no time. He's also has no material, and here comes.
That's a little depressing.
Here come the pawn. So it's a win. Well, we can see this one play out. I am keeping an eye on the other game. I am hovering over it just in case something big happens. But right now, we can just see the finish: f3, f2, g2, and the pawns can't be stopped. Yeah, this is just boop. He'll resign, I think.
Dominguez right now is so that game's over. It's Russia up by 2, but Dominguez is transitioning to a very nice end game. And Tomaszewski's fighting hard, but white is certainly much better with this knight on c5 and bearing down on both e6 and b7.
But no time, and that's a big decision to play h4 because it makes it much harder to play for g4.
It is, and Tomaszewski is going to want to get a knight to f5. So maybe a rook c7, king f7, rook c7, knight e7, knight f5, something like that. Reroute that knight to f5, freeze the majority. That freezes white's king side majority. So on the queen side, white's controlling black's majority, but black now has the potential to do the same thing on the king side. And I actually think now we're headed closer to a draw.
Okay, I love that move though, rook to e2, because you're allowing yourself to play rook d2, and then knight can come to e4 to d6. So you can like improve this situation with your knight on c5. The knight on g6 still a little awkward. Okay, rook c7, knight e4. I would be quickly playing knight e4, threatening knight g5 as well.
That's the annoying thing. Oh, whoa!
Wow, was not expecting that.
That's not it. That's not it, Robert. That's definitely not it.
Knight c6.
Knight c6.
Oh gosh, and then the pawns are falling. Knight takes a5 is an idea.
Oh, there's a bunch of ideas, but black can even go g6 and just lock everything up.
And knight f5 check. You mentioned that square. No, Dominguez in time trouble. He just let it slip.
Definitely. Wow. Okay. That's a big hold by Tomaszewski.
Oh my goodness. 3-1 in Russia's favor. Nepo wins out of the opening pretty much. And Jeffrey put up a fight, but it was a win out of the opening. Fabiano blunders checkmate in one move from a position where he was borderline winning. And now Russia leads 3-1 thanks to that sturdy professorial defense of Evgeny Tomaszewski. I love both of these. Can they just play a match? Can we organize that? Can we just get Dominguez and Tomaszewski playing these slow improving moves just so we can all learn how?
That's true. It is educational. I do like to pick players like that and go through 100 of their games. It would definitely be good for everybody.
Can we also invite Mickey Adams into the like just
100%, 100%. Definitely got Mickey in there.
These players where I never understand how their opponents lose. Like I would have made that move. That looked pretty good. That looked good, and then your position collapses. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, there will be more Dominguez. There'll be more Tomaszewski. There'll be more Caruana and Nepomniachtchi as well. You will not want to miss this championship match here in the Pro Chess League.
the World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on Chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
He just took down Jeffrey Zhang in the Pro Chess League, but will he be able to take the crown from Magnus Carlsen in November? Chess.com is your exclusive Twitch home for the video feeds for this year's World Chess Championship. Join us. You will not want to miss it, coming your way on Chess.com. But Eric, wow, what a first round we had. St. Louis loses 3-1, shocking us and the world over. But St. Louis is super powerful. They can bounce back. How does Russia maintain the pace?
Absolutely. I can't remember too many times that St. Louis has even dropped a round. That's how strong and dominant they are. But they can take some positives, like Fabiano blundered from close to a winning position. Is he going to do that again? Probably not. So they just need to tidy that up. And that takes it from a 2-point deficit to a tied round. And then elsewhere, Dominguez was pushing, didn't win that, but he was pressuring. You keep pressuring, you're going to get points eventually. And now remember, it's time for Wesley So to have the white pieces. He did kind of a team thing. He played with black, he equalized, he drew. But with white, he's certainly much more ambitious. And this is his moment. So they have some positives for the future rounds.
Yeah, they, being the Russian Wizards, they need a draw on one of those top two boards of the black pieces. That's Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So with white. Good luck to you. And then Jan Nepomniachtchi against Dominguez. That's a clash of styles. And Tomaszewski versus Zhang. Tomaszewski would like to add to Jeffrey's misery because Jeffrey lost that first game, played quite poorly. And now Tomaszewski with white, that's always dangerous. But we do have liftoff. The game has started. Fabiano Caruana chooses C4. And we'll see if Chagayev wants us to go into a King's Indian type of setup. But Fabiano won't quite allow it.
Yep, curious to see how he recovers. I mean, just how many times does the main one happen unexpectedly like that? It's
I think it makes everybody else feel better about their chess because you're like, wait, that guy's number 2 in the world and he misses checkmate in 1. I miss checkmate in 1. I can also be number 2 in the world, right?
Fabi's making that's how it works. That's how it works on the internet.
Oh gosh. Well, Serrana is pumped. That's not a guy you want to motivate because yesterday he was really strong. And today he just started off with a win against Fabiano Caruana. Now, not his proudest game, not the game that he'll show to his grandkids one day if he has them, but still it's a great win over Fabiano Caruana and Serrana would like to keep that up. But right now, Fabiano, he's bouncing back. He has the white pieces. We have this set up here. It's clear. White wants to push this pawn to b4, either next move or in the near future. And when you look at this position and Chagayev's time usage, are you worried about his setup thus far, or you still feel like it's too early to tell?
I think he's thinking about the middle game. Pretty much always here, White's going to get in b4 first. I think Chagayev's just thinking about, do I go f5 or not? Or something like knight f6 first, and he's gone f5, but the next moves are going to be easier to play. You go knight f6, you castle. It's pretty clear that black's going to play a little bit on the wing on the king's side, white's going to play on the queen's side, and he's probably just visualizing some of the resulting middle games and double checking that there wasn't a move order that he could optimize.
Yeah, that's a good way of framing it, because I think that when viewers see such strong players thinking like, well, they don't know their first 5 moves, but it really is about which direction did Chagayev want to take the game, because he didn't have to play f5 right here. He thought again, he could have brought his knight to e7 rather than to f6. So he's just choosing between options, and he goes knight f6, and b4 is possible. Whereas if this knight were on e7, b4 would not be possible because e4 and this knight would be under attack. Let me just show you the difference really quickly, everybody, is that knight e7, castles, b4 does not work out for you because e4 hits your knight on f3, hits your knight on c3. So he's just allowing b4, but his knight's in a more advanced square in the game.
Yeah, lots of things like that to consider. In the end, you don't have time to think about everything, so you got to make a choice, and his is pretty standard. One of the benefits of knight on f6 is that knight on c6 can go to e7. They don't compete for the same squares, and then black plays pawn g6 to g5 and knight e7 to g6, and they successfully move almost all their pieces towards the king side in anticipation of a pawn push.
It's an attack on two separate flanks. White is attacking, not for checkmate, but to blast the board open on the queen side with that move c5. If you take on c5, thank you very much for your central pawn. I would not advise that. And so white can play b6 as well. That way, this pawn chain that has been sitting here, it's all collapsing. And it's just a very interesting turn of events. And Chagayev will need to spend his time while Fabiano still keeps up a quick pace. But we do have a second game in progress. We'll switch over to Wesley So against Alexei Sarana. The start of this game saw the black bishop move 2 turns in a row because the white knight did the same. So it's not really losing a tempo. The bishop drops back, as when this knight comes to f6, it's directly competing with the knight on d5. So I actually tend to think these positions are very solid for black, even though white has the bishop pair. Eric, do you have experience from either side of this?
Yeah, I think I've played this as black a few times, not particularly successfully against like some of the big guns. Wesley, I think black is solid and fine, but at the same time, there's a lot of play to be had here, and I think that's all that you want as Wesley here, that he's gonna play e3, knight f3, maybe you go e3, bishop d3 first, but there's still a long-term slight pull towards white.
Yes,
as long as the bishop pair is there.
You could take on f6, and I think a lot of people say, wait, I'm going to double isolate those pawns. Let me do that. But after queen f6 and we get this trade here, how are you going to attack these pawns? It's not very easy. This bishop comes to e6. Black can keep the king in the center of castle, so the pawns aren't that bad.
Would you consider it though?
I would.
And
yes.
then to play e3, like,
yeah,
I don't think it should be a lot, but
in a way, I kind of was hoping you wouldn't ask me that, because I still want to do it, just because even though white's not winning any material and black can be solid here, I feel like these pawns are just a long-term issue and you can't make easy progress. For white, you said you could play e3, knight f3, some moves that come quite naturally, and black needs to come up with a plan that's probably going to be bishop e6, knight e5, pawn a5, expand here. But I would definitely consider it, even though my better judgment tells me I shouldn't do it.
Right.
And
well, it's either that or probably something like knight f3, e3. This game's going to take a while to develop. I just know, like, it's not in the cards yet, but sometimes white can even, not now, but if the queen wasn't on e7, you can even sometimes play moves like pawn to c5 as white. You eventually do want to open up lines and get those bishops going, and that's the only pawn that you can really advance. Like now it's not in the cards, but you're looking at finding ways to open up the position for the future bishops coming in.
And Wesley decides to take on f6. You are correct that c5 at some point was an idea, but he decides to trade queens. And honestly, I think I wanted the black king to be on e7. I'm just like sitting here and protecting f6, but it is very, very difficult to get to this f6 pawn. So it's not like it's going to be targeted. I do see that the other games are well underway. I'm going to quickly flash the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Leonard Dominguez. It's a position where I just look at the bishops and I know that white should have a slightly better position, but with only 5 pawns per side remaining, is it really much of anything?
I imagine that's for the theoreticians to answer, that that white maybe does have a bit of a pull somehow, but that's like deeper analysis. At first glance, it looks like, yeah, black's developed and should be fine. The question is right now, f3. I imagine f3 is pretty much forced.
Yes.
In terms of trying to punish black's development. And
probably just bishop f5. It seems safe.
Exactly, like it's a position that looks good for white. Aesthetically, they're a little bit ahead, but I don't know what the plan is.
I agree. It looks like, I mean, there's no pawns to target, right? Only 5 pawns each. I think that it just looks nice because the place on the bishops, but once you get past that initial glance.
Okay, let me give a plan. So let's go f3.
Yeah.
Let's just try, because Nepo's going to just bishop e3. And I guess my follow-up is like, if you go rook c8, maybe I just take on a7. I'm going to go queen e2, rook 81, maybe go queen f4, but argue that my bishops are better than black's bishops. And that's going to give me a slight pull.
Yeah, I can buy that, because if bishop a7 and we get to this position, maybe black can get this pawn back here, but you don't want to give the bishop pair. So it's even material, but the bishops are slicing across the board. I like that. I like that for sure. He played queen d3 instead, and you can still play bishop f5 because if you take this bishop, I take yours, and then we get.
I think that's why I didn't want to play queen d3 was because of bishop f5. I guess like that. Yeah, queen d2. Can you go queen d2 right now? Then knight e4, but then queen e3.
Oof,
I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe there's rook c8 after queen d2. I this is why I wanted to play f3 instead of queen d3 is because of bishop f5. But
well, we're seeing this bishop f5 move, and all right, I think Lenier has easily neutralized any opening advantage.
that's big. That's big.
That's huge.
Even though the ratings are similar, this is Russia's board 1 with white against St. Louis's board 3. They're board 3. So you look at the standing, that's still a positive result for St. Louis, and it's only the second leg. So a draw here, even though they're behind a couple points, that's still probably optimal in terms of the match.
Yeah, and I do like this decision by Jan here. Just you're giving up the pawn on c3, but if black gets greedy, this bishop is better than the knight on f6. It's putting pressure on this f7 point. A rook can come to c1. You don't want to see a rook land on c7. So there are still chances for Jan to press this game, but Lenier is very, very strong. He's not just going to allow white everything. And I just saw this position between Tomaszewski and Jeffrey. Tomaszewski using the Caruana school of chess. You notice there's a pawn out on b5. The bishop is fianchettoed here, and Jeffrey's knight is in front of the pawn rather than behind it, so he doesn't have the full Chagayev setup.
Yeah, no, that's. Which one do you prefer? Pawn on f5?
Yeah, usually I do, because it just feels like I can have more activity. And here it's like, what is black's plan? Jeffrey's thinking about it, but this knight's coming to d2. I know that to open up the bishop, and I generally like.
Yeah, it does. It does look like black's eventually going to be playing f5, and probably it's just a slower version.
Queen c8, very clear what he's trying to do. And he's also protecting b7. So queen d7 may have looked natural, but then you have to watch out, is the b7 pawn going to be loose? Can you play knight d2? Because after bishop h3, maybe there is. Bishop takes b7. You take my rook. I can just take back, and my bishop is super strong, maybe more powerful than a rook in the position. So that's why queen c8 was the move Jeffrey played, and rook a1. I like the way Tomaszewski's doing this, though.
You've been hyping him up, and he's been delivering that he's a key player on this Russian team and capable of going toe to toe with the top players. And if he can get his hooks in this game, which he has, that pawn chain from e2 to b5 is controlling all those little light squares. And this looks like just like a slightly better English for white, which is exactly why you play this. Like very little counterplay for black. You can play queen a7 now or something, get a little bit of pressure, but at very little risk, and it plays to the technical skills that Tomaszewski possesses.
Right. And if you play this way, I think black has to play queen c8. You may want to go all in, and then you really wish your pawn was on f5, because then you would play e4. But I think and maybe it works, but it feels a little slow to get all this happening. And the evaluation bar is going up and down, seesawing, unsure of what's what here, but I get the feeling that this should not be quick enough of an attack for black if white is careful. So we'll see if Tomaszewski, he puts queen a7 right away. He doesn't want to allow the queen in. That's very much his style. And I think Jeffrey is objectively okay here. It just looks like white is the first to the activity with the queen on a7.
Yep.
So let's go away from this game for the moment. Let's go back to Caruana versus
Yeah,
Chagayev.
I love this game. Just both sides. It's very dynamic. Long term, it feels like white's bishops are good. Like black's gonna have to like commit even further on the king side. Like you got your pawn on h4, but you have no light squared bishop, so I don't see how you can attack white's king without going all in. And if you don't attack white's king anymore, eventually that knight on a4 might get to c4. White's gonna play d4 at the right moment, but it's still a battle of wills. It's still not settled.
And he says, you said d4 the right moment. He says that moment is now. And e4 played, I understand that with bishop pairs, you don't want to open the position up. But the big problem with pushing this pawn to e4 is you need to get a knight to f3 with this. How are you going to get a knight to g5? Because you can't get a knight to e5. The pawn covers the square. And the pawn also protects the c5 jump. And that can be very dangerous if white is able to open up the position more, or to even take with the rook on c5 to put pressure on f5. I think black is all right for now, but the position is so fragile that I prefer white.
Yeah, I think Black's gonna, instead of going for knight g5, I think his approach might be to uh, put a knight on d5 and close everything up, because it'll just, White's looking to play d5 and open up all the lines, looking to reroute. As soon as you see e4 and you have a bishop on g2, you know, put your bishop on f1, put it to c4. That's the diagonal you can still use. Everything else is closed off.
Right.
And so Fabiano is going to really try to d5. I'm surprised by this, Robert, because White wants to play d5, and the fact that they can should not be allowed. I think you can get with it. If not, go bishop f1, but I don't see the purpose of rook e8 as opposed to like a knight move, like knight f6, knight d5.
I agree, because the a5 pawn is also loose now, and d5 is blasting the position open all across the board. I think Black at the very best is going to be a pawn down, because you don't want to take on d5, that's for sure. You do not want to allow d takes c6 with your queen loose, so you have to play c5. And can you just take here and take on c5 and queen c3
Yeah,
check?
you have that. You have yeah, exactly. That's right. That's a tactic for sure.
Wow.
What Fabiano's done is also good. I just feel like the rook on e8, that's a bad move, and it's easy to make that move because it's like a natural move, but it actually doesn't do anything. Rapid, you sometimes make moves off of your intuition. It's normal, but now the move looks silly. You
And
might have to go rook a8 here. That's a lot of time given to Fabiano.
And I think it's a sign of such a classy player like Fabiano that he could have won a pawn directly, but he thinks that the pressure here that he's mounting is actually worth more than the pawn. And just to show the difference, because now Black is struggling to move, that had he played d5, and even though he wins a pawn in this variation, by force, knight c5, takes, queen c3 check, I think Black can play rook f6. This pawn on b6 is also a target. So you get into a situation like this. Maybe there aren't that many pieces remaining and the bishop isn't that good and the knight can blockade. So you think about the big picture and he says, it's not enough for me. Let me make Black's life more difficult by keeping more pieces on. And well, now he can take a5. You get your blockade on d5, but it costs you a pawn. So rook e8, a bit careless by Chigayev.
Absolutely. Yeah, Fabi's not interested in a5. He is more interested in the amount of time Black would invest to move the rook back to defend
a4. A4, he missed it. I was sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but he missed that move. It's not Fabiano's moment right now. He just completely overlooked this, and the tables have turned completely.
But that's because of not b6. That's because of e3, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the blunder. Hg3, knight takes e3, not b6.
Right, but even taking b6 would be good. But yeah, this is a problem.
Well,
the queen is no longer here.
Yeah, that's a. Oh man. Uh-oh.
And
Well, I don't think Fabi saw this, because then you might not even take on a4. Like, this is like your king is getting hunted. Caruana goes down 0-2 against the two lowest rated boards for Russia. This, now we're really talking about, you know, we could see a big PCL upset.
Yeah, they need St. Louis is the other boards to step
But the
up.
whole position collapses here. That's the base of everything. The now d4 is loose.
F4 can be played.
F4 can be played. It activates all of Black's pieces, and F4. F4.
Gosh. Chigayev only has a minute and 50 seconds, so he's way down the clock. The position looks great, but you need to pounce right now, right? It's a moment where you can just break through here, and F4 looks really strong. F4, if I take on E3,
My idea was to go F3 and queen H6.
I don't have a rook or
You can't go rook H5 first because of king G6. So it's like hard to find, but you're definitely looking for that kind of move as Black. And all these Russians are super sharp. So besides Tomaszewski, so I'm sure. Oh, did he play it?
He did.
Oh, yeah. See, yeah, they don't miss those.
No, they don't.
And the chance to hunt Fabiano's king, they pay good money in Russia for that.
That is true. And I don't even know what White can do, because the threats of F takes G3 and the opening of the king, I'm looking at a way to sacrifice. Like, can I go rook G5 and somehow sack my rook, or rook E5? He plays F takes E, and F3 looks like a big problem for Fabiano.
Those queens are going to be offside in all this. F3, well, this move might work anyways. F3 is winning on the spot, but
yeah,
this looks like an issue. The queen on A4, Robert, is just not going to be part of the game. And you can't even take back on E3 here, most likely. Maybe rook F3 is his idea. This is,
it's just, obliteration now. And
It is. It is. I think this is all forced. Queen G3 is coming. You got to take on E3, but then Rook F3, and it's going to be a very similar mating net.
if you take just, I don't even know which pawn you take with. Both look kind of good, but let's take with a G pawn. We have 2 pawns just rolling up the board. Might even get a queen out of this. Queen H6, as you mentioned earlier, is just a big idea. This is toast. And if we go back in time very quickly here, after knight D5, I think white had to play this with pawn A4 or rook takes A5, which was a free pawn. But after A4, there's clearly no A4 for black. The queen defends E3. This bishop can switch diagonals and have discoveries. And white, you see the eval bar going up and up. I didn't expect it to be this high, but white is the one who's doing really well because of the pawn that's going to be captured at the end of the line.
Yeah, and Robert, while that's been going on, Nepo has outplayed Dominguez. He's up a pawn, up 4 minutes, and has flipped that position from something close to equal into a massive advantage for white.
Oh my goodness. And that bishop is planted on a great diagonal, protected by a pawn, hitting F7. So all the problems in black's position still exist. And white's up this D4 pawn. And there's no good blockade for this knight. You need to get this knight to D6, which is why he went to E4 first. But white is up a healthy pawn. Wow. This is really bad for St. Louis. And what's happening in the other games? Let's go to...
I was going to say that there's an end game Serrano's trying to hold against Wesley, and it looks like he's still finding all the key moves. And Jeffrey and Evgeny, that game is getting sharp, but I don't know if it favors Jeffrey because they...
Well, it's not what Evgeny typically wants to see happen, but if it's... just
You might be able to take on B6 and just hold that.
That looks so brave to allow this pawn to D2
And then
here.
bishop E3, and yeah, it does look. But he likes pawn structure, right? Evgeny's more likely to take on B6 because you don't want to take on E3 because of how ugly it looks.
That's a really nice move, though, to see that the bishop can slide back here. And this pawn's not going anywhere. So you can make him like rook D1 next or something to make sure you don't lose E2, but you are going to win this pawn D2. That's actually quite clever. And he plays knight F3 and says, all right, pawn structure be damned. This pawn is C7 could be a target. If I take on B6 and you to take back, your pawn structure is really bad. So maybe he cares more about ruining black's pawn structure than his own. Oh, look at that. I love that move, Queen D3. I mean, it
is. It's a very nice in-between move, an intermezzo. That's...
If he took here, there was Queen E4, which he didn't want to allow the activity. So Queen
and that solidifies white's advantage. White's taking on F2 and essentially playing a pawn up because of those doubled B pawns.
This is why Tomaszewski, we respect him so much. We love his style of play. Moves like Queen D3. He saw this in advance. He didn't just stumble upon it. He went knight F3 to trade on B6 and play Queen D3. No activity for black. E6, E5, E4, E3, E2, all off limits for this queen on E8. Rook takes F2 is next. There could be a timely knight H4 if you're not careful.
That's coming. That's coming. And if you don't do that, the white can also reroute a knight to C4. This is going to be very promising endgame for Tomaszewski. And looking at these boards develop, I mean, Wesley is now worse against Serrano.
Oh my gosh, let's check that out.
So Fabiano is about to get checkmated. It's going to take a couple more moves. I mean, there's a chance this could be a 4-0 round for Russia versus St. Louis.
Okay, hold up. Can't play E3. If you play F2, wait a second. The bar is going crazy. And see that Queen H3 check for some reason was a bad move. Chagayev down to 16 seconds left.
Bishop H6, Queen H1. You got to get a pawn through.
Okay, he goes Bishop F6. So King can run.
Each.
King D2. There's no E3 check. That's very important. The pawn is pinned. Oh my gosh. Fabiano's up a piece. So if
that's true,
this would be a ridiculous. It would be like the opposite of his first game. King. I would not go to C3 as bishop takes D4 check.
C1.
King C1. The king can run. There he goes. 5 seconds for Chagayev.
King G7.
Oh, that's not what you want. Rook F5? Wait a second. Rook F5 and you hit the bishop, you hit the pawn.
Rook F5, E2.
And then bishop C3.
Yeah, and then can you do bishop takes D4?
Okay. And then rook takes F3, bishop takes C3, bishop takes E2. It's a draw. Or should be a draw, but I don't want to say it with 4 seconds left. Rook takes F3.
Yes. F2.
Oh my gosh, F2 was disastrous for white. I think Fabiano's playing for a win, but it's still not going to be winning. You have to be so careful in these moments. Rook C7? Wasn't that a
Fabiano declined a draw. He's trying to get
Rook
something
C-
going here. And now he can box out. He can provoke C5.
and then box out the bishop?
Exactly. And now he can try a little bit to try to get that usher that a pawn through.
Yeah, if the king can make its way forward and then king D5, nice move. Oh my gosh. this is
Wesley
actually-
So is lost in this other game. So Fabi looks like he's saving this or pushing this. And
Yes.
he needs to because it's grim on the other boards.
so rook
Oh, king
B5
E3,
and A5.
bishop C3.
You have bishop C3 there. If you didn't have bishop C3, you're like, give me one
that
turn
pawn,
to play
that-
bishop C4.
Yeah.
That's why he went rook A5. He's trying to win. He's got 11 seconds. 1 second. 0.9 seconds when Shagayev made that move. Bishop C4 and king
Yeah, but now
B4.
Fabi's got to be careful
Rook-
because the king has made it all the way.
Can you take on A4? He does.
Yes, you can.
Oh my gosh, it's like almost checkmate, but not quite. And yeah, I think Fabi's just gonna make the draw here. It's easy to play. So let's go away from this game. It's a draw. You said, oh my gosh.
Serrana is beating Wesley.
Yes, he is. He's up 2 pawns.
2 pawns and the king can and stop it. And it is winning and it should be fairly trivial with
Yes.
3 passed pawns.
It is.
So
Wow, that was a huge save for St. Louis because this game is not going well. And it's just completely winning for Serrana. Let's go to the Dominguez game quickly just to see how that one is.
Nepo is converting nicely. He's got this bishop on F3. It used to be on B3. Now look at it on F3. It controls everything. B7, G2,
Just take
E4.
it.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
The A pawn is what's going to win him the game here. And the king is cut off.
The
in
king is
background.
cut off, so it's not even, you can't even resist properly here.
No, A6.
A6, take on everything.
King up. Yeah, and the king can help
Actually,
you.
just go rook B5 probably if rook takes H3.
Nice. Well, or you just win on time. So Wesley loses. Yana Pomsky wins. We have 1 game left in the round. It's 1.5,
Oh my
1.5 in
goodness.
this round. And Jeffrey Young needs
No,
to save this.
2.5. It's 2.5 to half.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's 2.5.
It was about to be a 4-0, I thought. So 2.5 to half is actually a good score for the Archbishops.
And it's a totally different Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know what he did last night, but he just changed himself completely because he was somebody else yesterday, and now he's the Jan Nepomniachtchi that we know and have become accustomed to. The
He
World
was waiting for the big
Championship
stage.
Yeah.
You know? Yesterday was 2 regular season for him.
And Jeffrey looks like he should hold this. The king on F3 is too susceptible to checks.
That's a big hold by Wesley and Fabiano. They were both almost losing. Well, Fabiano was losing.
Yes.
So 3-1 is the best result they could have achieved from the positions I saw.
And I don't know
Like, Fabi was never winning.
what you tell the players at halftime if Jeffrey does in fact save this game, which it looks like he will. But they're down right now 5.5, 1.5 with a draw 6-2. Russia needs 2.5 out of 8
Wow.
to win the match. Right? That's just
That's insane. This
Yeah.
this is very unexpected. I really did peg the Archbishops as heavy favorites, despite how I know the Russian team can do upsets. Like these guys are super dangerous, but St. Louis, it's very hard to bet against those guys. I would have. It's not over yet though.
no. And
Fabiano
right-
saving a position is huge. This could have been a 7-1 score. And I think it's going to be 6-2.
And right now here, Jeffrey Young is essentially down a pawn. Eric highlighted this earlier. It's even if you count, but these pawns are just as good as 1 pawn as the pawn on B5 stops it. So trading queens would lose for black. Do not
So-
trade the queens.
Yeah, there's still some work to be done because, as you mentioned, you have to avoid trading queens. Do you just go queen C7 and shuffle? Like white wants to go king D3 and play E4, E5, but you're probably going to get perped eventually.
Right, the queen can release. Say, you could take my pawns, but I'll give you an endless series of checks. And queen 7, I think, is the only move, and he plays it. King D3, and now queen C5 is possible as well.
Sure,
Getting
let's
small
go queen
check.
C5. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that looks good.
Because you can
And-
even check on A3, B5. You just can't stop it all. That's oof.
This is a big save for St. Louis because they would just be done if Jeffrey loses and if Fabiano had lost. I can't believe it, honestly. St. Louis. is
This
that-
all started with Fabiano dropping mate in 1.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. What a different match this would be
Mhm.
if he had won that game.
Because Serrana's like mobilized now. He's pumped. He just beat Wesley So with black. That isn't. How many times does Wesley So lose with White, it is so rare, probably like once a year. It's doesn't matter the time control, rapid or classical. It's really hard.
That certainly is true. And I said before the match began that Serrano, he's the type of player where you look at his rating, you think that the St. Louis team could try to beat him. But I said it's no surprise if someone like him goes 2.5 out of 4. And I sold his points short. He's 2 out of 2. He's not stopping at 2.5 out of 4. He might win all his games at this rate. And it's an amazing performance for Serrano and the Russian Wizards. And wait a second, what's going on here? I get this like sinking feeling that Tomaszewski is the worst blitz player between the two here. And King F5, King G4. Like, what if? Oh my God!
Oh, you can trade.
Take
the
queen. Trade queen to King E5.
What is that?
Oh my goodness! Losing the spot. Trade queen. It's game.
What?
Jeffrey Young is gonna win. It's just losing. You think you're up one.
It's dead lost. You get opposition, and you're gonna pick up. Oh
my
my goodness!
St. Louis was looking down and out, and Jeffrey just wins, and he loses
Wins
on
the
time.
queen end game, a pawn down.
And look at Tomaszewski there. He is in disbelief. He's the professor. He doesn't lose games like that. And he traded queens because for the last million moves, queen trades favored him. Queen trades favored him. And just to show one last time, this was not the moment the queen trade favored him because the king is too close. If the king couldn't come to E5, yeah, then it would be good for white. If the king could get to D4, you push your pawn through. But unfortunately, you lose on the spot. No protecting D5, black gets opposition. That's game. We're going to break when we return the second half of this championship match in the Pro Chess League. Well, after that crazy finish, the St. Louis Archbishops have life once again in round 3 here. Fabiano Caruana gets the black pieces against Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski just somehow lost that game. He was in really had most of it. He did the better position. And Wesley So gets black against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan's in form. Serrano's in form. This is a scary round for the Archbishops, despite that victory.
It definitely is. And we were talking about the most solid player in Russia being Tomaszewski. After losing a game like that, doesn't matter how strong you're mentally, like that is a very tough loss to take. And I do expect St. Louis to put pressure. We got Caruana 0 for 2, playing against a distraught Tomaszewski. Sorry, 0.5 out of 2. Fabi just saved a dead loss position. So you have somebody who overperformed and somebody who underperformed. I definitely expect that to be a critical game in this round.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to think that Fabiano Caruana 0.5 out of 2 in any competition, even against the best in the world. But that's what's happening. He just is not having his typical all-star day, and his game is underway. He is the black side of an English against Tomaszewski. And for Caruana, something has to go right. His first game, he played well. He blundered checkmate and won. His second game, he just wasn't seeing tactics clearly, even though he had a pretty good position. Now he's using the Serrano opening that we just saw Alexei use to beat Wesley So.
Yep. Well, I mean, usually with Fabiano, the issue is not the openings. He's got a 0.5 out of 2, but that his openings have been good, if not great. So you just got to clean up his middle games and those blunders.
Right.
Well, his middle games have been fine too. I would say it's a blunder both times, right? We love the way he was playing against Chagayev, and we love the way he was playing against Serrano. They just both tricked him.
Yeah, they did. And Serrano now 2-0. He needs to be stopped, but that's another game. And right now is Fabiano going to play F5. We saw Chagayev sit and think about a decision like this. Would you play F5, Eric?
No. Like, this is a good pairing for Fabiano because Tomaszewski is not a tricky player. Like, he plays in a very conventional style, which is something not only Fabiano is very good at, he just like does that better than almost anybody on earth. So I don't think he needs to play anything too sharp. And I think, like, if he was playing Tomaszewski and had those positions, he wouldn't have been in trouble. Because Tomaszewski, when he's like worse, he tries to improve his pieces and grovels. Whereas Chagayev and Serrano have a style that when they're worse, they go for counterplay, even if it gives them a lost position. Like, they have a much different way of reacting to some of those bad positions. And so I think this is kind of going to be a more favorable matchup for Fabiano.
Yeah, it's a completely fair observation where Tomaszewski will continue to play that principal move after principal move. And even if he's in trouble, he'll do the same. Whereas those other players, they won't just allow themselves to be squeezed. They'll lash out, even if objectively the proper decision is to be a bit patient. So here we see it's pawns in the center for black. White has the 2 bishops and a pretty open board right now, although black is solid. And in order to make the bishop pair thrive, you need to open up the board
B4.
a little more. So yeah, B4 looks like a pretty good start to that. Maybe you play B5, maybe you play C5, and you can bring this bishop to fianchetto along with the first. And there it is. Tomaszewski didn't need to be asked twice.
Well, he's got a great position. This feels like there's no reason this should be like okay for black. Like, white has the 2 bishops at no real consequence. So from an opening perspective, Fabiano's not playing the equalize because he won't be equalizing here. He's gonna, like, there's some positions that don't look good to me, Robert. Like bishop e2 c5 is already a threat. Serious. Like, there's some positions that are just bad positions for black on the horizon.
So I completely agree with you. The one thing I will say is because St. Louis needs some wins, at least if you get into G5, you can start getting aggressive and there are some winning chances. So you're not just like slightly worse and just suffering a fate of I'll draw if I play super accurately. So that's the one bit of good news I will give St. Louis's position, but I'm totally with you. This is not very fun. Even knight h4 here, because the g6 square is loose, and then f4 to break open this bishop. So in addition to your c5 plan, you can go with f4 to open that bishop up. I don't like black's position at all.
Black's position looks brutal. The more I look at it.
I
Knight
do like.
h4. Knight h4 and f4 is very concrete. I don't know if Tomaszewski is looking for that. Some players would. He can improve his position, play queen c2, a4, but knight h4 is critical, and that position, knight h4, king h7, f4, looks really good for white from an aggressive English perspective. Like if you play the English opening or those setups aggressively with the f4 setup, then that's what you go for. But if you're just playing off of pawn structure, you might just go a4 b5 here, or a4 c5 or something. So okay,
Yeah, there is some concern, right? If you play f4, there might be a knight g4 and things of that nature, but it does look very good for white. He plays the c5 idea, which you'd suggested, and Fabiano quickly plays knight e7. Fabiano is up 3 minutes right now, and I think that his chances are pretty good in this game, despite liking the bishop pair for white.
well, I mean, is Tomaszewski thinking about the position or thinking about his last game? I just mean like it still weighs heavy because he did everything right, and then he made a blunder he wouldn't make when he's 10 years old, and loses a huge game for the standings. Here he's got a great position. He's got to like stop thinking about that. I don't think his moves are hard to find, which is why I'm wondering what he's thinking about, because you can sense when your opponent's playing quickly and not playing the very best moves or very best opening. Fabiano's doing that. Tomaszewski can easily recognize that by the clocks, so he needs to like play accordingly and start playing moves like a3 quickly, because he's not facing an opponent who's examining every move of his and trying to punish it. Fabiano's just trying to develop and play on the clock and take a worse position. Right. This is straight up like two bishops. White should be preferable.
Yeah, I just think that Fabiano seems more comfortable in the current position, and so his chances are decent. But let's go to this game between Jan and Wesley. I don't really know how he got here, but I just saw this position, and Wesley's black. St. Louis needs him to stop Jan Nepomniachtchi. And what in the world is this setup? Like, how did we get here?
We got some guys playing theory here, and Jan has to show something because his setup is a bit more unorthodox with the knight on h3. Black's already castled and Black's already hitting d5, and they have pieces developed. I think it's the onus is on Jan as white here to show why he went for this setup.
Like, because
you still need to castle and defend d5.
I feel like I'm completely underestimating White's chances, but this position just looks really bad at first glance for White. The knight's on h3. The d5 pawn is a target. How do you defend d5? If you play knight f4, I don't think I can play g5 because knight h5. So I see that, where that would be overly ambitious and you just lose on the spot in many of these positions. So instead of g5, I can even play the move c6, I think. And I'm happy with these trades. Right? Queen is in an attacking position. You're not castled, and I'm definitely taking black.
I agree. I think black's doing fine. Maybe we're going to see in a couple moves what Nepo's planning here with this setup. There's might be some detail missed. But yeah.
All right. Well,
Wesley lost with white. He's going to be out for blood this game if he has an opportunity to be out for blood. And this position is already pretty sharp, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Jan forced him to be out for blood, right? It's like he plays a weird line and Wesley's not thinking, and he needs to make the most of chances that he may get in this game. So bishop d6 also comes to mind, by the way, hitting the knight on f4, trying to get this d5 pawn. And Jan's moving quickly. I just can't believe that this is a good way to play. But I've been wrong many times before, and Jan
bishop
is
d6,
an
knight
absolute
h5,
monster.
something's going to happen there.
Yeah, just trying to go. And if I play f6, you're gonna like somehow throw your pawn to g5 at me.
Well, if you go f6, are you threatening to take d5 as much, like bishop c4?
Right.
So maybe g4. Yeah, g4. You want to do
Oh gosh,
f4 or g4? Yes.
Yeah, I like f4 more because bishop e5 could be played. So if you play f4, you stop that, and something like this is exactly what White wants, to launch an attack against this king. So honestly, the more I look at it, the more we explore.
Knight h5, f6, f4. That's a critical line for sure.
Oh gosh. I was about to say that I believe in Jan's position more and more, but the fact that Wesley's doing what I said from black, maybe it still is pretty decent.
Yeah, Wesley has that, seal of approval. If he plays the move, it's probably.
So this one is wild. I'm just looking at the other.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I was looking at the Jeffrey game against Chigayev.
Exactly. I was gonna say we got the Grunfeld goblins out, and that's this one's looking like Jeffrey. He lost pretty badly as white against a Nepo in round 1 against the Grunfeld, and now we tried a different line. But if he doesn't get anything here, that would be a draw and a loss as white, which would be a pretty bad result. I mean, that's not good opening prep. You'd have to go back to the drawing board in a future match, because the Grunfeld's an opening and rapid. White's goal is to pressure black, get some nasty prep in. It's one of the easiest openings to prepare against. Well, hardest and easiest, but
Yes.
it wouldn't be a good result for Jeffrey to have a draw in this game.
Right. He could have made one on the spot with bishop c4 back to b5 and queen a4 back to a2, but he was rook e1 to defend the pawn. I think black should play rook c8 to stop the bishop from c4, and then you play queen d1, and then we have just a pretty long-standing battle where black has an extra pawn, but white has an extra pawn in the center. White often goes alpha 0 with an h4 push at some point, and just has better coordination of the pieces. So it's an interesting choice here by Jeffrey as Chigayev says some things. Let's see how Lenier and Serrano are playing, because when I see the white side of a Sicilian and Lenier Dominguez's name, I almost always like what I'm seeing.
Well, if you're a St. Louis fan, you got to be happy. Lenier is white side of Sicilian. That offers chances. Jeffrey has a sharp Grunfeld, and Nepo's game is sharp. And then Tomaszewski, you were right. Caruana, he's feeling good and playing good. So I'm looking at all the boards, and I'm seeing a bunch of positions for St. Louis to catch up in.
Yeah, well, white just castled queenside in this one here. D6,
this has to be good for white. It's
Yeah.
slower than a typical Sicilian and isn't castling anytime soon.
And the pawn's on b7 rather than on b5. And usually to attack, you need that pawn to go forward. Lenier smartly brings the king to b1. If you play knight c4, you just take.
This is a lower energy Sicilian.
Yeah, this is not what you want for black at all. In this type of position, you're fully developed as white. Black's king's in the center. There's a knight offside over here. And this bishop is not a very good piece. And white just throws a knight into d5. And it's not what you want from Serrano's perspective. So I really like Lenier's position. Queen c7 does make sense. And queen... There's some ideas where you play queen f2 and just like attack the b6 square. But I'm not sure if this is the position for it. Looks pretty reasonable. Just go directly for the b6.
This has to be good for white, because there's, I don't know, I would almost consider rook h1, sometimes knight d5. There's, we'll let him figure it out. I just want to say Nepo is trying to will his way to a win today, and I love what he's doing. Look at this. This is awesome. And it looks great too. Like, not only is it awesome, like it's good for the fans, but white has a very serious initiative, and Wesley So is already down to 4 minutes. And St. Louis needs every point they can get. If Nepo were to score a win here, that despite other boards looking good for St. Louis, this would be a dagger.
This is another example, though, Eric, where it's do as I say and not sometimes how these top players do. Because look at this. How do you tell a student you're working with that you're like, wait, Eric, you told me to castle and get my king safe and out of the center. And then they're just pushing all these pawns and it's just completely winning for white. And F5, right? And then G5 next.
F5 and G5, yeah.
Oh,
it's brute force, but it looks good.
Because if you play G5 right away, then black, you can see the evaluation bar go down. The position remains closed. White needs to open the position up. You're down a pawn. And so without some of these pawns here, you play F5 and then G5, the pawn is stuck in place over here on F6. You can take, but this looks like even F6, or it just looks like you're opening everything up and you're not developed as black.
Got a bad feeling here, but Nepo's still gonna have to find a bunch of accurate moves, because it's not an easy attack to conduct. Even though the pawns are pushed like that, you still have to be very precise against somebody like Wesley. He's gonna find the best defensive moves possible. So He'll still have to make sure, because sometimes, I mean, Nepo's a fast player. Sometimes he gets a great position, he plays too quickly, throws his advantage away. I mean, because that's part of his strategy to put his opponents under serious time trouble. And it can backfire once in a while when you don't spend enough time to like convert it. So even though I'm sure he knows he's doing well, the next stage is very critical.
This is 17 moves in. The eval bars is +2.5. Black's king is in grave danger. Black's queenside is not developed. White has already moved the queenside rook, hasn't castled. Very strange game here, but some kind of prep by Nepo. I don't know if what he was saving this for, but it's working out perfectly in an online rapid event. So well done.
Saving it for the PCL, and the prize is $20,000 for the first place team and 15 for second. So $5,000 difference here.
Yeah, and Russia will definitely be happy to pay him his due after this match, because right now 5.5, 2.5 in favor of the Wizards. We'll see if they can keep that lead. I want to go over the game between Dominican. He played G5 first, so that could be an important misstep. If you can allow the G file open. I guess he's not afraid because there's no way to get the rook to G. Oh, there's Bishop G4 as well. So GF6. Oh, I just hates that.
Can you go rook G1 right now and then prepare like a king F2, knight F6 check?
Okay, so if I play F5, you're gonna play king F2 and knight F6. You're just a bully, man. Come on.
Something like that.
Yeah, that looks good.
It looks fun. Nepo is a very fun position.
You have to play F5. You have no choice here, because if you take, the rook takes and you're just busted on G7.
Another update is that Jeffrey is winning against Chagayev. He's trapped the queen.
Okay, let's go there.
And that's what happens in the Grunfeld. One bad move and you're lost. That's why I hate playing it. If the knight moves, Bishop B4, I think is a very clever queen trap. If I'm not mistaken.
Gosh. Yeah, knight anywhere. Bishop B4 and down goes the queen. That's an important victory for St. Louis, and I think it's already over. Yeah, it's over.
Huge.
And Jeffrey did not make the draw. He saw this moment. He could do this back and forth. You mentioned it. Rook E1, and then knight C6, rook A1, and he repeats once, and then goes rook E2. And the queen's in just big trouble over here. You can't go to E6 because D5 is a fork. So queen A3, and he's just down a piece now. It's completely over.
Yeah, I was saying, like, Jeffrey definitely needs to prove something against the Grunfeld, and he did. He had a really nice move in the game, rook E2, that maybe we can take a look at after. But that's huge because Fabiano's also transitioning into a very good endgame, and yeah, starting to see some hope for a comeback.
And what happened in this one? Because when we left off, we were just sort of debating, how good was White's position? Was Fabiano going to be in charge because he was leading the clock? And he just pushed his pawns forward. And he has all of his pieces. This is beautiful coordination by Black. Every single piece on the board is aiming in the direction towards White's king. And E4 was played, and then Black got to do the same and ruin White's pawn structure. So as the game continued, after a queen trade, it looks like the rook infiltrates, and H2 is a threat. The knight on D2 is under attack. Should just be mop up.
It's a nice game by Fabi. Is there a chance we could go to the Wesley So game once again? Because Absolutely. There is a knockout move on the board, Robert, and it doesn't end there.
Okay.
So if you take back on F6 and you play Queen H5 after King H8.
Oh,
potentially. That's a bit. I think it works.
So Bishop E6, because the point is that there takes F7 check. Also threatens rook G8 mate.
Yeah, we have to find a move now. I was hoping you'd help me. After Bishop E6, they still can't take, right? The queen, you can still leave the queen hanging. So now I needed you to help me with the next move.
Okay, if the queen can't be taken.
Because I imagine this was Nepo's idea. I don't see it, because you go rook G7, you can take and play King G8. So I imagine Queen H5 was his idea.
I'm just saying rook G3. This is unbelievable. Just leave the queen hanging, because if queen takes, once again, F7, check to the king, rook G8, mate is the point. And if you block with your bishop, well, then I just take that. But actually, you're just made here. There's nothing you can do. So
rook G3, yeah, okay, that would be nuts if that happens. Like everything plays out. Rook G3, geez. You can even give up your light square bishop for the knight on D5 and still execute this plan. It's all about that bishop on B2.
I think this is actually the precise way to do it. I was just thinking about this. Queen h5, so bishop e6. Maybe you have h6 for black, and the king gets the h7 square, which is why it's not as fond of this. Huh.
But as soon as you go h6, then there should be rook g6, and then you
Yeah.
double the rooks.
So look at
This
rook,
is sharp.
rook somewhere, rook g5, h6. You said rook g6, king h7, and then rook g1.
Then let's say rook ac8.
I guess you have rook g7 check, but how's this position?
My head hurts.
Yeah, you're not getting checkmated. And how does, I guess white can go bishop f6 to g5 is kind of the big threat. Yeah, this looks good. Although, can I sacrifice my rook here? Like you play bishop f6, I take. This doesn't look that clear. I've got a fortress of sorts. I think this is interesting.
Can you go back a couple moves? Go back to rook g. Yeah, go back to this rook g7. Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. More.
Here.
Yeah. No, there's. Yeah.
This might happen because the last.
So then white should go queen d1 and queen a1, or somehow get the queen to d4. The
that
thing,
looks really nice.
something like that.
And
It's probably good for white, but I get what you mean. It's not over. It's just. Jeez.
this
This
could
is
all
a
happen.
battle of heavyweights, right? It's like
Yeah.
Nepo and Wesley. This is definitely. You don't see Wesley get attacked like this too often.
Can you start with rook c8? Because if I'm going to play h6 regardless, I don't have a choice. So if I start with rook c8 and you play rook
No,
g1,
but then if
we're
you
just
start
back
with
to where we
rook
started.
c8,
you might have rook g8 check as well.
then king h7,
Oh, then I go rook g. Okay, so it's just
and
the same
then
thing.
yeah,
Wow, this is
yeah, same thing.
bizarre. So h6 played by Wesley, rook g6 by Jan. Fabiano Caruana has officially won his game
Wow.
against Evgeny
That's a big win.
Tomaszewski. So it's now 5.5, 3.5. The score will be updated shortly. And that is a big victory. And if Wesley can survive this game, that would be ridiculous. Right? Like rook c8 played. So we're following this exact line, Eric.
Well, yeah, these guys. I mean, these guys will play every precise move. Jeffrey is still winning, so this could determine everything.
And how is Lenier doing? We'll switch games just to show
Lenier's still got the advantage and still trying to push.
Jeffrey up a piece for just one pawn. Lenier, oh yeah, this looks really good for him. He has even material, but e5 is weak, a6 is weak, and then knight on, oh, it's white's move. So, okay, white is up a pawn, and then knight on h5 is out of play. So this is great news for St. Louis.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have to go back to this game between Jan
This
and
crazy
Wesley.
game between Jan and Wesley. Yeah, rook takes g7. I think we're looking at that endgame.
He's thinking about queen takes f7, I bet, because there's no reason you think, unless you're contemplating, do I trade queen to take on g7?
The concern is that black's rook on c8 can harass the dark square
Yeah.
bishop.
So if you just show this, rook takes here, there's rook c2, and that hits the
Bishop
bishop.
c3, then d4.
Mhm.
Oh,
Beautiful move. And a pawn takes an e3 check, and you see black starts to win the game. So yeah, you get to kick the bishop away, the d2 pawn is loose, and then black is probably better. So
I think we're going to get that line we looked at with queen d1 to go to a1. I think that's forced.
okay.
I think bishop f6 is such a big threat. Wesley recognizes that. He's going to sack the rook for a pawn and a bishop, and then it's queen against rook and bishop. But there shouldn't be fortress chances with so many pawns on the board and a pretty naked king.
I really liked your plan with queen d1 to a1 to d4. The centralization of the queen is important, where it stares at the queen side as well as towards, there it is. Really nice play by Nepo. And he can go here.
I mean, like, one of the issues is this bishop on e6 is not going to be a good piece, and it's almost never going to be a good piece.
That's right.
At some point, white might even go pawn to h5 to fix the pawn on h6, depending on where the pieces are. The queen is definitely going to get to bully around a rook.
Yeah, it's annoying because you almost want to play h5 for black because of that to put in a light square, but then it's going to be difficult to protect both f5 and h5. So it was rook c2 first, king here, just protecting, and this queen now can come to h8. That's why he goes back to c8 and b6. I like that choice. So h5 or not to play h5? That is the question.
if you ever move your rook off of the 8th, queen h8 could be coming and getting you from behind. So
Yeah, and he's trying to go
Wesley
A5.
down 18 seconds, has to maintain precision and
A5.
A5.
Yeah, in this D6 pawn.
The bishop
weak.
is bad. It's unfortunately a worse version than most fortresses.
Yep. So it's just looks winning for Jan. That's big news for Russia. Oh, Dominguez. I think Dominguez blundered an exchange.
Oh my good. Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh. We're going to go over there quickly as it looks like Jan is mopping up, but still something to prove. How is Dominguez losing? Where did his exchange go? He took
blundered it.
He went B4, which opened up the position, I guess. And oh my gosh, knight F4 to E2. That's what happened. He just missed this knight jumping in, and now he's just.
You know, Chagayev is playing down a piece against Jeffrey and putting up some serious resistance.
Knight took G5 and King B3. Oh, because this knight.
This is some dude. Serrana is like, he finds these moves, and that's a dagger. Like that's the key pawn. You can't lose that. Now your bishop is gonna be loose on F6, and Dominguez down to 5 seconds to 3 minutes. You don't see that. This feels like a reverse of last round, Robert, because St. Louis at one point was looking good in all the boards, and now things are collapsing. It's official. Nepo has checkmated Wesley. So
Yes, indeed. So let's go. We're going to show the final position and go back to. Oh, I didn't like the move F5, by the way, by Serrana. I think that makes his king weaker. And yeah, White's trying to reroute, but White has no time.
you are down a full exchange.
Yeah, you don't have any real time to get things together. Like C3 is not going to help too much. Serrano's too good. MVP. Both he and Nepo are both going to be 3 out of 3. And
Jeffrey's laboring here up a piece.
all right, let's go to
If
that
they
one.
get down to like 20 seconds, it's easy to lose coordination. So he's hoping to probably get some trades in before that occurs, because a couple pass pawns plus that bishop still pretty annoying to deal with.
Those pawns are very frustrating. The bishop on F6 goes all the way to the corner. So there's a
Yeah,
pawn.
it's-
Okay, wait. So he trades there. And I'm trying to imagine what trades. Can Black trade both pairs of rooks?
I'm trying to figure that out as well. It's
Can Rook E8 he plays it.
wow.
Wait, so if the rooks get traded, does White win? I think probably, because you'll bring your king to the center. I
And then
imagine.
you'll just like try to.
But
It's
we're both having the same struggle.
We could spend an hour on that.
Yeah.
Serrano's on his way to winning though. That's like for sure
Yeah.
gonna happen.
I see that game he's about to win. I'll just put on the board. The next move can be G3 and then F2. You win the bishop and you have a rook against the king. That's game over.
That 2-1 for Russia is the live score.
Mhm.
So they're now a point away from winning the match.
Yes. And this is a really important game for Jeffrey here. And
Serrano's
He's-
3 out of 3. My goodness, Robert. That's,
I didn't mean to, be rude to him by saying 2.5 out of 4 would be a good day for him. He said, "What are you talking about? 3-0. Guy just can't be stopped."
against that lineup. Chagayev, right? King E6. It's I've lost more winning positions in this in Rapid. It's this result's definitely not guaranteed for Jeffrey, which is quite impressive considering the middle game position that Black had.
He was down a piece. At what point was it? Like move 18 or something, right around here. He lost a piece, and yet he still didn't lose this position. That's unbelievable to get here, where Jeffrey's struggling to win this. What's the best way forward?
I mean, you try to provoke the pawns to go on light squares and blockade with a bishop, but then it's still not. So A4 here, rook A6. And if bishop E1, yeah, you can go A4. Maybe rook C6 is good here. Put the rook on C4 so that you can provoke H3. Because if you can provoke H3, you soften up the pawns a little bit.
Right. So he's putting the rook on C4, but similar plan as you were
Yeah.
suggesting.
Yeah,
You
because
can
that
play-
might tether the king. Rook C4.
I like it. Bishop E5. I like that move as well. Bishop F6. And then you can play rook E2, rook E7. that could be big because the bishop is in the perfect place covering the corner.
Well, now you don't get it in as easily because you won't get it with tempo. So that looks good.
Very good move. Just
How
try
does
to
black make progress? If they don't, then you go rook c1 and after h5, rook h1. So you try to like freeze up the pawns.
so rook d2. This has to be good for white. Rook check, yeah. Rook d7. This just feels like white is first with his bishop on it.
Definitely. And the bishop covers a1. Yeah, this is a good setup.
And Jeffrey's thinking he needs to make sure that it in fact works. He plays it, and the pawns are slow. In fact, the
They're
rook
really
is in
slow.
the pawn's path.
The way you want to push your pawns isn't the a pawn, is to get the b pawn to b2. Because the a pawn is always going to be covered by that squared bishop.
That's right. So just h5 and then the g
But
pawn.
this is way too slow. Hey, yeah, you can go h5. You can do everything here.
This is
You got rook c7 with tempo. So
just take the pawn and play g7 next. Yeah, that's game. Rook e8, rook h8, and take the rook and get a queen. So you're up a rook and a bishop and queen.
and you queen with check. Woo.
No stalemates. There's an a3 pawn resignation.
Okay,
Oh.
Jeffrey keeping them in the match. That's a 2-2 split. Not what they wanted, but hope is still there now.
And for this final round, Fabiano Caruana will take on Jan Nepomniachtchi. We know that Nepo is 3-0. We know that Serrana is 3-0. But these final round pairings are pretty juicy because you see that the top boards play each other. Every board that's next to each other, they're playing. So Wesley and Tomaszewski both struggling. We'll see which one of them can pull that out. Dominguez, Chagayev, and Jeffrey against Serrana. Now that is so critical because Serrana's been on a tear. Jeffrey with that important victory here. What do you think, Eric? Does St. Louis have a shot?
They do. They do have a shot. They always have a shot because they really are capable of winning every game.
Well, you said it first that Fabiano Caruana, he allowed this version of Alexei Serrano to happen by blundering checkmate in 1. We're going to go on a short break because when we return, it's the 4th and final round of action here at the Pro Chess League Finals. And we are back ready for the fourth and final round of action here. It is the Russia Wizards ahead 7.5, 4.5. St. Louis has no choice but to give up at most one draw. Eric, you said it's possible, but I mean, for Russia, you just need 2 draws. You have 2 players with the white pieces. Everyone on Russia is super strong. I feel like it's inevitable, no?
A couple of their big guns, they're not the players who play for draws. Serrana's 3 out of 3. I don't think, as you mentioned, I think yesterday, him playing for a draw, I know he's done it. He did it against, like, he knows his theory, he's drawn top players, but he should play the way he's been playing, right? Because if he can get that win, like, that clinches it. And if everybody has that mentality, let's draw, it could backfire. And I really think you need to do what you've been doing right now. And just keep that up, because this is, to be up 7.5, 4.5 final rounds, they're doing something right, and I would just stick with that.
It's difficult to shake Wesley So, but he is half out of 3, having a terrible day. Very surprising. We don't see this from Wesley often, but he gets the white piece against somebody else who's struggling. That's Evgeny Tomaszewski. They both have half a point to this point. And Leonid Dominguez, he gets the black pieces against Maxim Chagayev. That's, I think, where St. Louis needs to strike, is Wesley and Dominguez have to win their games, and then you leave it up to Fabi with the white piece against Nepo, or Jeffrey with black to try to mix things up against Serrano. They had a junior speeches championship match, so they're used to each other. But here's the Russia team. They're ready to play. It looks like Fabiano and Jan Nepomniachtchi, they're starting. It is a Sicilian. The moves are happening quickly, the Najdorf. And for Fabiano, you know, you're probably happy to see a Sicilian, but if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, you have to stick to the openings that work well for you.
Definitely. And I mean, I think Jan, he's 3 out of 3. And in rapid, he's probably pretty comfortable with the chances against Fabiano. Like, Jan is a speed chess demon. Today is that day where things are going well for him. And he knows that. Yesterday, things were not going well. And when things are going well, you take advantage of that. You play, you trust yourself. And I see no reason why he's not going to, like, play sharp and try to beat Fabi with black.
And I'm not sure what kind of freaky Friday voodoo happened, but yesterday Jan Nepomniachtchi was playing badly. Today it's Fabiano Caruana who's struggling. So they have reversed roles. Yesterday, Fabiano 3.5 out of 4 against India, and should have been 4 out of 4 based on his game against Vida Gujrati in that final round. All right, Fabiano put his queen to F3. He has queenside castle coming up. And this is a standard looking type of Sicilian, the D5 square. That's where the fight is going to take place. The D6 pawn is backwards, but black has pushed forward with B5. So when you see this position, Eric, still pretty early on, nothing too unordinary has happened. What do you like? Jan's chances?
I like Jan's choice. I actually am familiar with this line, which is rare. And it gets pretty exciting, because what happens is usually like some sort of B4, knight D5, and black puts their bishop back on C8 and starts running the A pawn down the board. And so you're probably going to see that, and that's very double-edged play. But from what I know about the line, it definitely offers black great chances, along with white. But black's not going to be like, you're not going to see some sort of Fabiano grip on the position. It's going to be double-edged play with chances for both sides, which, I mean, you want that in the Sicilian, but Fabiano is extremely good at controlling players and taking the initiative. But in this game, I think it's going to break open a little more than he would like.
And Fabiano's thinking, which is
knight D5 is the only move here. Black takes with the knight, puts the bishop on C8 and starts pushing the A pawn. They also have this F5 idea that comes in handy, and it's not that easy for white to conduct an attack.
I like it. I like the look of it. And Jan is playing pretty confidently. We see the bishop C8 move. He is well prepared for this position. I would play bishop D3. He plays that. Step 1 after A5. I'd probably move my knight away.
You do move the knight, but so black's getting some fun moves in regardless. So Sicilian players usually love this opportunity, and Fabi's still it's fine what he's doing as well. I think this is all like pretty well known, but and Nepo wants this, I think.
We have Jan on screen there. We see him. He just leaned in, kind of grabbed his chin, and was trying to figure out, well, knight D2 may have caught him a little off guard. He still responds quickly with knight D7. Makes sense to develop. And Evgeny Tomaszewski and Wesley So, their game has also begun. So it's early stages there. We don't have to switch yet, but it's going to be interesting to see which opening they choose.
I'm drinking a Red Bull here, Robert, in case we get some tie breaks. I just feel the last round. It's nice. There's been some PCLs. Teams are so strong. The results over by the fourth. This one, not yet. And you got the anything could happen. So I'm hoping for some excitement here.
Right. And
Ready.
this type of position here, it's one where look, white pushed G5 and the evaluation bar doesn't love it, but I at least appreciate the idea. You should probably move your king to B1 right now so you can slide your rook to C1 if you need to protect the C2 pawn. And this H pawn can storm up the board. Black with the A pawn. It's a mess. It's a complete mess.
Yeah, it's both white and black are going to get in like H4, H5, A4, A3, and neither is going to really crash through afterwards. So it's not going to end it in some sort of checkmate. That's what I'll say. I love rook C1, by the way. Fabi's not going for the attack. It's not that easy to pursue. H4, H5, H6, black can still play G6 there. This move is more of a positional type, and this is what I'm thinking he wants to go for. He wants to go for more of a positional approach, like C4. And he wants to use that D5 pawn, use the C6 square, and grind him out in an end game where that D6 pawn is going to be a long-term weakness and targeted by that knight on E4. So he's going to steer this game away from like some sort of crazy mess and play C4 here real soon. Oh, well,
he went rook
I'm
G1.
wrong,
Oh.
and that surprises me.
I'm shocked because C4, one of the big points is that if black ever plays a move like B3, when the pawn's in C4, you can play A3 and keep the position closed. If black plays A3, you play B3. Importantly, when this move B3 happens, there's not two pawns to go after. So for now, it's not really possible because the pawn will be captured with the C pawn, opening up the rook to the queen. But that's one of the big ideas that white wants to go for anyway, is to open up space in front of the rook.
Well, like what do you do after queen C4? Because D5 is actually hanging. There's no discovery that works there. So like, I really thought he was going to play C4, which makes so much sense. Dominguez would do it. You know, it's definitely like a nice positional approach and takes away some of black's counterplay. Queen C4. Do you go knight D2?
Yeah, you might have to, but I don't.
But
like
you don't want to. Then queen B5, and black's probably happy to remove the knight from such a good square in the center.
Because now B3 is an idea to try to break open the queen side. So that's not what you want for white. And we'll see if Jan plays queen C4. It's kind of an awkward move because you're sort of leading with your queen when the position's not fully open for a checkmating attack, and you do allow knight D2 at tempo or
queen B7.
D1.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that
That's
sense.
the same thing, but a little less in the way.
And if C4 now en passant would make a lot of sense at opening the B file. So probably rook. You don't want to play rook D1. You're getting away from the attack.
I think you have to, because here knight D2 looks worse because now with tempo. If knight D2, there's rook A5. I think rook D1's forced. Knight D2, rook A5, you lose the pawn. But yeah, I really thought he should have played C4, and I'm quite surprised he didn't. Now you could play something tactical here, like queen G4, and ignore D5 because you can look at the D7 knight and maybe also hint at some sort of knight F6 check in the future.
And you open up F4 to bring another pawn into the attack. I actually do like the move queen G4, stopping queen takes D5 for the time being. It does give white many options, but the other games are underway. I quickly want to go to a different game just to show the opening choice, and that's the one by Jeffrey Zhang. He's saying, I'm a team player. Maybe I don't really play the Dutch in my over-the-board chess and when I'm playing just for myself, but let's go. We have to fight. Here comes the mighty Dutch, and as we see the game develop here, white puts the queen on C2, hitting the pawn on F5, so G6. So it's just the early stages here, both sides doing the normal thing. And I just like the opening choice by Jeffrey. It shows he's ready to even lose this game because it's what's best for his team.
I do as well. He's had a good day so far, and I like the choice. And I think Serena also likes the choice because he's always in for a good wrestle. So that's definitely a game to watch out for.
For sure. So quickly,
both players. Serena, maybe he wants to go 4-4 and make a statement. You know, this is the opening to do it. Everyone wants to punish the Dutch.
It's true. We're going to keep going around just to see how Tomaszewski and Wesley So pretty early on, 14 moves in. This is kind of a standard looking position. The bishop on c2, don't be fooled. Eventually, it can get open into the game. The bishop on c1, staring at h6 for a sacrifice. Maybe there's a knight f5 jump. I like Wesley's position early stages here, and the game between Chagayev and Dominguez, which we haven't looked at. This position is one where if you're Dominguez, I would be very happy to have Black's position here. You have a semi-open file. You have more pawns in the center over here. And this knight can just go knight d7, either over to f6 or to c5. I just feel like White's a little stuck.
Yeah, White has an aesthetic position in terms of development is easy, but how do you make progress without the center pawns? In a few moves, Black will be able to use that very sturdy e5, d6 center and just make progress. Knight d7, knight c5, knight d7, knight f6. I just don't see what's next. f4 is literally the only move, but that's usually considered very weakening because it turns e4 into an isolated pawn. I agree. I think this is a position Dominguez can work with. He doesn't need something sharp. He just needs pieces on the board and a chance to outmaneuver Chagayev. And this is it. This is a chance. So that's a good move. Knight e2 is probably pretty timely because you're in time, like knight d7, knight f6, and the queen is going to look awkward. At least here you get your knight to g3 and swing over, but still looks good for Black.
Yeah, I think knight d7 looks great. Just giving yourself options for Black, opening the rook up. So I would certainly take Black, but I agree. Knight e2 is a good choice, all things considered. Let's keep going back around Fabiano's game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That has changed a lot here.
It's really sharp. That's good. But Fabiano's down a couple minutes, and he's definitely not as quick of a player as Nepo, even though he's a tremendous calculator. The pace is going to be something I'm curious about. Can he keep up a Sicilian pace with Nepo on the clock of finding these really, really challenging moves?
Can he just go for the brute force method
He
and play
should,
h5?
but can he do that quick? Yeah, he did
There
it
it
right
is.
away. There you go. That's a question answered.
Oh my gosh, and queen takes d5. I think there's queen f5. I was thinking queen h3 at first, but there's
queen. Oh,
this h takes g6 and a rook sack on g6. Oh my god, I think that's just be devastating. Wow, that's pretty wild. And it's funny because you think, oh, let's trade queens. It's got to be good for Black. But then after h takes g6, you're in huge trouble. Your king is getting mated even without the queens on the board.
yes. That spells trouble though if you can't take on d5 when you just invested time to take on d5.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then this must be bad for Nepo.
Right.
If you can't take d5, that makes your whole position. Is he going to find queen f5? Fabi usually does. That's probably not as accurate.
Okay, but I actually see exactly why he did it, because he's staring in every direction of the board. And I was going for just a checkmate, but he's going for giving himself options here, though I guess it's not as
rook c7. Rook c7.
Have to.
Are you
And
trying to
then
take on b4?
I'll
Because then
take
I go
here.
rook b7.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you go mate me over there. I'll take yours.
Okay, here, let me just take back on g6, f.
Yeah, because you
F
take with
takes,
this pawn is like
F
rook
takes,
h1 and
F
that looks
takes.
bad.
F takes g6.
Oh my gosh, it looks like it should be so good for White.
Well, Fabi's playing quickly. That's good because 2 minutes on the clock. He's got 4.5 minutes. That's nice because he might have a really good position, but he might not have the time to execute it properly. But with 4.5, that should be plenty.
Yeah, I think queen f5. I mean, it just looks so forcing here. Queen e6 is the only move because rook e7. Now you take and you just take everything, and it's just a forced mate just to finish off the variation here. The pawn f6 is such a nice piece.
Russia only needs 1 point, but there's no game is close to that. So this is still anybody's match.
It is for sure. And I really still like what Jeffrey's doing. There's no clarity. I'm going to pull up that board quickly. We'll come right back just because of how interesting and dynamic this game is. But there's no clarity whatsoever. Not a single pawn's been traded. There's no tension here. So I think this
D5
is what
can be played. Serrano could play d5 and liquidate heavily.
Yeah, so trading.
And I think White, that's favorable. I think he's preparing it. I think he wants to go d5, but he wants the rook to support e3. Because when you go d5, then your knight goes to d4. And you can target some of these soft light squares in Black's position. I like Serrano's position here, Robert. I think he's ready to play d5, and I feel like Black's position collapses.
Yeah, it's not what you want for Jeffrey. just applauding the fact that he is making the position complicated.
Yeah.
But if D5 is the next move, and there's nothing that black can do to even stop it, and F5 and E6, and as you mentioned, knight to D4, though, this is bad news. But Jeffrey, it's kind of like the Jabawa game we saw in the earlier match. At least there's going to be fight afterwards where maybe white's better for now, but it remains complex and still some chances.
Yep, that's true. That's true. And Fabiano's got a great position here against Nepo. Queen C4. I think he's just going to play the end game, which makes a lot of sense. Knight F8.
What's the material count? It's even.
Even material, but there's going to be a weak pawn on B4 after B3. And I don't know if he's going to play B3, but that was just an idea to turn a B4 pawn into a long-term target for that dark squared bishop.
Yeah, no, this is
Probably
really
rook G1, rook D1, doubling. Something's better.
And
But you know,
rook
sometimes
D6.
this is hard to crack with the king on F7. Like you have to do it properly to like dislodge that knight on F8.
Right. So what if you go for the B pawn like you were
Rook
suggesting?
B6,
Yeah,
rook
like
B6, rook B7.
And threatening B3 to try to get this pawn directly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is when they're pawns on both sides of the board, bishops usually are better than knights, and white happens to have the bishop, and the queenside pawns are probably the one that Fabiano's to go after. So I do like his position. He starts with B3, looks plenty reasonable as well. So
There's one feature of the game that if Fabi somehow doesn't convert this initiative very well, black has an outside H pawn in a sort of rook end game or even king pawn end game. That is a big asset if things stabilize.
that's right. So he goes rook G4, a rook lift. He's going after the B4 pawn with his less active rook. The rook on G1 wasn't doing anything. G6 pawn well defended. So he's going right for this pawn. And if black has to put a rook on B5, that's not really what you want to see either. In fact, actually, Eric, if you see this move, I might even consider rook C4. I know I'm giving myself two sets of double isolated pawns, but the king comes up, my pawn can push. I feel like white is still pressing along here.
Yeah, that gives the king the B3 square. I like that a lot. I probably wouldn't trade as black. That looks like a good line for Fabi.
Okay, well, step one is the rook on B5. We'll see if Fabi plays rook to C4 here. It's an ugly pawn structure at the end of it, but white is the one with all the activity. It's just difficult to choose. So let's continue hopping around boards here because every game is so important at this stage. It doesn't look like Serrano played D5.
No, he didn't. And I think that was a big miss. That would have been a very nice position if you see D5 and knight D4. Surprised he didn't find it because this kind of position, if you don't seize that initiative, like black's fine. I mean, there's no stress on black structure. Black should be, there's no way knight C1 is a good move. You know, like
No.
You're not beating an opponent with knight C1. So
this is the problem when you're ahead in a match and you just start playing, oh, I'll just be calm. I'll be pretty collected here. I don't want to take any risks. And white's still doing absolutely fine. But the bishop on B7, super happy. The knight's on F6 and H5, a bit awkward, but black is going to focus here on the G file. And I just think that there are chances here. Rook G5, Rook G8, things like that. And he finally does play D5. But as you said, Eric, why is this knight on C1?
yeah, that's the only issue. It's still a good move. And black doesn't have easy ways to make this complicated. It's more of a static position where I think white's better, but the knight on C1 is probably going to reroute back to where it came from.
Yeah. Oh, so let's continue our search of the other boards.
All four games, it's unclear. This is a great final round.
Look at this. The move C4 played, and then G5 by
Whoa.
Tom. That is, if you showed me this game and you asked me who was playing, I would never say Tomaszewski.
No, that's right.
What is that?
Well, the problem is
Bishop was
he's under his bishop might have been trapped, and
Yeah.
he felt like he had to do that. Yeah.
Oh gosh, but this is no good. What if I just take your bishop, you take my knight, and I put my knight on E4? Isn't your king in a terrible spot?
Oh, it looks something's gone wrong for black. Well, when Tomaszewski's playing G5, likely something went wrong, or Wesley made a blunder, and here it's clear like black's just under pressure, and he played that out of necessity as opposed to like punishing white's position.
Right. No,
White could go knight F3 and still claim an advantage.
Yeah.
So this is definitely out of desperation as
Right.
opposed to any sort of weakness.
And we look what happened. The knight came to e7. That was a big mistake by Tomaszewski. We understand why he did that. These knights are about to jump into f5, but knight e7 trapped his own bishop because of c4. So he made a big mistake. And now knight back to f3. You said it's possible. Well, it's just don't mind if I do, because if bishop takes f3, you just take with the queen. f6 is hanging. The light squares are vulnerable. This is not c5 still traps the bishop. Oh gosh.
Yeah, Robert, there's one game. Dominguez can go down the exchange here. I don't know if he sacrificed it or blundered it, but I think it's okay, but that white is in the driver's seat if you take on f7 and take on a4.
Whoa, so what just happened here? The rook came up to b4, and then Chagayev attacked the piece that's defending the rook, and now 2 pawns at the start. So it's 1 pawn and a bishop for a rook, and the next move for black will be a4. So it still seems...
Yeah, there's
right.
compensation, 100%. So I'm curious if, but like, he didn't have to go for this whole line. And the thing is I think like white can go like rook d2, rook f2, trade off that remaining rook. I'm just not sure I see enough here. Like, it is easy to play for black, but it's also not that hard to play for white, type of thing. And yeah, if it wasn't, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm just gonna go all over the place. We're just switch from game to game. Look at this. It is now a situation where Jan has this pawn on g5. It's black's turn. Things are going poorly for Fabiano.
How did this happen? What? Whoa! How?
He traded.
This is just
rooks.
a good endgame for. You can play rook h8 and argue your pawns are going to reach there first because the knight e6 controls g7, so you can start pushing your g pawn. Play rook h8 or g4.
Because king f5, so he gives up h7, but he wants king g6. But then there's rook e7.
I think he does. He want just rook. Is that a blunder? Or does he want rook g8? Like, why not rook g8 right away? Because you're right. King g6 isn't the rook e7. Does he want knight d4 in that position?
Okay,
Robert?
but then even bishop g5, and white can never lose, of course. But maybe he's just trying to make.
But maybe
a draw.
that's exactly. I think he's going. He's going for the draw.
Rook c6 and bishop takes g5. It's now or never because your bishop's trapped. So you have to.
That's forced. Fabi has to. That's huge. There's no winning chances for white.
No, and that means that the other 3 boards need to win for the Archbishops. We're going to take our attention away from here just because
Serrana. Oh my!
They drew by agreement.
Look at this position between Serrana. Yeah, Fabiano's drawn. Look at Serrana and Jeffrey. Look at the rooks. Look at this position. Looks like a 960.
It looks like the black starting on white's territory, but with the c7 pawn. But that's why these rooks are here. The f1 bishop is loose. What the heck is this?
I don't know how they created this. But I know that Jeffrey had to do it because c7 is dead.
Yeah.
So he's trying. So like this position, white needs to maybe defend f1, play queen f2, and then you take on c7. Where's the counterplay here?
I think he'll throw in bishop a6 just to be super tricky, because if that knight ever moves from b5, then f1 is hanging again.
Do we go like a4 there? The problem is like, yeah, black's definitely doing this because they have to, not because it's good. And
just show everybody that this situation would, do I take first or take an f1? So like, I think I take on c7, take here. And even bishop takes f1 is not out of the question. I don't really understand this position very clearly. The knight's hanging. There are threats with bishop d3 check and knight d3. It's wild. So that's why white is not going to take on c7.
So, you know, Serena is winning if he can stabilize, and Chagayev is close to winning against Dominguez because the position is a little too loose right now, and that exchange is starting to hurt. It's not a position where the 2 bishops are showing that there's compensation.
No, this is
so right now Russia isn't just going to win the match, but they might build their lead.
Yeah,
if the results stay.
Just one. No, they need 1 draw. Just one.
I'm saying, yeah, they might score 2 more points, and all they need is a draw.
Yeah,
like they're going for wins. Like, yeah, this is Dominguez. When you offer to trade, that's not a good sign.
Doesn't just give away the a5 pawn at the end of this too? Like, if I take and you take, why can't I just take your pawn on a5?
You can take it.
Or I just
then bishop d7, I guess, but like, yeah, you can take it.
Yeah, I'm not super afraid of that. So this looks like desperation time for the Archbishops. Russian Tomaszewski is 5 seconds. And actually, not only is it 5 seconds, his king is he's not even up with any material.
No. Well, that's because he played G5, and that
Right.
wasn't to win materials, to keep it even.
Right, but I look at this position, and white should be down a piece. And
I
still trying
agree.
to check
It looks like white. Rook A1 or Rook C1, I was going to say. Those rooks need to join the game because the minor pieces are doing everything.
Can you take that? It's close. Like I'm trying to go knight h5 check. King has to go to f7. Takes. Bishop takes d5. Queen takes d5. Queen f6 check. Doesn't like that. Oh, queen takes f5, obviously. Okay. That's better. Take everything.
Oh, I got it. I see what you're talking about. Yes.
Because queen h6, which is just...
But Wesley's got his own moves, his own ideas.
Yeah, they're probably even better. Oh, you win a queen.
Game over.
Yeah, knight
G7
4.
check. Oh, ruthless.
Knight fork in the end. Game over. So Wesley wins, and that leaves. How is? Okay, Jeffrey's still really fighting here. He's an outside pass pawn. What's the material count? White is no, it's not. White's not even up a pawn.
White's not up a pawn. The argument's like white's just got the good structure here, and black's got isolated pawns. But yeah, it could have been a lot worse. I mean, I saw the computer saying +5, so to get to from there to here is definitely progress.
Right. And well, this game might not mean so much if Dominguez is not able to win. And I'm going to just switch over there quickly. Wait a second.
The problem is Dominguez has to win, and bishop takes h3.
Yeah.
Ooh. You must ignore bishop h3. Is it like rook a7 or?
But if you go rook a7,
f1,
queen e3.
Rook f1.
Yeah. Yeah, rook f1 also probably. Yeah, the problem is maybe that ends in a draw for black, but you need to win.
They need to win.
He took. And by the way, Chagayev down to 45 seconds, so it's not like he has that much time to figure these things out. And so,
sorry, what were you doing after rook a7, queen e3, king h2?
yeah,
That's just a forced draw.
It's a draw.
That's a forced one. That looks like the simplest. You just go rook a7.
It's a draw. Yep.
And there's a draw, queen e3, queen h6.
And yep, that's why Chagayev understand the team situation, plays rook a7. He doesn't need to win this game. And there's nothing that Dominguez can do. Absolutely nothing. It's just a draw. Dominguez letting his clock run because draw and a loss are the same, trying to figure out any hope for victory, but just take this bishop. Right?
Wow.
Chagayev's still thinking. Don't try to win this game. Just take the bishop. Okay, rook f1. So he allows the draw in this way, but
is he trying to win, or he's just trying to force this repetition?
Yeah,
it's a repetition. Yeah, this clinches it.
And that's it. The Russia Wizards win. Let's see Chagayev. He looks relaxed. He can finally take a step back. And there are your Pro Chess League champions.
Nobody's
Russia
smiling
Wizards.
yet. What's going on here? Guys, no, we gotta. Do they not know that they won?
They must.
Where's the champagne? What's going on? And they're supposed to. Shirts are supposed to be off by now.
Maybe they're nervous for their compatriot here because Serrano is still fighting against Jeffrey Zhang, but it doesn't matter. You win, even if he loses. He was the hero.
These guys look stressed.
Yeah. Maybe they feel they didn't score enough points.
Oh, now Nepo's smiling a little bit. There we go. We spotted a smile in the side cams.
Yeah, and I see Chagayev trying not to smile, but he is. And Serrano can't smile because he's still playing. I understand why he's not smiling.
He was Jeffrey. Today, Jeffrey has impressed me the most out of the St. Louis team, Robert. He's fought hard every game. He's come from behind in multiple ones. This is another example. He was in big trouble here, and he's found himself right in the thick of it, where he might win with that outside H1.
That's right. It's even material somehow. I mean, he had both of his rooks on the first rank with queens on the board. Like that was something you never see. But Jeffrey, he's fighting every single game here. And how do you stop this H pawn that's just trying to run up the board? Serrano has plenty of time. That's the good news for him. The bad news is his position doesn't look very good.
Yeah, this is a very nice move to shield. If you defend the bishop, then the rook on e3 can't stop this h-pawn, only the knight can. It's a very nice way of just preventing white's pieces from crossing over to the king side to try to deal with that outside passer.
Bishop d1 check is a threat because the knight is loose. If you play
Yeah, the
knight,
end games are gonna be good for black with that outside pass pawn.
and if you play knight e6, don't take on e7 because then the king walks into the line with the rooks. Knight d4 check, we win a piece. But you can throw in the intermezzo bishop d1 check and then take the pawn, and then black escapes with that h pawn still in tow and even material. So Serrano deep in thought here, Eric. I feel like Jeffrey's going to win this game.
Yeah, it's trending that way, but Serrano's also been so impressive with his chess that he played that move for a reason right there. He's got something. He wants to free up that d5 square for his knight. So now Jeffrey can't play bishop g4. In previous positions he could. Now knight h5.
Oh, he gave him his h pawn.
And now without the h pawn, even if you're up a pawn, it might be a draw. So that was a really good find by Serrano. That's been consistent. Even when he falls behind, he picks himself back up. And so many people, when you're winning and you start trending down, you can't stop the fall, and he just doesn't have that emotion.
d6 was an amazing move.
It was. It really was.
Wow.
That enabled all these tricks, and Jeffrey's offered a draw.
Yeah, because the game's equal and the match is over. It was at least over by result, but now is officially in the books. That's a win for the Russia Wizards, 9-7. The Wizards still not particularly celebratory, and Jeffrey leaves the call, but he had a great day for the Archbishops. Other players, not so much. Leonard Dominguez really struggled. Wesley So won the final game, but he was half at a 3 to that point. Eric, everything went wrong for St. Louis and everything went right for Russia. And Russia, those players, Serrano, Nepo, they really were up to the task.
They really were. I am so impressed. If you asked me to set a line before today, I would put St. Louis as maybe a 4-1 favorite, a pretty sizable favorite, but not out of the question. And Russia, like Serrano, I mean, just scoring 3-3 against Caruana, Dominguez, and so back to back. I know he got lucky the first game, but he used that and earned his other wins. Like it wasn't like he kept his stick on the ice, as they say, and that was awesome. Like, how often do you see that happen? 3 top 10 players in the world beaten in a row. That that's well deserved. And I think every player on the team contributed. Tomaszewski had a bit of a tougher day as a result of that collapse against Jeffrey. Otherwise, he was on pace to score like 50% or something. He's holding his own, or 1.5. But I know it was hard for him after that initial setback versus Jeffrey.
Yeah, it was a kind of a complete slip for Tomaszewski by losing that game. He just was out of it. He struggled then against Fabiano and eventually against Wesley. So for Fabiano, that checkmate in 1 from the first game of the match. It's kind of shocking to say this, but that was the decider when all was said and done, because Fabiano played badly against Shagayev next, probably couldn't get the game out of his head, and Serrano went on a tear. That guy could not be stopped. Jeffrey Jung did his best just to take a half point off the guy, but Serrano beats Wesley So convincingly with black. Then he beats Leonard Dominguez from a tactical skirmish, and then finally finishes 3.5 out of 4. I mean, that was an epic performance. So all credit to Alexei Serrano and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who
3.5.
I mean, the guy yesterday, we can only say it so many times, he was bad. And not just for Super Grandmaster standards. He was just not himself, not a player that anybody could say that's Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know what's going on. It was weird. But today he struck back and did so in such convincing fashion. He beats Wesley So with a phenomenal game where he just crashed through on the king side. He won his first 3 games and was only drawn by Fabiano Caruana. I mean, Eric, I can't say enough about Jan Nepomniachtchi and the way he was able to strike back today.
Yeah, and his draw in the final round with black against the top player on St. Louis, that was huge because that clinched the draw. He was under pressure the whole game. And once the teammates see that they're guaranteed at least a draw, it just takes a lot of pressure off of the rest of the players when you see your top board put up 3.5 and hold Fabiano in the sharp Sicilian. So he was like instrumental. And I kind of think back to yesterday, it's like, when you win in the PCL, it's almost like I'd rather win small than have a day where everything goes well, and then the next day, like it's like they traded yesterday's bad performance for today's good performance. Like Nepo's too good of a player to have 2 bad days, so I mean he was just due for it, but he really earned it. Start off with that really comfortable win in the Grunfeld against Jeffrey. That's like that was probably pretty critical as well in terms of building that confidence. You do not want to give a freebie to a top player, and he got a winning position at the opening and never looked back after that.
Yeah, he beat everybody. And so we'll pull up the bracket just to show everybody how the teams got here and what the final was. But it was the Russia Wizards taking down the St. Louis Archbishops in the final. Yesterday, we saw St. Louis beat India, and we saw Russia take down California. So the champions are the Russia Wizards. I think we are going to take a quick breather, but we will be back in a few just to wrap things up and congratulate the Russian team once more. Stay tuned, everybody. And once again, we extend our congratulations to the Russia Wizards for beating the St. Louis Archbishops here in the Pro Chessing Final. 16 teams from around the globe, over 150 competitors. The best players in the world took part in this tournament, and yet it was the team from Russia that took down the superstars from St. Louis. Eric, pretty shocking, I have to say.
Absolutely. Great. I think great for the game to see stuff like that. And I think that's one thing you want when you create a league like this is to introduce new players, teams, the format. Like this is what people want. They're introduced to guys like Sorana who don't always get invited to top level events, but showed today what they're worth with some huge wins.
And it's just such a strong roster from top to bottom for Russia. $20,000 first place prize goes to the Russia Wizards. St. Louis will settle for second place. That's not what they wanted. They have 4 players over 2,700 in their roster, and yet it was the Russia Wizards. As you said, Alexei Sorana is a great chess player, but because there are so many other great players from Russia, he may not get the same recognition, but I hope he will now. And he can play in tomorrow's event, the Speed Chess Grand Prix. It's a qualifier for the Speed Chess Championship after a series of events. So Alexei Sorana, he has his chances on that too. As you saw here, he's a great player, and in the quicker time controls, he holds his own against most people on the planet.
Yep. No, I'll be there probably. I played last week. That was such a strong blitz event. The Speed Chess Grand Prix, I highly recommend if you like watching some high level blitz. That event is going to be running for the next few Saturdays, and a lot of these players are playing in it. So you'll see more of these young blitz studs.
And well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is one of the best players in the world. He led his team to victory today. Perhaps the next time we see him is going to be for the World Chess Championship crown. He may have some other events, Champions Chess Tour and other things, but for the most part, his schedule probably pretty clear as he's preparing to face off against Magnus Carlsen in November. The exclusive video feeds will be here on Chess.com's channel. You'll not want to miss that. It is what everyone's waiting for. It's the highlight of the year. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen. This is rapid chess, so we don't want to extrapolate from this performance here, but it must feel really good for Jan to take down a team like St. Louis, full of super GMs. It just builds the confidence in small ways that hopefully if you're a fan of his, he could take into his match against Magnus.
I mean, absolutely. Rapid is important because the last 2 World Championship matches went to rapid tie breaks. And that's one area where a lot of people say, hey, Jan is very formidable in rapid and can hold his own. So the Magnus, when he's looking at the match, he's going to have to take the tiebreak part very seriously. And it won't be something that he'll necessarily favor himself in compared to his previous World Championship matches.
Very good point. The classical games were tied in the previous matches against Karyakin and Caruana. And if the tie this time, as we keep noting, Jan Nepomniachtchi is a beast in this rapid time control. But here we are done for now in the Pro Chess League. It was a shortened season. We hope that in future seasons it will be long. Stay tuned for information on that. But we want to thank everybody who has been here from the very beginning. We want to thank all the moderators, everybody who's been spectating, the team behind the scenes at Chess.com, producing the show, creating the graphics, all that great stuff to coordinate this and make it possible. Eric, I want to thank you. It's been such a pleasure commenting the last 2 days. And I mean, seriously, it's been an absolute blast, and I can't get over the Russia Wizards surprising St. Louis in this manner.
Absolutely, Robert. I don't do a lot of commentary these days. They said you were doing it. I had to jump in. It is a fun time. I do hope people enjoyed it, and I'm really looking forward to the next season of the PCL.
Absolutely. But for now, we say goodbye. See you soon, everybody. Keep enjoying the chess and have a good weekend.